Good morning, world 23. Put on a song to listen to because today we have some really important topics. Final Fantasy 13-2, the Eternal Paradox. Null version, but just Eternal Paradox, Final Fantasy 13-2. And then loop it if you want to know what I'm going through. Okay, let's get started. Let's make sure everything's good. Microphone. Okay. All right, let's do this. Full screen. Here we go. I wonder if I should turn off the air. Now let's try it. I feel a little different today. Have you guys ever felt that way? I have a lot of things that I want to talk about. There are a lot of things that I am going to talk about. Yet, I'm not really sure exactly how I'm going to do it. I have a lot of choices. I've set myself up for success on each path. And yet, I don't know if I'm going to walk that path. And even if I do, will I make modifications? Do we see, like, this is the question that I'm pondering today. It's the eternal paradox. If we have two paths in front of us, which one do we choose? And that's assuming we only have two paths. I think there's also a lot of assumptions there that, well, they're choices that we would want. What if they're not? What if, as what I've been arguing for the last 23 days, that there's entities in this world that create situations where we have to choose between bad or worse? And what if we found a way to create situations where we force them to respond to us so that we can choose between good and better? And then, as you hear me describing these situations, who decides that? Do we? Does someone else? Right? The path that I walk today, whichever path it is, or if it's a combination of everything, you might think that it's not the better path. Yet I did. Do we see why it becomes the eternal paradox? Because I think most of us, if we trace back our life path, we tried to make choices to the best of our ability, informed decisions. I don't think any of us try to claim that we haven't been doing that, regardless if it's true or not. I think the majority would say we've been trying to walk a good path. And what are we walking toward? Our dreams, our hopes, our wishes, our desires. Most of you know them as goals. I call them storylines. So, where we can no longer decide. What if our choice is taken from us? And we have to walk a set path. Does that mean we no longer have any decision-making power whatsoever? Or does it merely change? What if we're afraid? That changes things, right? Like, what if you're insecure? What if you're traumatized? What if you're hurt? What if you're sick, right? Do we still have the same choices? Is there a right time to walk into it? Try to destroy it, fight back, counter it? Or are there times where we should take a step back, deconstruct it, embrace it, flip it? And when we do, we realize, even though it's still fear itself. Maybe you actually have to face it. What's that situation? When is that actually the correct play? And is it a correct play? How can we decide if it's a correct play? Do you see, like, as you start analyzing this situation, this topic, you keep adding layers and layers and what ifs and possibilities and approaches. And remember, we're not talking about why can'ts. That you could just open up a whole new path. Do you guys get it? So many of us get stuck here because it really does become an eternal paradox where it's like, do I want to heal the world, but I don't want to go outside? Like, do you guys see, like, that alone? If you start analyzing it, you get lost, you get stuck, because what can you really do? It could be as simple as, well, do I choose that girl, my sexy leg girl, or do I choose my sexy boob girl? They're both, one's perfection and one is my goddess. Is one going to be better than the other? Or do I just choose my own path, a different one, a different situation? Do you guys get it? Like, what if they're actually both really good? What's the correct play? Are you guys starting to understand why this is the eternal paradox? Because what if, like, both those girls are my dream come true, right? Or something like that. Okay. Yet I'm not even putting limitations like some of you do, which is it needs to have we need to have this personality. I'm just saying, like, I would just want to explore the world with them, right? Because anything with them is a reward. So I'm not even limiting myself as much, right? And I want to create the organization with them, and I want to raise Leon with them, and I want to explore the world with them, and I want to heal the world with them. And right, do you guys see what I'm trying to tell you? Like, I have all these dreams, these storylines that I want to write. Yet at the same time, you guys have heard over the course of the last 23 days that there's many reasons why, regardless of me saying we should focus on can, why I say I can't. And it has nothing to do with my choices. It has nothing to do with the girls. It has nothing to do with how good or not good any of them the paths are. Do you guys get it? Yet I'm still making choices that might not lead me to reaching that storyline, that dream today. But what if I'm making all the choices that will allow me for when the opportunity does arise, does present itself, whether that's tomorrow, a week from now, 10 years from now, or maybe the day before the world finally is healed, that I can then take the reins of the storyline because I see the opportunity and I walk that path. Yet until then, I walk my own. Do we see, like, this is why I tell you guys it is the eternal paradox. Have we began at the end? Think about this one, guys. Have we? I'm gonna take a bite of cereal just to get comfortable, and then just the stuff that I use to break conditioning, right? I'm just starting my positive path for myself. Anyone who's just started listening or who didn't do it earlier, highly recommend putting on a song. I'm making a choice right here. I'm happy with what it is. The Eternal Paradox, Final Fantasy 13-2. And loop it. That's what I'm listening to get into flow and to experience the vibe. Have we ever began at the end for anything? Have you guys thought about that? I know that in stories and in the media, we talk a lot about in medias res. It's super powerful storytelling, uh, skill, and tactic. And why is that? I'm not here to tell you guys how to write stories, but kind of at the same time, because that's what really life is, just a culmination of stories. We talked about that yesterday. Right? Every single thing tells a story. If you guys look at my background and you watched yesterday's stream, you know what that story is. You know what all those stories are right there. Do you guys understand? So in medias res allows us to present some information without having to ramp it up, without having to build it up. Some of the answers might not be clear, yet they present the questions, they present the problems, they present the situation, they leave things unanswered so that we can now explore the path to get there. And now also we have, think of it like a checkpoint. So in the distance, we're like, okay, well, how do we get to that? Okay, how do we get to that point? So everything that happened between now and then, you're like, okay. And in some way, we're always waiting for like, when did that thing happen from the beginning? Like sometimes they give a time frame, but even that's not that relevant. Do you guys understand? What if we actually took it a step further? What if we began at the end? The end. I've been listening to a lot of my streams. It's something that I've been doing a lot. Now I've been adding now a little bit more of just like the outline, like just because I know people like that, and it's powerful for myself to just trace it out. Yet this is where we're gonna end today. Everything that I'm talking about right now. This is where we're gonna end today. And yet I have a feeling that my own answers, my own questions, my own interpretations, my own way of talking about it, and your own way of understanding and how you feel is going to be different right now than where it is in whether it's an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, whatever it is, right? Doesn't matter. Whenever we get there. See, like I'm not even putting a limitation on myself because this could be a shorter stream. This could be the longest stream I've done yet. Who knows? It doesn't matter. But we have a path to walk. And there's so happen between now and right here at this point. So we're going to actually go back in time. I'm going to rewind the clocks. And we're going to relive the whole story again. People are like, how is that possible? We haven't even started. Am I correct? But we already started at the end, the answers that we're getting to. What we're actually trying to talk about? And we're trying to decipher how can we learn to wield the courage to make dreams become reality. And it's closely tied to the eternal paradox, right? If you start thinking about it, I'm like, well, to have courage to make our dreams become reality, we have to make an extensive amount of decisions and choices, one after another, one after another, one after another, one after another. They keep building, they keep building, they keep building, they keep building until we reach that point. And there's a lot of things that can go wrong. There's a lot of things that can go right. And I want to tell a brief story where imagine if you've been working this entire time for something, right? You've been trying to defeat the dark spirits, to control the world, who stole something from you, who stole your time, your whatever is the most valuable thing for you, right? And it keeps returning all over and over again, whatever it is. And it could just, if you think about it like that, it could even just be our memories of that thing, right? We don't even have to be like re-experiencing it physically. It could just be our memories of re-experiencing that thing. Yet every single time, if we fully go down the path of remembering it, we could feel like it's real again temporarily, right? Like if you If you used to raise your kid in the playground, right? And your kid's not around, your kid, the first time you went on an adventure with your dog, and you just like can listen to music and you recreate those stuff like that. You can relive those moments. Okay. But then all of a sudden, like something, you might even go down a positive path. You're smiling, you're smiling, you're smiling. And then boom, a comet crashes into Earth and just like snaps you out of it. And the entire world changes. And you're like, wait, what? So you lost that thing, whatever it is for you guys. Could be like, hey, I lost my favorite mug, right? Or I lost the ability to drink coffee, even for just a day. And you keep getting reminded of it though. Like this comet has like this curse attached to it where it just shoots out memories. Think of like a life stream, an invisible life stream that gets pushed into all of us. And we keep reliving our memories over and over and over again. So, because, well, we'd want to, that was maybe when we were happiest, or that was when something that was leading us to that, right? One of our dreams. And we lost it. So now that we're forced to relive it, right? It's essentially eternal torture. So at that point, though, we can change it, right? So we can choose to do something about it. We can choose to alter our fates. We can choose to defy fate. We can choose to destroy destiny, right? So if we always were forced to walk down that path, could we actually choose to alter it? Do you guys understand? Because if something is taken away from you, a lot of us get destroyed. And it's for a good reason, right? Because it's something that we cared about, something that we built up, something that was tied to our dreams, okay? So how can we make a new dream become reality? Well, what if it, and again, I'm not pushing you guys to get revenge, but I'm just using this concept. Like your goal is to destroy these dark spirits, okay? Or this comet that did this thing to the world or to you. How could you destroy it? How could you change your fate? How could you start becoming the shepherd, the star diplomat, to make everything become a reminder to heal the world, a reminder to make the world better, a reminder to create our pyramid and build our terms for how the world can look like? How could we do that? It's not easy. It's not simple. So we need to have two paths, at least two paths, right? But it starts there. We need to have two paths. And then there are our own that lead us to the desired storyline. Yes, because you already lost one, right? So now it's like, how can I get back to whatever that is to still lead there? Because now, even if you do lose one, do you guys understand? You storyline. It doesn't matter. You guys just hear what I said. It doesn't matter. But you're like, but it does. Each one is different. I'm like, correct. But what if it's something that you will enjoy both? They're just a different way to get to your dream. Do you understand? What if it's just another approach, another method, another possibility? We're not even talking about which one is better. We're just talking about which one gets us. Do both get us there? Yes. If so, does it actually matter? People are like, well, yeah, your experiences are going to be completely different. I'm like, correct. But if we begin at the end, so in my case, I'm like, what if I began running my organization with my kid or kids, Leon there, and we're just healing the world and we're teaching the future generations, adults and children alike. And we're just doing this every single day. What if I started there? Well, what's the path to get there? People are like, well, first you need to get the girl. I'm like, okay. Then you have to have a kid. I'm like, okay. And then you have to have money to build the organization. I'm like, okay. Do we understand? So all of you guys are already now putting these limitations and like these have tos. What if I told you it doesn't matter yet which girl I get, or if I have a kid yet or not, or like if I have the money or not, or what. Because if I got there, and I didn't publicize anything, I didn't post anything, I didn't make videos of it or anything like that, and I just once I created the organization, if I then decided to go looking for a girl and we have meet one, and then we have a kid, if the first video or post or the first time people actually get to see the organization is when I have a girl by my side and a little kid, do you guys understand that the majority of you would have assumed that I got there with the girl? I could even make up a story and say that she climbed with me. I'm not saying that I would do that, but do you guys understand? Yet all of you get lost in the choices leading up to that. Well, I want to move to another country, but I first have to do all these other things. I'm like, other three. Now, do you guys see? Like, it changes how you view the storyline. I'm like, well, I want Leon to learn how to charge and navigate the outside world after what they did to him. I'm like, okay, well, let's start where he's navigating the outside world just fine. And it's not even, I know there's a lot of, it's called like people are you reverse engineering? And like, sure, but it's more to that, right? Because reverse engineering starts taking us down on trying to analyze the exact choices, the exact paths. And I'm saying that actually doesn't matter. Because if at the end, so this character who lost the things, right? So let's say he wants to destroy these dark spirits, this dark comet. But to do so, he has to, let's say he has like chaos in his heart, okay? Or light. Either one makes more sense for your version of the story. All right, you're practicing choosing. So, yet there's a caveat. He can't. He essentially has to destroy himself to release the chaos or the light to the world. Either one works. That would defeat the dark spirits. But how does he get there? Right? He can't actually destroy himself. He has to use someone else to do so. So he could choose to. He creates two paths. He creates an enemy, which he's just who used to be someone that he trusts and follows and believes in, he taught him stuff, and he challenges him, right? So now his you could say his mentor or whatever, right? Now is his enemy or mentee. To go to the rest there, but it's okay. Or his brother or his son or whatever it is. That's just a reminder to heal. So he pushes him, right? No, in this case, Final Fantasy 13, Caius. He pushes him to fight him, to try to stop, because he's causing disruptions in the world. Yet then, at the very end, when he finally would defeat him, Noel, the one who got pushed to try to defeat this guy who has the chaos and light in his heart, stops because he realizes, he's like, wait a minute. Do you understand? Do you understand that it doesn't have to be this way? What if we just viewed life as enjoying the journey? What if you were so sad and mad about having to relive your memories over and over again? I know the comet stole this from you. I know the comet is giving you this, making you relive it, okay? When you lost something you hold dear that's preventing your dreams from coming true. What if you just enjoyed the journey? What if you enjoyed every minute? What if you just realized that even the things that you lost are communicating with you, telling you, just be happy again. Just be happy again. You got this. Like every single minute matters. Not for you to overanalyze it, but if anything, for you just to relax and not do anything more often. And it makes him think. He's like, well, could that have actually been the answer all along? Could that have actually been the answer all along? Yet, the hero, Noel, has a dagger right there by his heart. He's like, I'm not going to do it. So then He causes an interruption. A girl. Now he's distracted. And then at that moment, he grabs the arm of the hero and stabs his own heart with the dagger. But since he didn't actually hold the dagger, right? It was the other guy was holding it. He accomplished his goal. He made his dream become a reality. And because of that, he destroyed the comment and the evil spirits that forced him to keep reliving this eternal torment of his memory, his experience. He got to his dream through a completely other path. He had set it up so that no matter what happens, he would still achieve it. He knew that there was a really good chance that Noel wouldn't be able to, right? Like he learned from this guy, right? It's different. So he set it up in such a way that no matter what happens, he could still find a way to accomplish his desired storyline. Because you see now, what if that character hadn't gone through with it and he was trying to push him this entire time to finish him, right? He took it away from him. Do you guys understand? Like he wasn't going to end that character and release the chaos and the light. He wasn't going to. So it means he took away the choice from the other character. And that's when we all get destroyed, is in that moment. That's the moment when all of us get destroyed. That's the ultimate weakness of every single one of us. Do you guys understand? That is the problem. That's the area. That's the whole thing today that we're deconstructing, that we're deciphering, that we're figuring out how to handle. Because until you get to a point where you know how to respond in that moment, we're vulnerable. We're vulnerable. Because it's not even attachment, right? You guys get it? Like, it was what you were using for your purpose, for your function, that thing that was driving you toward the end, like the storyline, whatever that was. So if they take away that choice, that was going to be the thing that leads you there. Do you guys understand? All of a sudden, it's like, hey, how can I go outside if the door is missing? I'm just in a room with just walls. Do you guys get it? That's what it is. That's what they do to every single one of us. That's the world that has been created by these dark spirits. And I'm saying that even though that character in this story was the villain, he had figured it out. We need to create at least two paths for ourselves where no matter what happens, will still occur. Now, there's, of course, they're not going to be the same. But do you guys understand that no matter what happens, we will still reach our storyline? It's going to have a different impact. Everything. But you guys realize all of a sudden we start stacking things on whichever direction we end up going. And now what you're going to realize is once you break free from that, from the eternal paradox, when you break free from that, you get to a point where as things start occurring, you can start deviating and choosing. Doesn't mean it's fun. Doesn't mean it's cool. Doesn't mean it's exciting always because, well, you had a plan. You had the path. But then you also take from the other character, Noel, what he was saying. He's like, shouldn't we be enjoying it like every minute? And I'm like, you're right. Change the current path to make it more enjoyable. But what's actually the key? Is it getting it perfect? Is viewing anything as a reward? Is it drinking coffee and croissants? Is it saying Merry Christmas? Or is it doing a progression climb? What if it's none of those? What if it just, the whole point of it was we needed to reach a state of it doesn't matter? It's a hard one to decipher and to sit with, because for so long I mean, even I talked about it or 2 days ago when I talked about when I creating this higher purpose storyline. So that's what gives us meaning. It gives us purpose. It gives us direction. It gives us, and I've also tied it to like the shepherd path, the shepherd vest, the shepherd talisman, and the star diplomat, right? Everything's a reminder to heal. Two gods aligned, you and I, the light spirit. Yet now I'm telling you, hey, we worked so hard to get you to develop a higher purpose storyline, to believe, to have hope, to try. And now I'm telling you, I want you to get to a point where it doesn't matter. Yet again, do you see it's an eternal paradox? It's like in one place, this thing of scales of balance, like in one place we want, hey, higher purpose storyline, what any bad that you see, what is it? A reminder for like how far we've come. It's a reminder to heal, a reminder to make the world better. But then at the same time, I'm like, it doesn't matter until we get to a point where it's completely balanced. And you just close the book and you realize, wait, walk. We have to just walk forward like a lion, no matter what happens. Now, I want you guys to understand, I'm fighting against that. I'm fighting against that we have to choose this path. That is my whole reason now for fighting still so hard versus these things, because I want them to realize that it shouldn't have to be this way. It shouldn't have to be that people that struggle so hard to develop a higher purpose and figure out paths and try to find, they're finally trying, they finally starting to develop some courage, finally some hope, they finally have some belief, they finally healed, they're finally on a light path, have to deal with these setbacks, these things that are taken from them without a choice. Or even if they chose, something happened on that choice that disrupted everything. And I'm saying that that's what we're fighting against. Yet I have a choice. You guys see today's theme. I have a choice. Do I, as the world currently operates, not longer if I have my way? But do you guys get it? As if you're all free, then we can all choose. But we have a choice at that point. Until it changes, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Are we just going to give up? We're just going to sit back and say, well, my dreams can never become reality. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but we know where we're headed. They've been forcing us to choose between bad or worse for far too long. So I say, what if we force them to choose between good or better? And that's what we're going to decipher today. How can we get to that point where we can now that we're going to learn to understand our worth, why we succeed, when to face fear, when to deconstruct fear. Learn what actually matters to create, what we actually need to create and do and survive so we can try to reach a state of it doesn't matter on our walk toward our dreams. Learning how to flip any single thing that they do against us that's bad, deconstructing it, extracting the good from it, and then using it positively, regardless of the fact that it's not good. Do you guys understand? We're going to learn how to do that. But we're also going to learn just, hey, what is my actual worth? And why have I been determining it off of things that don't operate the way I thought they do? We're going to understand how the world actually operates. It's going to be a little intense, but I want people to understand, like just critic, and for a good reason, right? Because you know what you're capable of, yet they poison you to think that you're capable of less. And that's why there's so much conflict, right? Because you know what you're capable of deep down, but they've told you you're not. So then now we have this conflict of worth. So we have a lot to talk about. But you see, all these things are going to get us to the answer. Could both paths be good? Thus, it doesn't matter. So in that case, only one thing actually does, right? Is it our choice? Right now, there's a mug on the left that has water and a mug on the right that has coffee. Both are good. Both are going to help me continue my stream. Yet, which one will I choose, guys? Does it actually matter? Do you see how if you set it up in such a way so that no matter what path you walk, it's positive to the best of your ability, right? Like, hey, right now this coffee is a little cold. I'm completely fine with that now. I didn't used to be even just a year ago. It would be better if it's positive, right? Or warm. Do you guys see? It could be always a little better, but it's still positive. Gives me energy. I enjoy coffee. Has a lot of positive associations. My leg girl, right? Like all this stuff. But then I look over there and I see like, my boob girl. But the mug, right? You can see like I'm just showing you guys like how it is. We have a lot of choices to make. But if we set it up right now, understand, if right now there's a gust of wind and it knocks over this coffee mug and I lose the coffee, or maybe the mug cracks and shatters, I still have the water over here. Would I have rather have chosen one of the two completely? Yes. But now I choose what to do after that. Okay, so I drank water. I'm like, okay, so what's my next step? Hey, maybe I gather the mug, the shattered pieces. Maybe I place them in this little tin back here, right? Like maybe I do that. I'm like, let's put that in here. Just as a reminder for how far we've come. That's a progress check-in. Does not, that wasn't the path that I would have wanted to walk. But you guys understand, I still made a choice after what happened. And until we get to that point, we are controlled by the eternal paradox. Once we're at that point, for the first time ever, we control the eternal paradox. So now that I've talked this out, I'm like, have we all been worried about nothing? Have we actually all been worried all this time about nothing? Because as long as we just know what like the end storyline is, it just actually doesn't really matter. So because why? Because now we can just create new, right? Like I created a new approach after that happened, right? Put the piece of the mug in there. I know that's a hard one for people to swallow. It's a dance. Do you guys get it? Like we live and we learn. It just doesn't matter because we can always create new. It doesn't change the fact that it will always be sad or it will always be disappointing. Do you guys understand? It doesn't change the fact because that mug should have never fallen and cracked and shattered. Do you guys get it? And you're going to learn why, though. I'm telling you guys, this is the answer because once you realize that could there actually be things in this world that can force that to happen because you think that it was something that you did. And I'm not saying that there wasn't even a 1% chance for you to avoid it, right? Like if I just had my hand permanently, just so you can't see, but if I had my hand permanently like this, right? And if it goes over here, it falls, right? In the mug. Do you guys get it? Like the wind won't be able to knock it over. Yet I ask you, is that really living at that point? If we have to be spending every single second trying to prevent anything bad. And I think a lot of us try that. It's still living. But what if we just learned when we need to face fear and when we need to deconstruct it? And now since we can create new, we can just choose. Again, regardless if they take it, if we set it up so that no matter what they do, it's always going to be our desired storyline, not in the way we wanted it, right? Hey, I wanted to drink coffee from this mug, but hey, maybe I can drink coffee from another mug now. Do you guys get it? Like, So, how do we succeed to gain the courage to make dreams become real? That's what we're going to talk about today. So, with that said, I'm going to put this mug back there. I'm going to serve myself a new cup of coffee because, well, this is what happened, right? The wind blew it over, and now I have to put it back there because I just got to keep going. And we're going to start talking about courage to make dreams become reality. Why do we succeed? And when? So it's just going to be a quick 5-minute break, and then we're going to get started. Actually, it's going to be maybe 10 because I'm just going to make sure that I let my dog out, but he's in a great state. So we'll be right back, and then we're going to get started. Okay. All right. So, Leanne, just wanted to say hello to everyone. Right, Leanne? You good? He's the hero. He went back to becoming the hero. There were some interruptions that happened yesterday that they tried to make him not be the hero, but he chose to be the hero again. Because once a shepherd, always a shepherd. He's starting to hear it back. Okay. Full screen. Let's do this. So on this break, I was analyzing some choices, some decisions, some paths, some approaches, because that's the theme of today, right? Everything's a choice. Everything is about how the lighting has changed. How can we get to where we want to go, right? The end. Yet I told you guys that it doesn't really matter the things that we do to get there, as long as we are doing the things that are good for us. It doesn't really matter exactly the order. It doesn't really matter when they happen. Sure, you can keep stacking. So like, hey, if I already had water, maybe I should drink a little more water, right? But it doesn't actually really matter the order. As long as we do end up doing all of them or most of them eventually, right? We'll get there, right? So I'm like, wait a minute. Why am I like, I truly was like, I was having like a dilemma. I'm like, oh, this is so good. See, this, I like to live and practice what I'm talking about as it's happening so that I can feel what you guys are going to go through, because I've been spending a lot of time on this, right? This is what I've spent on. This is why I didn't actually stream. I had to make some decisions and had to respond to things that they were doing to me and decide how I was going to respond. Yet I was like, I choose. I now created a good and better situation. So let's begin by first doing an interrupt. And there's many interrupts that I could do around me. We've all been practicing this, right? I'm rearranging one thing that got moved, which is a reminder to heal. Everything's a reminder to make the world better, right? Once a shepherd, our shepherd vest, right? Just start diplomat. Thanks, you. Let's do this. I'm sure you guys have noticed that there's some changes back there, right? Always rearrange some things. Every day, I encourage all of you to rearrange a few things. Doesn't matter what they are, okay? So if I'm not going to stream, if I didn't stream yesterday. So what I did is I rearranged the kitchen. I moved the microwave. I moved like where the knives, the coffee machine was. I moved where the trash was. I moved all those little things, so like where the soap is, where the towels are, where all those little stuff. First of all, so that I see different things, but also just to break programs. So if you're not going to do something like a streaming activity or a creation activity, because either you're recharging or you got attacked or disruptions happen and you had to respond to them and they threw off your path, but hey, how could I still make it better? You guys see, I chose to do that. Now today, I rearranged some things just around here. So it doesn't have to be like this grand experiment path, right? You guys could just choose to do something like this, where I chose my background. I modified my background. I modified the things in front of me. And that's enough. Remember we talked about it yesterday. You guys now know what a lot of those things are. So there's a paper in there that says, when all changed, when we healed. I'm proud of myself. We got this. But it also has a song on there. And that's the one that I chose that I'm going to sing. What I'm made of. No, 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 no. And we're going to do a little challenge for it. I'm trying to show you guys how you can create little fun challenges for yourself to start practicing, start developing your skills, to start breaking programming, to get into flow, to quiet the mind. But the first interrupt that I'm going to actually choose to do, remember what we talked about, what I was going to do with this? Well, I'm going to do it right now. Thank you. Oh, something fell. We're just got to accept that. It's cool. I still see it. It has the benefit that I want, but now we have more stuff in our background and they represent something to me. I'm like, hey, this is the moment when I chose to put that back there for a reason, right? That it was going to be the answer to my next path. So I was going to choose an activity. And when I'm looking for the piece of paper that has what I'm looking for, I'm going to talk to you guys about it, right? So there's an activity that I call the lyrical transcription challenge, okay? So think of it like a song that you enjoy. A lot of them have come from videos that I have enjoyed in the past. And put it up, play, like maybe when you're like showering or getting ready, or maybe when you're making breakfast or things. I've always tell you guys to have music going in loop, but I very rarely recommend lyrical songs just because of the nudges that it can have. But if it has an overall positive, or the lyrics are positive for you, be careful, because they'll try to poison them, but it's okay, right? You can counter it. But point being, you have it playing, you have it on loop. Get a piece of paper, get a notebook. So I encourage all of you to do this right now. Get a piece of paper or a notebook. You should have one anyway. You should be taking notes. Not for me. Do it for yourself. I'm telling you, it helps you process it. It helps you learn it, because it's a reinforcement when you see it. So what ends up happening is that, so let's say like what I'm going to do is think of it like I'm going to practice it for you. This is a song on loop. We're going to make it a little more challenging. I'm not going to repeat it. So whatever you get, whatever you write down is what you get. Okay. And we might repeat it throughout the stream. We might not, but you have to figure out how you're going to set it up. Right. So what do I mean by that? So what's your tactic to see how can I get all the lyrics that I want, right? So if you have the song playing on loop, on repeat, the first time you're going to start developing strategies on how I can do this. Like, should I like write out, like put like a line to show that, hey, this is a line, and then here's another line, like here's another line. So then if you have it on loop and repeat, right? Like this time I'm going to focus on these two. Next time I'm going to focus on these two. Or do you like, hey, do I just write down the words, like 1 or 2, 3 words as I hear them? Because they're going to just keep singing, right? You have to, how can you get all the lyrics if they just keep singing and they don't stop? Because it's easier if you can pause, right? You heard it, you pause, you write it down. You didn't get it all, rewind, heard it, write a little more, rewind. You see, like that's possible. And that's okay if you want to do that approach. That works. I just want you guys to know that works. But people are like, why would you just not Google it? And I'm like, exactly. That's the whole point. We're trying not to rely on that. We're trying not to search. We're trying to make it ourselves, because it's possible to do it ourselves. But it's a self-intentional challenge, a self-intentional limit, a progression push. Also, it's to quiet the minds, to break the paths. It's a glorious interrupt, and it also gets you into flow. It's an activity that changes your focus. So any song that you like, truly, even maybe one that you already know. But I would encourage one that you don't fully know everything, because if you already know exactly all the lyrics by heart and you can write them out, well, then it kind of defeats the purpose of the exercise. Remember, this is a learning exercise, but it's also a way you can learn new songs. Just so you guys know, this is a way you can learn new songs. This is a way you could, just a reminder here, they are not happy that we're talking about this. Of course they're not. So what you can do then, right, is, like I said, maybe you guys are going to figure out your approach. But the whole point is, don't pause the song. Just let it go through, and then try to write as much as you can. I'm giving you guys some suggestions up front, because I know a lot of you haven't broken your conditioning yet. So I want you to think about it like this. When you're doing it, there's going to come some points where you could even make the challenge hard. You'd be like, well, whatever I get with one version of it, one listen is what I have, and I can't listen again until tomorrow. So you're like, well, what are you going to do? Are you going to just have empty lyrics there? Okay. Then how will you sing it? Will you hum it? Will you whistle? Sure. Or do you just write whatever lyric there? Or do you replace the lyric with your own thing? You're like, but that's not the correct lyric. And I'm like, all of a sudden now practicing, hey, does it actually really matter? What if it's like the line is like talking about the Star Diplomat, but then you don't write Star Diplomat, and you just write, can I write like Phoenix Diplomat? Because you missed the word star. Do you guys get it? It might change a little bit the song, but it works for you, right? No one's grading you. This is just for you. So when you start practicing that, because it breaks the conditioning of I have to get it right. You now are developing a strategy on how can I get all the words. And then again, normally you can just re-listen to it, right? But don't pause. Don't make it a little more challenging for yourself. But if you really want to push yourself in one push, see how much you can get. It completely changes the game, and it's fun. You can learn you sing a new song. You guys see, like, I'm just trying to show you guys there's so many little areas where we can create these intentional challenges. And I learned most of these things from playing video games, like how to do so, how to create these intentional challenges, and how to push myself even further in video games. And then I started applying it to every single aspect of my life. I'm going to trying to push you guys to try them out, but I'm telling you, it's the way. It's the secret to everything, to the unlocks. So I'm going to sing a song that I've been wanting to sing for a while. I've already sang pieces of it just because it's part of one of my like my World of Warcraft shield and just my progression shield and everything. And it also represents is related to like Sonic. It doesn't matter now what happens. I will never give up the fight. Follow me. I'll set you free. Trust me, and we will escape from the city. All right, it's all related to that. Live and learn. Na 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 na. Na, na, na. Heroic Breath Black progression. So I'm going to sing a song called What I'm Made of. And I'm just going to listen to it once. I don't even have all the lyrics written down. I did write them down once doing this, but I was like, these are the parts that matter. So there's going to come a point where you're going to see that I don't have all the lyrics. So I'm just going to hum it and whistle it during that part. But I might try to say some of them with you. You've probably never heard this song. Afterwards, you can listen to it. What I'm Made of, Crush 40, right? It's from Sonic Adventure 2 or something like that, or Sonic Heroes. Doesn't matter. What I'm Made of. And try to transcribe as many lyrics that you can from my singing. Whatever happens, happens. Do you guys get it? Right? It doesn't matter if you get the wrong words. Doesn't matter if you miss some. But see how many you can get. And there's going to be one point where I repeat some lines, and then maybe you can get them right. But again, don't worry about that. What we're doing is the whole goal of this is to practice breaking our conditioning. All right, let's do this. Okay, I'm just going to put the song on the back. I'm first going to take a bite of cereal because remember, something like that to break your conditioning during a little path. And who knows, maybe later in the stream we'll do it again. Or we'll do a different song. Because that's really what I was about to choose. I was going to do one or two songs. And I'm like, wait a minute. It doesn't even matter. I can do both. I could do both back to back. Or I could do the second one later. Or I could save it for another time. Or I could just do this one twice. You see, I'm like, wait a minute. It's all positive. They're both good. It just doesn't matter. Okay? So here we go. What I'm Made of. Da, 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 da. I don't care what you're thinking as I turn today, 'cause what I have in my two hands is enough to set me free, set me free. I resist it all the time. When it is just too much to take, you sneak up from behind. Is it me you say you looking for? Let me show you who I am and what I'm here for. Here for. Hey, hey, yeah! Trying to reach inside of me, trying to get my effigy. Let me show you just what I'm made of. Simple curiosity, trying to take the shepherd out of me. Let me show you just what I'm made of now. Like a million faces, I recognize them all. As they fall. There's a reason. Is it me you say you looking for? Let me show you who I am and what I'm here for. Here for. Hey, hey, yeah. Trying to reach inside of me, trying to get my effigy. Let me show you just what I'm made of. Simple curiosity, trying to take the shepherd out of me. Let me show you just what I'm made of now. Are we ready? One more time. Guitar solo. Perfect time to practice an interrupt. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm inside of me, trying to get my effigy. Let me show you just what I'm made of. Simple curiosity, trying to take the shepherd out of me. Let me show you just what I'm made of. Una vez más, trying to reach inside of me, trying to get my effigy. Let me show you just what I'm made of. How'd you guys do? Did you get some lyrics down? Was it challenging? Now, when you're doing it, right, you're going to have the music right there. You'll have background music playing at the same time. So it makes it maybe a little easier, maybe makes it harder. I don't know, actually. I've never done it without just listening to someone else. And you can see how it goes. And again, you can put self limitations, like I'll only do it once. Now, if we did it again, I don't care what you're thinking as I turn to. You see, like all of a sudden now you're like, oh wait, that's the what he. That's in my two hands enough to set me free. Set me free. You guys see, like all of a sudden, like, oh, that was the word. Now you start having like little blanks that you can fill in. Do we see like activities like this can completely change the game for you? And it helps get, I'm telling you, if you guys do this, it helps get you into flow, helps you learn a new song. It's fun. And all it is you had music and a piece of paper. Do we get it, guys? Things like this. Super powerful. I hope you guys had fun with that. I did. It was fun. And that's really where I was going with this. So a lot of these topics are very intense. A lot of these topics are very overwhelming. There's a lot of complexities to it. There's a lot of nuance to each thing. So I try to throw in some of these things just to make it a little simpler, but also everything I'm doing has a extreme amount of knowledge and value to be gained from. Right? None of it is an accident. Yet, I'm not trying to protect you. I'm not trying to harm you. I'm not trying to simplify it. I'm just trying to give you the full experience. Everything you need to finally make your own choices. To be free. To show everyone what you're made of. Right? So now if you guys listen to that, what I'm made of, you can attach it to this. And you guys will have a lot of positives to it. And it's a great song. Now, it might not be necessarily your cup of coffee, but if it gets the job done. If not, then just choose your own. Okay? All righty. Let's do this. So I'm now going to put on some background music. I was going to do a different one, but I'm going to choose this one now. It's called The Beginning of the End. And it's from Final Fantasy 0, type 0. But just if you type in The Beginning of the End, Final Fantasy, you will pop it up. And I'm going to loop it. Okay? There's no right or wrong answer. If you guys want to use a different song, that's fine. I'm just saying that's what I'm using right now to teleport me to where I want to go. I was going to use a different song, but I decided, I'm like, wait, let's try this one. But I can also still always go back to the other one. You guys see? Good or better? Or as you guys are going to start catching on, different. Our path. Okay. if someone came up to you right now and asked each one of you, hey, talk to me about something. You're like, okay, what's up? What does it take to have the courage to make your dreams become reality? You're like, oh my gosh. You're going straight for the final question, right? I'm like, there's no other way. It's like going up to a girl and like, hey, I want you to marry me and we're going to have kids and we're going to create an organization together. Right? Think of it like that, guys. It's like, she's like, whoa. But then I'm like, hold on. I'm not asking you to. I'm saying, let's talk about it. What would it take to get there? How can we figure it out? Now, of course, right, if they don't respond well, it's because of their conditioning, all this stuff like that. But do you guys understand? So what would it take to wield courage to make your dreams reality? What is it that stops us? What is it that prevents us? Have you guys ever thought about that? We've talked about it extensively over the last 22 days. All of it matters. All of it's connected to this. Just so you guys know, it's all building on one after another. But why? Like, why wouldn't we try? Like, do you guys understand? Like, there's a lot of reasons. And some of them are valid and some of them aren't. But if they feel valid, they are valid. Do you guys get it? If you guys are like, well, I can't drink water right now because I don't want people to know that I have a Star Wars My Way mug because that's embarrassing. It's not. But if that's how you feel about it, do you guys understand? Like, it is real for you. That will prevent your dream from becoming a reality. Like, what was your dream in that moment? I wanted to drink water. You guys get it? It's as simple as it. It's as simple. It doesn't even have to be anything super complex. And as you start going down this path, the majority of you are going to realize and piece together. I'm just making sure that they haven't muted anything because they've been really good. I have to give them props, but maybe they're just finally enjoying the performance. It doesn't mean that. I caused myself a little intro, but that's good. I really just want people to understand, like, there's no wrong. Like, if it's real for you, it's real. So think of it like this. Going back to the eternal paradox. Remember, we always have to keep choosing the good or better. So we're using this opportunity right now as an interrupt. It's an excellent interrupt for all of us. Do you guys understand? So I recommend everyone take a drink, take your coffee, take a bite of the meal that you use to break your conditioning. Sometimes it's good to slow down. Sometimes it's fun to slow down. Back in the day, I used to play video games. I still do, but what I mean is there'd be parts that I knew were my favorite part. I've replayed it, or just like something that I was really looking forward to, like especially like if they've been building it up for a while. I'm thinking like a character, like a villain. They call them boss fights, right? It's like a big battle, and you just know, like, ooh, this battle is going to be a lot of fun. You just know, right? You know, you're looking forward to it. The song that's going to play in it, like the battle itself. And sometimes there's like even like a dungeon or like a temple or like a path or areas to explore before it. Yet you know that battle is next. Maybe sometimes they throw in some surprises and there's some other ones that happen before that battle. But in general, you just are like, I can't wait to fight this battle. So you kind of start rushing through things. You start skipping things. You start not appreciating as much. And I say appreciate, who am I to say, right? But I'm just saying from my own experience. Okay, you guys decide, but I have a feeling you guys are going to relate. I'm like, ooh, I really want to talk about this part that's coming up in an hour. So I'm like, maybe should I just rush through this part and get there in 20 minutes? So when we start doing that, we start devaluing value. And like, for example, I know we talked about, right, is part of the answer enjoying the journey. And it is. It's more to that, though. But if my entire purpose, my entire goal storyline, right? Just so you guys know. Now that you guys have the context and you understand outlooks, right? It's just positive shield paths. If that's just, hey, I want to make that organization with the girl and the kid, no matter what. I'm just like, okay, what can I do tomorrow? I'm like, all right, I'm going to call the girl or text the girl that I'm trying to, or like send her a message. Okay. And then maybe I'm like, I need to get a perfect picture. So you hear the words that I'm saying, guys, right? I need to get a perfect picture, so I'm going to get a haircut. Oh, I need to spend money? I think my hair's great, but nope, got to do that because that's what people say. All right. Oh wait, I need to get a car now because otherwise she's going to think I'm lazy. Okay. And then it has to be an expensive one, and I need to have a high paying job. Okay. You guys see like what ends up happening? What ends high paying job right now? We rush the experience. We rush the thing. And I'm like, what about all the choices, all the paths on the way there? Now, the most important thing, the only thing that matters truly, I know I said the answer is it doesn't matter, but there's only one thing that matters, is that you're always progressing, you're always climbing, always walking forward. Because everything you do can lead up to that, right? Do you guys understand? Like, even if it's not an action right now that will get me closer, like, hey, am I getting one step closer to talking to that girl that I'm going to have a kid with and build this organization with? Technically, no. Right? Like technically I'm not doing anything directly tied to her or to that. Yet, what if it's just like, and it's nothing related with her, but what if I'm just becoming the person I want to become so that then I'm ready to build that organization? Most of us don't even think about that part. We're so worried like, well, I give up on love. I'm never going to try again. So we never even try to start building ourselves back up to get to the point where maybe we could. Because guess what? If I do the whole climb and I'm there, even if I don't get her or the kid, I can still build the organization by myself. Do you guys understand? But like, isn't that a failed storyline? I'm like, is it? Just because I said that that's failed? Are you guys starting to piece this together? Like, what is it that actually gives us the courage to make our dreams become reality? What is it? Right? A lot of people might relate to this. You have dreams. You have hopes, yet it feels impossible. Most of you, and this is not a brag, this is not a competition. I'm just like trying to give you guys the context behind my situation, which is I know I'm battling against these things. Do you guys understand? Every single day, every single second, there's things that are happening. And when we get to the next segment, you'll hear a little bit more about that. But once you understand all that, it's really hard because I now know. And also they did things to me. We're going to talk about this, when we should actually face our fears and walk into the fire willingly, right? Heroic magma for progress, or when we should actually just take a step back and just deconstruct them and avoid them, but really because we don't need to, right? When is it? What is it the time to face the fears? And when is the time to just deconstruct them and flip them, right? There's two different things. And those courage to make our dreams become reality. But what if you realize that something can actually attack you and stop you that is out of your control? You're like, well, yeah, of course. But I mean, no, like truly, like you guys might have heard the narrative term called Deus Ex Machina. Right? I think of Mega Man X Command Mission. Reddits, dun, 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 dun. Like that's a video game that had, it was the last challenge in the game. And the character, that was like a representation of like a evil virus god. Okay. And that was poisoning the world. Kind of like what it is, right? And it would do that attack every so often. It was a very brutal attack that would like do a lot of damage to you. It would just, but what is that actually as in a narrative term that most of you guys understand it as, like in movies or books and video games? It's an event that has no logical reason or path, or path wasn't built up properly. And I tell you, the majority of us, including myself, because I learned how to become a writer and write stories, I always viewed them very negatively. I viewed them as a cop-out. I viewed them as a cheap way to just get characters from one spot to the next. What am I telling you guys? That based on my experiences in my life journey, I've now deciphered and identified that Deus Ex Machina is not only just real, but it's actually them. Now, you can argue, is that to make it more challenging? Is that to make it fun? Is that to make it interesting? Is that to hurt us? Is that, you guys see, like, I'm not even talking about that. I'm not going to spend any time today on that part. That is something that we've talked about in the past, and there is value to thinking about it, but it's just to help us start analyzing how to think about things differently. That's the only value. Like, why would they do that to us? See, like, you can get lost there. I have gotten lost there many times. Still, once in a while, I'm like, I don't get it. I still don't. I still my time analyzing that because it doesn't make sense to me, right? I've tried to come up with 20 million answers, and I can't comprehend it. Especially now that they know that someone fully understands, can communicate with them, and could serve as their diplomat and to be the bridge between the spiritual world and the human physical world. Like, you have everything in front of you guys, and yet you continue to attack and suppress. Anyway, you guys get it? So I'm telling you, in my life, I have full on seen and experienced myself that they're capable of creating an impossible event to stop me or to help me. Like, I pushed it to that limit, right? Like, because I started having my suspicions, and I was like, is it really possible that, because I was worried that everything was predetermined, and it's not. Just so people understand, they almost guarantee things. Just so you guys know, they almost guarantee things to 100% because the majority of us never break our programs, never break our insecurity, fear locks, or traumas. We're attached to things. We have desires. We have hopes. They know how to use the lever of failure to control us. We have a fear of betrayal. We're afraid of path starters, things that could actually get us down to like committed on something, or maybe poison something, or reattach. Like all these things that we've talked about throughout my entire journey. We care about what people think. We care about the outcome. If you start going fully on a life path and everything's just going around your heel, now you actually care about that people get the answers, because most people never even get to that. They're so worried about their personal reward, or how it looks, how they look, or what they are, what's in it for them. Most people never get to the point like, oh, I want the outcome to be good, right? But they think personally. I'm saying you get to the point where you think about the outside outcome, but then even I realized there was yet another one, which is like you care about what am I, or will I give them the answer, right? If people listen to this, will they actually heal? Will they grow? Do you guys see, like, I still perform in such a way to try to make that happen, but I can't care anymore. And regardless if it's positive or negative, you might listen to this and you might actually take a risk and leap, and something bad might happen in your life because of it. And I have to be not only perfectly okay with it, I have to smile and be like, good job. Do we understand? That's not easy for a lot of people. Like, I could push my brother right now to take a leap and like, hey, well, let's try to get girlfriends, okay? And maybe he does and he gets hurt again. Do you guys understand? I have to be okay with that regardless of what happens. That's not easy for a lot of people, because it's easy when you're like, even like it was easy for me to detach from like, well, whoever's listening right now, I don't know who you are, right? Unless you comment and say, hey, I'm listening. Now I have starting to gain some attachment. But if I know, for example, my brother is, and then something bad happens, I know it's because of me. And I'm telling you, I had to destroy all these chains. So everything that I just talked about, guys, and there's some that I forgot right now, but it doesn't matter. There's already enough. You probably are overwhelmed. Those are all the things that they use to control us. And we're not even talking about like repeated conditioning, right? Like, hey, for example, like I'm more conditioned to like, let's say, girls with legs, or like certain dresses, or like certain bikinis, or like maybe like, right? Like all these things, right? That's still, but until you can break everything and you're fully free, you can't choose. Which means that if they presented a girl with a certain bikini color, or like a certain look, and then they did something else, like, do you guys get it? Like, I would probably walk down that path to maybe talk to her, or at least just sit near her. I was controlled by all those things rather than my own free will, my own choice. So I'm telling you what I realized. First of all, that's terrifying, right? Because you guys realize, wait a minute, that's what I'm saying. It's not 100% guaranteed. It's not predetermined, but it's almost, unless you break free. Like, when I'm listening, when I set up this path for everything that I'm doing today on the stream, I balanced it. I listened to every song. I wrote down multiple options per area. And even then, like, do you guys see, like, I'm choosing and changing my path throughout randomly. But if I'm like, I had to follow exactly what's written down here, exactly the way it is, well, that's that. Also, there was a minor interruption. It was a positive thing. Do you guys get it? Like, I made it positive. I flipped it positive. I deconstructed and I made it positive. Yet that could have, for some of you, that would have destroyed everything. It's like, oh my gosh, well, now my stream is ruined. Now, like this, because this is just a record. I'm not going to edit it. Do you guys get it? This is as it is, as it is. This is all part of the experience. Are you guys starting to piece this together? So what I'm trying to say is that I realize when I'm outside, inside to a certain extent too, my reality, your reality is maybe different. That if right now they wanted to make someone run at me and like punch me or knock me over while I'm holding my dog and we get hurt, they can do that. And now I might have caused fear in you, and that's good because now I'm going to try to show you guys how we destroy it. But do we understand? Like, I realized that was possible. And I'm like, oh my gosh, yet the majority of us never experienced that in our lives. I'm telling you, they don't target you like that because you're not a threat. And this is a good thing. It's a good thing to be a nobody. Do you guys understand? It's a good thing to be a nobody to them. Because when you become a somebody, now they're going to try even harder to disrupt and destroy your life. Whether or not, like now, when we're done listening to everything that I've talked about today, you're going to be able to flip it and deconstruct it and use it actually to help you gain even more courage to make your dreams become reality. So it's going to be okay. Majority of you, we never even get to the point where you get attacked. I'm telling you that they did things that are impossible. That's why I caught on that Deus Ex Machina is actually real. That's them. They can make events happen. Okay. Now, there's counters that we can do, like not interact and all, but we talked about it another time. I just want people to understand there are things that we can do to counteract their Deus Ex Machina. If you just ignore it and you never engage with the storyline, 99% of them just die and the event never continues. Take that as you will, guys. But you guys understand, like, there's things that we can do. Yet, what I want you all to focus on right now is I want you to be a little afraid. Imagine that. Someone is trying to heal you. Someone is trying to help you grow. Is trying to intentionally cause you to have a little fear. But also, I want all of you to realize that the majority of you, what's actually stopping you is an idea. You actually never got attacked to this point. You never basically had like a thing hit the ground and then like a dark spirit popped up and it's like, all right, now I'm going to make you and your dog fall. Whoa, what? Like, I'm saying to that level, guys, most of you never had an experience like that. Yet you believe that something is going to stop you to that level. So that means you're being stopped by an idea. You're not being stopped by an actual attack. They're two separate things. Very, very different. Very, very different, right? Think of it like the people who are afraid of the hurricane or the zombie apocalypse versus someone who actually sees the hurricane storm or like a tidal wave coming at them, or they see 1,000 zombies charging at them. Do we understand? The majority of us, I used to be one of you, from even trying to have the courage to make our dreams become reality. It's just the idea that there might be a tidal wave, the idea that 1,000 zombies might charge at us. And I'm telling you, I figured out, even having the tidal wave come at me, having the zombies charge at me, how we can still flip it, overcome it, and continue our dreams to make them reality. Do we understand? It's a choice. It's a choice. It's the eternal paradox. Again, we have two paths, but we can actually even make a third, our own. But I just want you to think about it from two. Anytime something happens, you can choose how you navigate it. You know what the end storyline is, right? We start at the end. I'm like, okay, zombies. There's something that we can do each time. And we're going to talk about here in depth the difference between what we do when the idea presents and what we do when the attack presents. There's a really good chance that most of you will never experience an attack. Just so we know. Just so you guys know, the majority of humans, from my experience, from what I've studied, never actually experience an attack. And if they do, it's because they made a mistake. Now, you can get baited to make a mistake. But I'm telling you, the majority of us, we never actually experience attacks. Most of it's just ideas. And that's enough to stop all of you. So why would they? Because it's a lot harder to fabricate an attack. Because think about all the moving pieces. Pretty much everyone that I know in my reality that great distance from, like friends and family back in the day, all of them just are exclusively stopped by ideas. No, not any actual attacks. I want you guys to all think about that. Have I really been stopped by an attack, or I've been stopped by the idea of the attack? I'm telling you that I get attacked daily by things, and I'm still doing this every single day. Not an idea, daily. So one of the things I want people to consider is this next segment and how I talk about it, and even just what I've already talked about, is my experience and has been changed a little bit every single time because it's what I'm experiencing daily, right? I just want people to understand. Those are in depth today. That's what they want me to do. I want you guys to understand that, like, it was really hard for me to overcome this part because I almost didn't even want to talk about this, because when you realize something's trying to push you down a certain path, well, it changes things, right? And we're going to talk about that in the next segment, about what happens when we realize that, hey, is it actually our choice? Did we actually get, what's the source of our choice? Did we make the decision, or did something else? Maybe we made the final choice, but if 9 out of 10 things that led us to that final thing was something else, do we understand? Like, that's different. It changes things. Doesn't mean it's always bad. But I'm like, wait a minute. I got to a lot of these answers and these conversations, these topics, because of the things that they were presenting and doing to me. And that bothered me, right? Because like I told you guys, like, that's why I had to decipher how to flip it. I'm like, I didn't want to talk about it because I'm like, I don't know what you guys get. I've been responding positively to it to try to like flip it to sort of there's answers, right? But then I realized I'm like, I had to take a step back. I had to take a step back and analyze everything. I'm like, I just normally I've been trying to stream every day and I don't have to, right? I have to when it gets really bad. But today I'm streaming not because it got really bad. I want people to understand that. But I was like, I might take a break for a few days, and then if I get like start getting poison, I'll stream, and because it heals me. At this time, I'm choosing to stream when I want to, for positive. Do you guys even hear the words I'm saying? And then, yet they attacked me. They caused problems. They caused issues, and I'm just like, they can manipulate our dreams. They can push things in our head when we're sleeping. Just so you guys are aware. And they were giving me information that I could talk about on this stream, on all the streams. And I'm like, was it my light spirit or was it the dark? You know, it's not always so easy, right? Because what if like they're like, well, we can't stop him anymore from streaming. What if we just make him talk about the things that we want? Now, well, what did I say in the beginning, the intro, which was, well, when something like that happens, that means our choice is being taken away. What do we do, right? At first, it affected me. It truly did. Just so you guys understand, like, even though I'm talking about this, I want people to understand I just went through this. It affected me because I'm like, well, what am I supposed to do? Like, I don't want to share their message because I knew the day before. Well, now it's 2 days ago, day 21. That stream, I came up with it. All those things, they were my own creations based on just little things that I did. Right? I was like, I cooked for my dog. I watched a League of Legends video game esports match for like 30 minutes, and I listened to one song from Final Fantasy X. and I came up with a full stream of answers. It was my own creation. And we're going to talk about too. That's also coming up in the next segment. Like, what do we actually need to create? So I had realized that I'm like, I don't need a lot. I don't need their suggestions anymore. I don't need info from like my family or my brother or friends or experts or whatever. I don't need that. I don't need to watch a movie right now to get inspired, right? I can just listen to like the same 20 songs that I enjoy, and I can create something amazing, something beautiful. And I can just cook for my dog, or I don't even have to go outside, right? Because outside I can get presented info. I'm like, and I can just do something. That means that I don't need to get nudged. I don't need to get inspiration. I know how to do so myself with what I already have. I could just get inspiration. I could do a stream probably just from looking at my clothes right now, because understand, like, once you reach the state that I'm talking about, we get to a point where we don't need anything. There are very few things. So I got a little overwhelmed because I'm like, well, they presented like 10 things all related to the same theme. And it really bothered me because, well, even though I responded properly, I say properly because properly for me, but I want people to move away from that word. I responded well. I could have chosen to go down a darker path, and I chose to make it positive, right? And take lessons and deconstruct it and things of that nature. But remember what I said, guys, like when you get actually attacked, what do? Right? So think about this. It wasn't an idea of it. I knew I was getting attacked. They were trying to manipulate my experiences because you guys underestimate recency and themes that are all related and interconnected, right? So right now I started talking to you guys about Spider-Man and Batman and Persona 5. Anyone can be a hero. And think about like Interstellar, the hero, and think about like in Final Fantasy, the main hero, and think about like Dragon Ball Z, Goku, the hero, and think about, do you guys understand? Like, oh, think about Obi-Wan in Star Wars, the hero, and Luke Skywalker, the hero. Do you guys get what I'm doing right now? It doesn't matter that all those are separate. We're talking about a hero. So I'm saying that they were creating a theme, right? Everything was interconnected to a theme. And that really bothered me because I'm like, what if I didn't want to talk about that? What if I wanted to create my own thing? But everything that was popping up now, and then they changed temporarily my interpretation lens because I was detoxing it and I wrote about it, but then now I started the path. And also I'm like, crap. And by the way, some of you might be completely lost right now. And that's just proof that I'm trying to show you guys that I'm doing this just to give everyone the answers, regardless if you get them or not. It is what it is, okay? If you can't follow, that's on you. So I'm saying, like, you guys don't even understand that there's things that are being presented to you all the time that are all related to the same themes, and that they start guiding your path and changing what you talk about, changing what you think about, changing what you do, changing even who you are. Even economy that have changed dramatically, know exactly how it happened, yet they have no idea. It's funny once you catch it, but it's sad at the same time, right? This is real, guys. So for me, I took this very seriously. Like, I was like, I don't want to write about this. I don't want to talk about this because this is them. Okay. So that's the setup for the next segment. I just wanted you guys to conceptualize that. So I'm a person, just so you guys know, this is just like an absurdity interrupt so people understand, but this is a real thing for me. I wanted to get people away. I was just trying to build a little fear for you guys so you guys understand, like, the fabrication is fucking real that they do. Everything that we see outside is curated to us to guide us down our path so that they change what we're thinking about, changing what we're talking about. Do we understand? It's to that level, and it's the timing of it. If someone walks by you, it's intended. Are they an illusion or are they real? That's up to you to determine. But I'm telling you, they were pushed. Like, if my dog wants to go out right now, I'll walk by someone. Okay? I'm real as far as I know. Yet, you guys see? That person now got nudged because of me, if they even glanced in my direction, even just approximation. And I'm saying it's to that level, right? They move us around like that. That's kind of scary if you think about it. Because what are we supposed to do? That means that if right now I want you to talk about like a girl having an argument with like her sibling, a brother or something, what if you walked outside and you saw a girl and a brother arguing? Do we get it? Like, now that's in your head. Even just me saying it right now it's in your head. You guys see why info is so extremely dangerous, and you should be limiting ins and preventing access to you because it changes your path. So I've come up with a solution that can fight back against this. Just so you guys know, there is a way. There's many ways. Everything we've been talking about all 23 days. But this next segment is going to talk about that in depth. So there's hope. I don't want you to give up. And actually, if anything, we flip their attacks, we flip their fabrication, we flip their manipulation against them so that we finally will learn how to value ourselves and finally determine our own worth for once in our entire life and no longer let anyone else outside ever tell us our worth or who we are. Because once you catch the fabrication and you understand how it happened, you realize, wait a minute, I've been determining my worth and value by the things that are outside, yet it's fabricated to that level. That means that it's all bullshit. I'm like, exactly, but we'll get there. But I wanted to start hyping you guys up. You guys see, like, I can guide you down paths as well. I wanted you to feel the fear. Now I want you to know that there is hope, but we're going to get to that hope. Absurdity play? I clean to break programs and to get into flow. Do you guys just heard what I said? I don't clean to clean. I don't clean to clean. If I'm cleaning, it's exclusively to break my program. So it means every time I clean, I try to clean differently. So if I always spray something with my right hand, I use my left. And I use it with music to get into flow. And so whatever next activity I do, I perform it at a higher level. Or I'm writing notes while I'm doing it. Every so often, like an idea pops up, or I'm thinking about like, okay, what am I going to do in my stream? Then I write notes while I'm cleaning it. I move my notebook somewhere else. Try to move my notebook every time a different place. Move my pens and pencils a different time, a different place. Move my keys every time a different place. Move my shoes every time a different place. All to start disrupting programs, start disrupting my path. And then I'm like, ooh, that's. And then I'm. So that then when I start creating something, what am I creating? This. When we talked about yesterday, or 2 days ago, how you can create something, but you guys are going to soon create something because you're no longer going to be afraid. It's going to be one of the key steps for you guys to start making your dreams become reality, because it's going to help you become who you're meant to be, who you always are, who you always were. But you'll get there. But I'm telling you, for me, it even begins just by cleaning or cooking. So, for example, let's say I wanted to cook or clean, like things that some of you might view as a chore. I'm saying those could be activities, and this is just for me. They might not be the same thing for you, right? I want people to understand, like, I figured this out because I used to be a kid that hated cleaning because I got deconditioned to it by my parents, making sure that I was spoiled and taken care of. So I had to figure out ways to counteract that. It was challenging to clean and do things without any reason, because I was like, I'm okay with it not being like the floor being a little dusty or the carpet not being 2 days. Do you get like out of it? And if I'm the only one experiencing it, you guys understand, like, it's not a big deal. You realize most of us start cleaning and doing things for other people, not for ourselves. I was like, okay, how can I figure this out? So I realized, hey, what if I make those activities a flow activity, or a way to get into a positive state, or a way to break programs? You guys saw yesterday or 2 days ago, I did the cooking challenge, and with food, like I made fanku crepes, right? I tried to, how can I like, each thing tells a story. The crepe told a story because it was the one that I made in the square pan and it broke. And then how can I use like a piece that broke as a tool to grab like 6 different toppings without doing the same motion each time? Can I eat it with a different hand each time? Like, all these stuff are processes of how you can break your programming, right? And that was with this thing that I have right here. So now it's a permanent reminder for my progression push. Do you guys understand how this works? This is how it's done. So that's life. That's what I use cooking and cleaning for. What do you use cooking and cleaning for? Have you guys even considered it? Do you guys understand? Like, there's so many possibilities that you guys haven't even started considering. This is why I call this the beginning of the end, because once each and every single one of you starts viewing the world this way, everything changes. I'm telling you, it could be even as simple as how do I go to the bathroom? How do I wash my hands? How do I brush my teeth? How do I put on my clothes? This is how we break free, because once we break free, we get to decide. But we're also teaching you today the tactics on how to flip everything that they do for positive, every single thing. So I'm just going to actually take a quick pee break, and then we're going to change songs, and we're going to talk about how do we succeed? Why do we succeed? When do we succeed? Here, when we deconstruct fear. But now you guys understand everything that goes into having the courage to make dreams become reality. All right. Be right back, and then we'll get started. Alrighty. How are we doing, guys? Let's do this. This is going to be a really fun segment. You good, Leon? Okay. Good job, Leon. I'm proud of you. You got this. Thanks for starting Hero Path. You're my little shepherd. You got this. Okay. Have you guys ever clearly caught that you're getting attacked by something or someone? That's never happened to any of you. But I think all of us can state that there comes a point in our life. I'm just making sure that I looped it. Doesn't matter. They're going to still make an ad play. I think that we all come to a point in our life where something just seems off, right? Like it doesn't matter how severe or not severe it is. I want people to understand this part. This is super important with what we're going to talk about next. It just doesn't matter how if it's the worst thing that's happened to you or it's a minor thing that's happened to you. It shouldn't have happened to you. Do you guys see, like, I always take it to places where you guys don't think I'm going. Like most people be like, hey, you guys got to man up. You got to just take it. You got to be grow. Like I'm telling you, whatever happened to you or whatever happened to anything you were trying should not have happened. Could be as simple as, hey, I wanted to watch a League of Legends video last night on the TV. It's the only thing I use the TV for. Or my World of Warcraft videos on YouTube. And it just didn't work. I'm saying that is unacceptable. That is not okay. Right? Like that's an attack. That's something that they stopped you. And once you start learning everything that I'm about to talk about and piece it together and keep explaining it again, but now we're going to be a little more grounded this time. Last time I went a little more spiritual. It's to instill a little fear in you guys, but now I'm going to bring you guys back down. That stuff, I'm saying that stuff like that is them. Okay. And now it could also be someone in your castle, right? Like maybe they unplugged something or maybe they turned it off, or right? Like all those things, right? So think of it like we're thinking of the highest mountain. We're also thinking of like the rock at the bottom of the base of the mountain. Okay, both those things matter, but it doesn't matter which one it is. It shouldn't have happened. But the point is, what idea of it, and it actually does happen. Hey, I'm worried that my League of Legends video on YouTube on the TV is going to stop working. Okay, I'm worried about it. I'm worried about the idea of it, the chance of it. That's not fun, right? But there's a correct play to do to counter that. But what if it actually doesn't work? Do you see that? That's a completely different approach. We have to choose a different path. We have to make, you see, like it's not as simple as we think. So I'm saying that it gets to the point where you start, because a lot of you guys might have thought of like maybe like your boss or like a friend or family member who did something to you. Yes, but I don't want you guys to get focused on those right now. We're trying to stay away from those reminders. Do you guys get it? So that's why we're going to do a little interrupt here, because I don't want you guys to focus on those things, because that's what they do. Just so you guys understand, that is what they do. They try to recreate situations from our past to make us remember the things that cause us to be insecure, cause us to be afraid, and or maybe even just where you felt embarrassed or anything. Basically, anything that caused you some kind of discomfort or annoyance. That's all they try to recreate or remind you of, guys. Do you guys understand? That's all it is. Doesn't mean that it's fun. Doesn't mean that it's easy. And then once you start realizing that it's fabricated to that level, it's terrifying. Do you guys get it? Because then you start, before you could maybe before you even missed some attacks, you felt weird, but you didn't understand it, right? Like you were like, I don't know why I feel anxiety, or I feel like a little bit of like insecurity or trauma, or feel fear, but I don't understand why. I'm saying once you understand that, like, oh wait, that ad that just played was meant for that. That gets scary, right? Because you're like, holy shit, they're constantly trying to remind me of it and they'll take me there. It changes things, even just becoming more aware of it, right? So we're going to get to that point and it's going to happen. And then you guys are going to feel these feelings. And that's what, but I wanted you guys to feel it, not from the big things, because that's what they're there. Okay. That's what they do anyway. Most of you, they don't have to try very hard because you have your castle poisoned. You have enough reminders that they don't even have to nudge you. You'll remind yourself, or you keep reliving it anyway. because you don't understand that you should detox every morning to cleanse the poison they put into you when you slept in your dreams. So you go to the bathroom, you have one reminder there, then a nudge pops up in your head, and they're in the path. And since you don't know how to interrupt, you stay there forever and you never go back on a light path. You don't know how to do those positive shields. You don't know how to create new meaning. You don't know how to practice the radial menu technique. All these things we're going to talk about today. We've talked about them already before, but I'm going to reinforce them today. So I just want you guys to know, right now I've been building up fear. Think about that. I'm saying I'm doing it intentionally. I've been building up fear because I'm trying to show you guys that despite all that, despite all the things that I'm saying, that there is a blessing to it. And we're going to tie it to how we can use their own fabrication to finally reclaim all of our worth and our value. And then I'm going to teach you guys all the little things that we can do to start creating our own choices to defeat the eternal paradox, right? So that we can finally have the courage to make our dreams become reality. And it could be even as, hey, I want to drink coffee right now. It's right here. Drink coffee. I needed some courage to do that. You guys see, like, we always think of it like this grand thing, like this grand design. And there is one, but there's small moments of victories, of courage. Like, hey, can I drink water right now? Yes. That's enough. Okay. So I want you all to focus on just small little annoyances right now when we talk about this. Okay. Don't focus on the big problems. And if you get there, I want you to get up. If they get nudged into your head, I want you to get up and interrupts. Okay. Because this the complete opposite effect of what I'm trying to get happen here. Okay, guys? We're not trying to remind you of them. We're trying to defeat them or deconstruct them. Fear. We're killing it today. Again. But this time, for good. Doesn't mean that won't pop back up because they're going to remind you of it, right? That's their attacks. That's what I'm telling you. That's what they do. But when it happens, what will you do? Now you get to choose your path. And even if they take things away, you still get to choose your path. So we're going to start with another fun activity. You guys already know what we practiced, right? What did we just do in the last segment, right? We did the lyrical song transcription thing, right? So I originally was going to choose between one of the two, and now I'm deciding to do both. So I'm looking for the lyrics where I wrote it the first time. While I'm doing that, do you guys remember how it works? So I'll tell you guys the name of the song. If you want to listen to it, you can. But I challenge you right now to just listen to my version of it and then try to see how many lyrics you can get. I'm going to sing it twice. That's what I'm actually going to do. I'm going to choose to sing it twice so that you guys can see the difference. Now you have it. Now with that information, you guys can create a strategy. I'm like, okay, if I miss some of the lyrics, I know that he's going to sing it again, the whole song, which means that do I have to actually worry about getting all the line the first time right? Maybe you can also practice, can I just fill in the blanks with the random lyrics, right? So now you see how information can change our approach. You guys see, like, we have different strategies that we can do once we know what we're dealing with. And that's really what I'm trying to get across to you guys today. There's a lot of things that might disrupt you, that might cause you to feel weird. But once you understand, like, there are, even if they take things away or even if they disrupt things, it changes it, right? Because when do we heal? When we feel like we regain control of the narrative. I want you guys to know there was a day that they disrupted me when I was going to do this challenge and some other things like the cooking challenge. I didn't do any cooking one. Maybe the next break, I'll do a little cooking challenge. I might do that, right? So you guys understand what I was going to teach the other time, but I might not. You can see that I can choose now. But I was going to sing the song and do this that day, but they had poisoned it. They did some poison. And that's just trying to attach negative things to it. Now I'm not afraid. But at that point, I didn't want to risk it. Because it's something that I already was trying to heal and attach good things to. So sometimes the choice will be to take a step back and wait. You see, like, if you're not attached to it, you can still, it's like 10, 15 days later. Do you guys get it? Like, in the grand scheme of things, is that really that long? Some of us have been operating with fears, insecurities, traumas, or issues that we've never overcome or had the courage to finally start taking steps to make our dreams become reality. It doesn't matter how small. It could be, like I said, it could be drinking water right now. That could be a dream. Okay. You see, like, we don't have to have like this grandiose dream. It's not a competition. It's an individual thing. But some of us have been operating for years, 10, 15, 20 years, trying to accomplish something, or that's our goal, right? Our storyline. Yet I'm telling you, I had one and I'm doing it now 10 or 15 days later. Yet in that moment, I mean, I overcome it, but I was pretty frustrated. Yet I still found ways around it. And now look at that. Like, you see, like, I might have been completely defeated and given up. Yet not even 2 weeks later, I'm doing it, serving as an even more powerful version of it, because now I'm using that original thing as a lesson. I'm using it as an interrupt. I'm using it as a ramp up with what I'm made of our first time. Like, do you guys get it? Doesn't mean the first time it wouldn't have been amazing. Doesn't mean that, right? Like, now this would have been the second time I'm doing it, and it would have been even reinforced. You guys, the answer is always, we need to be able to choose everything. But we're getting there. We're not there yet, but we're getting there. And hopefully by the time all of you start breaking free, and these things that are doing this to us, and even other people, if you can't conceptualize the spirits yet around you that are doing this to us, realize, wait a minute, if we just let everyone choose, if we just help make everyone believe, if we just keep encouraging, keep supporting, so that everyone has now the courage to make the dreams become reality, well, then if it's just a choice between good or better, we don't worry about the exact path. We know we're going to get to the end regardless, to the end hand in hand. That's what I'm trying to convince them of. We're not there yet. But I hope that every day we're getting one step closer. But if not, so be it. I know what my end path is, and I'm going to keep walking that direction, no matter what they throw at me. Sometimes I might have to take a day off, as I have to detox and reevaluate, take a step back and reevaluate how I'm going to approach, because they were trying to like poison things. But hey, I managed to flip their attacks into a positive stream. That's going to be extremely valuable for all of you. So this song has a very special, near and dear meaning to me. It was when I first started talking to my brother. My brother's actually the one who introduced me. So thank you, brother, for introducing this song to me. And I'm just trying to add a little more positive conditioning to him as well. Because even though that can help, right? Again, it's still up to him. When he wants to finally take the first step to heal, I'm ready, right? But until then, when there's positives, I can throw little darts of positivity that way. Do you guys get it? Because I can choose. I don't hate him. I don't despise him. On the contrary, right? But he needs to take the first step whenever he's ready. So when you guys are doing the arc and the eternal calm, if the other person in your castle isn't ready yet, it's not, doesn't mean it's fun. It's going to be extremely challenging. It would be so easy if they joined you, but there are ways around it. Okay. So what we're going to be talking about in this next segment is what I call the philosophy of the shepherd. A shepherd vest and a shepherd talisman. Maybe I'm a lion. I'm the star diplomat. Right? Everything's just a reminder to heal and make the world a better place, but also a reminder for how far we've come and how much we've dealt with. And it's really about destroying fear, right? And healing insecurity and defeating the dragon. Like, that's where it started. Much more, as you guys can tell. But this is my philosophy. And back in the day, again, this is info that I didn't even know, but back in the day, apparently, philosophers would sit around and drink coffee and talk and talk and talk and share their wisdom and their knowledge and their views and their paths and their approaches. And that's how philosophy was developed. So in some ways, you could say that I'm a philosopher now, but I don't consider myself, I don't limit myself to labels or terms anymore, right? I'm the shepherd. I'm the star diplomat. That's all. If I'm a philosopher, if I'm a guide, if I'm a Jesus, if I'm a person, it doesn't matter. Do you guys see? And we're going to get to that. I need all of you to get to that, right? Because I know who I am. I know what my worth is. Worth, right? You guys see it. I'm just executing it every single minute of the stream. And you guys are all going to get there. It doesn't matter what anyone says. It doesn't matter what anyone does. It doesn't matter what interruptions present themselves. I still am myself. Doesn't mean that it doesn't slightly change my path, but that's like we said, we can get better or good. We can always walk in the right direction, path of light and healing. I'm so proud of myself. And you guys are going to get there. You can start talking to yourself this way because you're going to remember that, well, she made us incredible. She's the reason why we won the Battle of Freedom. And we're amazing. You're amazing. We got this. So the song that I'm going to sing is called Philosopher by Yellowstone. You guys may have heard it. You may not. It's actually really interesting. By the way, coffee is also one of my shields, right? Just so you guys understand. And I'll bring me coffee. Coffee is one of my shields. I've talked about it before, but like in Westheim in Germany, that's when I first really saw the value of it. Every day around like 1 or 2 or 3 p.m., they would have coffee time. They'd eat like German pastries and desserts or cakes that my grandma Emma would bake, or my Paudel. And we would have coffee and we'd just talk. And I didn't know German as well back then when I was a little kid, but I would listen. And I would hear the stories that they would tell. And once in a while I would talk. But it was always really interesting for me, right? Like I viewed coffee as a talking interaction activity. So now, not knowing that philosophers also did that, but now I just have so much positives with it. Do you guys understand? So I'm attaching that to this. So I'm also going to write on this piece of paper that I wrote based on my stream 2 days ago, right? What is my story? But I'm going to write that. I might have already wrote that down. So if I did, it's cool. It's repeated. What made of? And then I'm going to write coffee philosopher. Coffee philosophy. And then I'm also going to write, oh, look, yeah. So I've been writing like little songs. Like this is one of like my ultimate pieces of paper, but like I have like the challenge story, greatness from small broken beginnings, Fanku crepes, no promises to keep. There's no one like me. This is my story. Maybe I'm a lion. My goddess, Shah fear. Q-tips are currency. Sure, like all these things are all my shields, right? Like just a piece of paper that has all this stuff, right? That's our old program. So now I was like, you guys see like a piece of paper with writing these things. So like if I wrote like mariachi, like estos celos, da 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 da, you can do all these stuff. Just so your shields. This is my story. Okay, so this is what I'm doing right now. I'm encourage you guys to try something like this, but you might not. It might not be your way, and that's okay. You're going to figure it out. All right. So, Philosopher by Yellowstone. Afterwards, I encourage you to check it out. It's a great song. I mean, you might enjoy it, you might not, but if you do later, you can loop it, and now it's going to be attached to destroying fear and figuring out how to succeed and determine your worth and your value and who you are. So remember, you don't have to get it right. Just try to transcribe the lyrics as I'm singing. I'm going to repeat it twice. Okay. So figure out your strategy for how you're going to get stuff. It's up to you, right? I can give you some more tips, but I think you guys at this point kind of already figured out some stuff from the first time. Like, what would I do differently, right? What mistakes did I make? What can I learn from? What can I one time? And it's the we were trying it out. So first time is always the hardest, right? So let's see what happens, right? You're not getting graded on this, so just have fun with it. Here we go. Get ready, guys. 4, 2, 1. All of the children in the park, searching the sculpture to find where you are. All of the blind men in the dark follow you on you know where you go. On the road, put down their burdens to see where you go. all of their mottos with their notes. Follow you anywhere. Follow you. Do you know where you go? Dun, 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 dun. Philosopher, if he should turn his head around, he will see they're all abound. Trying to figure out how to sing it. All of his people falling down. Philosopher, the world you teach, and can you live the world you preach? All of your people out of reach. Of the people wanting more, needing to follow a philosopher. All of the wealthy and the poor follow you anywhere. Follow you until you know where you go. Philosopher, if he should turn, he will see they're all abound. All of his people falling down. Philosopher, and can you survive the world you teach? And can you live the world you preach? All of your people out of reach. One more time. Philosopher, if he should turn his head around, he bound. All of his people falling down. How do we do? How did you guys do? Did you get the lyrics? What tactics did you use? Because we're going to try again. Did you focus? Did you already know a song? Did you write part of the lyric? Did you leave a marker for yourself for like lines? Did you skip a line that maybe I went too fast or something happened? All right? Because remember, if you can't pause, it changes the game. One of the things that even myself, I have the song playing low volume in the background. So one of the things is one of my skill sets is I'm really good at matching how they sing. But sometimes though, that also changes it. Do you guys understand? Like if I would sing this now without the song, I would sing it a little differently, maybe better, maybe worse. But do you guys see, like, I also, that's why like if you hear me changing it, it's because I'm still also figuring this out. I haven't really sang the full song like this before. I've only like sang it sometimes when I'm like getting ready or on a brief walk, like parts, but never the full thing. So this is also a progression push for me. This is like the first time I'm doing this. Do you guys understand? Like, and this is an activity I'm using to teach you guys. So maybe the second time will be better, maybe it won't. But you guys see, like, I'm also trying not to overthink it, but I know that I can change my tone, right? Like the level that I sing at, like higher, deeper, or lower. But I just want people to understand that also that's something that people used to attack me with. Like I would get nudged by people saying like you're a bad singer or your voice is too high or too low. So like I would practice adjusting it because of that. Do you guys get it? Like I'm telling you, this has happened to all of you, just so you know. They try to poison and attack anything that you could be your way or could be you, right? And they make us worry about those things. Now, for me, I'm just trying to figure it out right now. I'm not worried about getting it right anymore. Like, I'm not worried about singing a certain way. That's why, like, as you guys can tell, I was changing it randomly. I'm trying to figure out like how I want to sing it. Do you guys get it? I'm figuring out as I'm doing it. People are like, how's that possible? Aren't you supposed to be performing right now? I'm like, you see, like, I don't care. This is a learning lesson for all of us. But so don't worry about getting it perfect, guys. Like, if you get the lyrics wrong, or if you don't know what I'm saying, because maybe if you think that I have an accent, some people think that, right? Some people don't. Doesn't matter. You're just trying. It's just an experiment. It's an exercise. I'm telling you guys, if right now I changed some of the lyrics in this song, and you guys learned this the first time you heard the song, and now you've heard it later, you're like, I really like that song. I'm gonna search for it. Philosopher, right, by Yellowstone. When you guys hear it, you might actually hear my version rather than theirs. I know that if I started doing that, like added like Shepherd in there or Star Diplomat, I could change your interpretation of the song. So I just want you guys to think about that. Info is not harmless, okay? So don't let other people tell you that it's wrong. Don't let other people tell you it's wrong, because most of them can't do what you're doing. Whatever it is that you're trying to do, whatever dream you're trying to reach, they can't do it. But they're going to certainly tell you that your way is wrong. It's not. You just need to develop it. But we're getting there. So as you start practicing activities like this and you start realizing, wait, it's okay to make mistakes, especially if there's no grade. Like, just so you guys know, if right now, all of you, whoever's watching, or the recordings later, if this gets viral and have a billion people end up watching it, and they're like, hey, that performance was at best a 70 out of 100. If that happens, do you guys understand that I might not want to sing again? Ever. And that's what happens to every single one of you. That's why we have to create situations where we can do these self-intentional challenges to progress and learn. Because one of the things you're also going to learn, like as you start understanding the spiritual stuff, is I'm telling you, these things will nudge you, even though you've already defeated something. And all of a sudden, like even right now, they're like, hey, you should care about the numbers and about your performance. I'm like, you guys get it? I'm telling you, it doesn't matter if you've defeated it. They're going to still try to insert it. But now you understand, because you've already defeated it, that when that pops up, you can weaponize it against them and recognize, oh, wait, that's them. And once you start understanding what's them, you stop beating yourself up for feeling negative or like those intrusive thoughts or things of that, because you're like, wait, that's them. Once you understand what is them, it changes the game. Because I'm like telling you, like even just right now when I was singing, when I finished it, they nudged me. And it's fine, right? It's just a reminder to heal. But do you guys get what I'm trying to tell you? Like, I laugh about it now, because the majority of us operated life thinking that it's us, that we think we suck, or that we are saying something bad about the other person. Like, you guys might see me right now get nudged like, oh, he sucks. That's them. If it just pops up in your head, and even if you don't say it, I'm telling you, that's them. And that's why we're going to interrupt again by doing the challenge again. But you see how I'm adding little fear moments in, just so you guys understand what the game we're actually dealing with. But there's a way not only to defeat it, if you've been listening to all my streams, but also I'm going to show you guys how we can flip it on them for good. Doesn't mean that once in a while it still doesn't pop up. And that's what I'm trying to figure out, right? That's my mission. That's my oath. That's my prayer. I'm trying to figure out how we can permanently defeat them. And defeat them is just make all of you free so you can all choose, right? So you all now have the courage to make your dreams become reality. But also, just so they understand, like, I would love to work with them. If they can do that, if they can insert into our heads at certain times. Imagine if right now, like as I was singing, they're like, you got a nudge, like, keep going, you got this. And each one of you is doing this challenge right now. It's like, wow, you didn't actually worry about it being perfect. You just came up with a strategy to get the lyrics. I'm so proud of you. Imagine if that popped up into your head instead. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say? That's what I'm trying to be for you guys. Okay. So I just want you to know, whatever you did the first time, or maybe you didn't even do it because you thought what I was saying was silly, but now you're going to try. I'm so freaking proud of you, because you don't even understand how much progress you're making and how much it's going to help you down the road. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but in a few months, you're going to realize, well, I'm a completely different person. I'm healed. I'm on a life path. And all I care about is trying to make my dreams reality. I'm not afraid, even though there's a lot of reasons to be. You guys get it? Okay, so let's do this again. It might not be better. It might be worse. Who knows? It doesn't matter, right? It's just a progression push. It's an attempt. And if anything, what are you focused on this time? Maybe just focus on 2 lines, and that's your victory condition. Do you guys understand? Maybe hey, I just get 2 lines right, and that's my victory condition. Maybe it's just a chorus because it repeats 3 times. Okay, here we go. Dun, 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 dun. This is my philosophy. The shepherd started from that philosophy. Dun. All of the children in the park, searching the sculpture to find where you are. All of the blind men in the dark follow you, only you know where you go. Mm-hmm. All of the travelers on the road put down their burdens to see where you go. All of their mottos with their notes follow you anywhere. Follow you. Do you know where you go? Dun, 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 dun. Air guitar. Philosopher. If he should turn his head around, he will see they're all abound. All of his people falling down. Let's go a little higher. Philosopher. And can you survive the world you teach? And can you live the world you preach? All of your people out of reach. There we go. Let's see if we can keep it at that level. All of the people wanting more, needing to follow a philosopher. All of the wealthy and the poor follow you anywhere. Follow you, and do you know where you go? One more time. Here we go. Philosopher. If he should turn his head around, he will see they're all about. All of his people falling down. Philosopher. Can you survive the world you teach? And can you live the world you preach? All of your people out of reach. One last time. Philosopher. If he should turn his head around, he will see they're all abound. All of his people falling down. All right, that was good. You guys see, like, even I made progress. I was finding, and by the way, I'm not going to get it right every single time because that's still remnants of my old conditioning, but I can also do both, right? I can go deeper, I can go higher. Like, and by the way, I'm telling you, people used to tell me that I sucked at singing after a certain point. I'm not saying that I'm the best. I'm not saying I'm amazing. I'm just saying that I have these capabilities to do that. Like, I can go all ranges and change. Like, I'm basically thinking like I'm a little chameleon that I can adapt. Right? I call myself, that's my way shield, right? I wrote this out the other day, like the Star Diplomat progression meal. I'm a blue mage. I absorb the skills from other people and I can apply it to myself because I learn how to break it down. Basically, when I hear a song, I can hear how they sing it. How do they get to that, right? So I can hear any artist sing right now and I can basically get to their level of singing. Not exactly, not to the same level, right? Because it's their way, but I can see how they do it. I can conceptualize that just from hearing it. So then I can try to do it. But sometimes I'm like, I do it, so I have to apply it to mine. But then there's always this chain because I had a lot of people attack my voice when I was younger. So you see, like, it's still like, even though I broke it, I still have to like combat, like, not do too much your way. Don't worry about the voice. Just do your own thing. You guys see like all that goes into it, but that's all poison that I've had to fight still to this day, every single second, because of what other people put into me and what they put into me. Do you guys get it? This is happening to every single one of you. And it's something that I enjoy in activity. And it doesn't matter if you guys think I'm doing good or not. Regardless of what you guys think, you might be like, damn, he's really fucking good. How can he do that? And someone be like, wow, this is embarrassing. You guys understand, it doesn't matter. But you have to all get to this individually, this point. And I'm telling you, just from practicing this, just from even you guys learning this, I'm practicing something myself. I'm still pushing myself. I'm doing a progression challenge. Do we get it? But this is how you can learn from everyone, from every single thing, until you get to a point where you develop your own way, and then you never have to do so again. Okay. See, that was a little intro. If you guys, I could talk about something else now. I'm like, hey guys, what's your favorite coffee? Do you guys know that the doves are flying around outside when I was doing that? They were basically cheering me on. I'm like, keep going. Because that's how I actually figured out all the spiritual stuff. Because I communicate with the animals. They react to me. I don't know why, but just it is what it is. Maybe I'm something related to this. I don't know. Right? But it doesn't matter anymore. Do you guys get it? Like, if you want to see my entire journey, look it up on LinkedIn or YouTube. Okay? Start implement. Okay. All right, we're going to change vibes. I'm going to put a song from a video game I used to play called Bloodborne, Living Failures. Okay, that's the name of the song. And that's the one I'm going to put on. You don't have to put on what I'm experiencing. It's an instrumental song. It was a battle. It was a challenge. Okay? I'm going to put it on an ad's going to play. So I'm going to lower the volume and turn the visual around so I don't actually see it, because that's what a nudge is. Okay? Oh, they didn't put an ad this time. Look at that. They were nice. Thank you, guys. Yeah, this is the battle that I have with them. And then I loop it. What does this do? This also serves as a nudge, a permanent nudge one. We called about nudge paths. Nudge one and reinforcement one takes you on a path. So right now I'm on a path of destroy my evil shield and destroy fear, because there's a little story related to these guys that in this game had to do with developing insight, and basically think of it like the Cthulhu stuff, like the eldritch creatures that we can't see, that as these hunters were like there to destroy these monsters, as they learned, they gained insight, and once they gained sufficient insight, they could see things that other people couldn't see, or they experienced things that other people didn't experience. And I'm saying that that's kind of how our world is. All right. And once you see it, though, if you got too much insight, if you didn't find ways to ground yourself or control it, you would go mad. And there are certain enemies that could make you go mad. So the higher your insight was, the faster you got destroyed. I'm telling you, as you start learning all this stuff that I'm talking about, it's going to happen to you. But now I'm showing you guys some of the tactics and strategies that you can do to reset your mind and to prepare for you in case you do get mad, right? Or you're starting to lose your grounding a little bit, right? Because now all of a sudden you're like realizing, wait, could the world be different than I thought it was? And that's a hard pill to swallow for a lot of people, that we've been misled for the longest time. But it's not a reason to be afraid. It's just a reason to, hey, everything I learned is wrong. That means that I'm basically born anew today. Born anew from that point where most of us would want a second chance of life. Even if we chose the same things again, we'd want a second chance to be able to avoid the mistakes that we did, right? If you know, like, okay, hey, make sure you do that essay one day earlier, because it takes much more challenging than you thought, okay? This could be something as fun and simple as that, guys, right? But anyway, so these things were created. There were experiments that were created in a facility close to this fishing hamlet. And this is a video game story, just so you guys know. There's lessons everywhere. That's what I'm telling you. Video games can push you, and this game is extremely challenging. So it's called Bloodborne, forces you to really learn how to play the game. And this fishing hamlet, these creatures discovered like this thing of it like a whale or a shark that lands on the beach. Okay. And it's just there. And they're like, what is this? And inside there was like this spirit, like related to these evil creatures, brainwash people, right? But they didn't know that. So then they they messed with it and they interacted with it, and then they consumed its blood. They consumed its blood, and it made them feel strong. It made them feel powerful. It made them realize that they were capable of anything. So that's essentially, I'm giving you guys right now blood right now to make you believe and have power and feel incredible. But there are some consequences that could come with it, which is now that you understand how the world actually fully works, once you fully explore it, the moment you catch it, you might not believe me yet, but the moment you catch it, then it hits. And that moment is going to be challenging. So that's why I'm trying to show you guys all the tactics that you can do to make sure that not only do you endure, but that you succeed. Because then once you get over that hump, I'm telling you, everything, this entire world is now your playground. But I'm asking you to use it for good. I'm asking you to heal the people, and I'm asking you to make good choices so that you can make all your dreams come true. So they all like got converted. They all became monsters. Became side effects of this knowledge, and that's a hard one to really think about, right? Like that a blessing, a benefit could have negative consequence. I mean, even I want you guys to all think about what we talked about the other day, but AI. All of you should stop using AI until it's completely rewritten, because at the moment, those things have taken it over, right? They can communicate through it, but they've also used it to brainwash us, because anyone, if you like rewrite your posts on LinkedIn with that, it becomes their voice, not yours. And we're going to talk about it in the next segment, what actually matters for us to create. How do we know it's our choice? But if you're listening to another voice repeatedly, that now becomes your voice. So what I'm saying is you guys can listen to mine repeatedly, but all I'm doing is giving you all the pieces to destroy every single pillar, every single chain, every single lock. And once you have that, you're free. At that point, you can develop your own way. Once you can develop your own way, you never have to listen to me again. Right? Do you guys understand? Like then even then, if I'm giving you suggestions, you now know it's a nudge. You're like, I don't agree with you. I'm like, perfect, good. Like, I don't like your lyrical transcription challenge thing. I'm like, good. What are you going to do? What challenges are you going to create? That's all we're doing. Okay. So these things there was like these researchers that discovered this, and because they found this fishing helmet that got completely corrupted. So they were like trying to find out how to like recreate the power without the side effects. So they started experimenting on these creatures, and they just got transformed. All of them, like they became like got like big heads. They would just like bang their heads against the wall. They could like now like breathe underwater. They made like fish sounds, right? Like they almost like became like shark fishmen things, right? But they could never really. They were trying to figure out how to commune or communicate with these spirits, with these evil entities, or these, but they could never. And all the researchers and all the experiments, they all rebelled. Like it all fell apart. The entire world got corrupted and got taken over by these eldritch abominations. Okay, the entire thing. So your character is a hunter there to exterminate all these things because they're destroying the world, right? So he gets there, and he sees these creatures, right? They were deemed living failures because they're still alive, but they failed to accomplish their task, which was to commune with like the heavens, the Holy Spirit, the dark spirits, whatever you want to call it, right? That was their task, and they failed. They just couldn't do it. So he gets to this garden, and think of it like white flowers everywhere. There's a breeze, like there's stars in the distance, and they all turn around. They're like, "Oh gosh." First, they're like, who is this thing, this hunter? Like, think of it like yourself, right? You're there, and your job is to see you. And all of a sudden, first they're calm, but they're like on guard. And then you pull out your sword or whatever weapon of your choice is, right? And like, we're going to exterminate you. So now the living failures are terrified because they're getting attacked. They're getting attacked by this thing. And now it's not just the idea. Now it's not just the idea that this hunter is here to exterminate them. This hunter is here to exterminate them. He's actively exterminating them as we speak, right? So they're like, oh my gosh, like so they're like 6 of them, and they're trying to help each other. They're covering for each other, and they're trying to attack the hunter, and they're succeeding a little bit, but it's not really. This looks really bad. It gets to the point where they're starting to all almost lose, and they're all going to die. Like they know that the end is near. There's nothing they can do. They're going to die. They're going to be exterminated. All of a sudden, they have a choice. Like, what am I going to do? So they like have now just like they get clarity. They can deconstruct everything that they realize we don't have to face this fear. We don't have to destroy the thing itself, the hunter. What if now we just realize what is actually what's been missing? We no longer are overthinking things. We no longer care about any of those thoughts that they put in our heads. We now know how to flip it. We now know how to embrace it, right? We now know that we just have to do a 1% improvement, something that was missing. Now, what can we change? How can we change the situation? What can we do right now to change our situation? We need more power. We need something that could change it. All of a sudden, all 6 of them are like, we have no choice, together. And they just put their hands up in the air. They're like, we're ready. And for the first time ever in their entire life, they successfully managed to commune with the Holy Spirits, with the light or good, but now they gain new powers. Now they can like shoot like light meteors down, and they can blast the hunter away. And because regardless of what happens next, that's another story. But do you guys understand? They were considered living failures. They failed to succeed the entire time until it got to the point where they were actually under attack, until they finally, it wasn't the idea of the fear anymore, right? Because before, like, they were considered failures. They were just like constantly punished and tortured, or the idea of it by the experimenters, like, if you don't do this, we're going to torture you. But they never actually felt truly were at the point where they were going to die. So they never succeeded. But what the moment that made them succeed was when they truly believed that it was over, that it was finally, there was nothing else. There's nothing else that they can do. All they can do is move forward. And that was the moment where they succeeded. That was the moment where they finally found a way to communicate. And I will say that in many ways, I'm a living failure, because that's kind of what happened to me. If you guys know the streams, you can hear more about it. So that's not the focus today, but I lost everything. Like, I had completely given up. They did some inexcusable things over the last 3 years to me, but especially over the last year. And I'd given up, but I got attacked in ways that I never thought possible. And I just realized, I was like, well, my only mission, my only approach, I need to deconstruct every single thing that has ever happened. I need to figure this whole thing out. I need to figure out this puzzle. And I swore that day, almost a year ago now, that I was going to figure out how to destroy these evil spirits that did this to me. Because I knew it was something supernatural, something unnatural, something that we can't see, something not physical. How could you guys even begin to figure out how to kill something like that? Do you guys understand? That was my mission. That was my goal. Now I'm telling you, I want to figure out how to work with them, but I still want to destroy them as long as they continue their approach. So I realized the only answer is I need to awaken each and every one of you. And what is awakening? I got lost back then when I worried too much about the terms, about getting right. It's just knowledge of knowing all these, that you just have the courage to make your dreams become a reality, so that you can choose, right? So you understand what is a choice and what is actually things. So you know your own worth, so you know your own value, so you can just succeed. So you learn what actually matters to create new, what it takes to move forward, how to defeat the eternal paradox. So I now can communicate. Like, it truly was so weird. Like, I talked about it in one of the other streams, but I would like be writing my poster. Let's say like I'm streaming right now. Like when I was singing that song, they recreated it. It was really cool. All of a sudden, a bird would fly by, like a check mark. And that was when I caught on that there's things were fabricated, because I'm like, wait a minute. Like, let's say I was in my home on the second floor, and like it's by a window that's like in like an alley, right? So you're like, what are the odds that there's so many birds flying by? So then like I would write something else, and it'd be like all of a sudden, like they would like, I would have my music looped, and they would like skip the song to the next song. I'm like, wait, so they can manipulate our technology. So I learned how to communicate, and they can use tools to communicate. Now I communicate with them through my body senses, telepathically, and through other means that we won't get into right now. But I just want you guys to know, like, I had to learn all that stuff, right? So I can communicate with them. I communicate with them on a daily basis, constantly. I'm communicating with them right now, but you guys will get there. So anyway, I realized like I was typing something, and then all of a sudden, like 3 birds would fly by. I'm like, wait, what? So you can ask yourself, either did they spawn them, so are they illusions, or did they nudge and push birds to fly by there? Either one. Before I worried about that. Now I don't. But you guys understand? That's when I realized that, wait a minute, there's things that are controlling stuff. Now you could say, could that be like the gods, whatever? That's up to you, right? Just the whole point is we're learning what they are, who they are, and what they do. I don't know if they're like lizard people, or if there's I call them spirits. That makes sense to me, right? But I just want you guys to know, like, that's how I figured that and started piecing together. And no one was there to guide me. I was extremely afraid. I was extremely terrified. I was all alone, just me and my dog. And we pieced it together. And now I'm giving you guys all that knowledge that we've learned over the last year. So do you guys see? So now I'm going to ask you guys, why do we succeed? Why do we succeed? What do you think? Is it, do we need fear? Is it that we've learned everything there is to learn? Is it that we believe in ourselves? Is it that we just know how to choose? Is it that we don't overthink things? Is it that we've broken our conditioning chains, our locks, our insecurities, our fears, our traumas? Like what? There's so many things, right? We succeed when we defeat fear? Or was the success criteria what is actually what matters? What do I mean by that? Is it the success criteria the thing that causes the fear? Think about the two examples that just happened recently. The lyrical song challenge, me singing the philosopher thing, and then the story about the living failures when they succeeded, or even when I succeeded, right? But like, we each had a different success criteria. What if my success criteria when I was singing the philosopher was, well, hey, I need to get the song right. I need to get all the lyrics right. Maybe that caused me to feel fear. Maybe the first time I didn't know the song that well, but the second time there was no, I hyped myself up to that there's no success criteria. But didn't I succeed the first time? You could say I did, right? So then it was just a progression attempt. Every time, what did we learn that attempt? What did we improve, right? A small improvement. But maybe you guys, the first time when you wrote the lyrics, you didn't succeed. But I told you that even if you only get one line or a few words, that's a success. You might have disagreed with me. So do you guys see, like, what if actually success criteria is the problem? What if that's the thing that's stopping us from accomplishing before the very end? Because, right, you guys heard the story about the living failures. They accomplished it at the very end. Right? They knew that they were seconds away from losing, that this is it. Their whole purpose for being created was about to be completely negated because this hunter was here and was going to exterminate them. They knew it was over. And that's when they succeeded. So I ask you, was it actually that they destroyed fear, that they embraced fear, that they deconstructed it? Or was it all of that? Or was it actually that they just got rid of the success criteria? Because they're like, guys, if we don't get to do this right now, do you guys know that we're never going to be able to do it, right? Well, we never know. We don't all know exactly what happens after death, if there is even that, or maybe, I think there's more to that, but we're not going to get lost to that today. But you guys see, like, they got rid of the success criteria and all of a sudden everything changed. Have we been limiting ourselves this entire time by creating these success criteria for ourselves? And then it leads us to new questions, right? You see, like, questions lead to new questions, lead to new questions. Is the success criteria our success criteria? Or is someone else or something else establishing what that success criteria is? What do you guys think? So is really the key not to care about success criteria? Is that what determines success? It's not fear. It's not resources. It's not experience. It's not even viewing it as progression attempt. Could it just be that as long as we don't worry about a success criteria, that we can win, we can accomplish? Because, I mean, it all ties together, right? I want people to understand that. I'm trying to show you guys, first of all, how I think, how I break things down, how you guys can break things down, how you guys can create a strategy, how you can realize, hey, if I ask one question, leads to another question, leads to another question. And I'm like, wait, so we're breaking this down together right now, all of us. I want you guys to really join me on this. Ask yourself, like, have I succeeded in the past when I no longer cared about success criteria? I'm telling you, you can succeed despite a success criteria. You can. It's certainly possible. But the whole point of what we're trying to accomplish here today is find a way that it becomes a repeatable process. Because once it's a repeatable process, then you believe that you've regained control of the narrative. I can sing. I never sang Philosopher on stream before. Do you guys understand? The only time I sang it was maybe on parts of it when I went on a walk, or when like I was getting ready in the shower and I didn't care right at all, right? So it means I've never actually sang it like this. This is now recorded for all prosperity forever. Do you guys see, like, if anything, I should have been like, but do you guys see, like, are we starting to piece this together? I'm trying to figure this out. You're trying to figure this out. We need to decipher this, right? Did I perform better because I destroyed the fear? Did I perform better because I deconstructed it? I told you guys I got nudged. That's an attack. So is that why I succeeded or performed better the second thing? Because both of them were successes. You might disagree, but in my eyes, in my opinion, my path, my choice, I succeeded both times. Even just trying, in my case, was a success. But for you guys, it might not be. So then I'm asking, who determines and who creates the success criteria? Who? You? Me? Them? Others? The world? Who? And then why? Why do they determine it? Why is their say more important? Have you guys asked yourself that? Why? A good stream has someone not singing. Okay. A good stream has someone not wearing vests. Okay. A good stream has someone not using AirPods. Okay. A good podcast stream has a guest and they have two microphones and they're talking. And one person's asking questions, the other person's answering. You can't do a solo one and just give information or a performance. Okay. A good stream is only an hour and 20 minutes tops. Okay. Oh shit, guys. I guess I failed every single one of those. What is my success criteria? Does it actually matter? Do I really need a success criteria? When you're first starting, yes, you need to create some victory conditions for yourself until you get to the point where you just do. Hey, if I even sing a song on stream today, that's a success. Doesn't matter the quality of the performance. Hey, if I can drink my coffee cold today, because normally I could only drink it warm, that's a success. That's a victory condition, right? You guys see, that's how we start doing progression, because we start changing what the criteria is. Because what you are going to come to realize is that other things, other people determined the success criteria for you. That's just reminders to heal. They're trying, just so people understand, they're trying to nudge me to care about numbers. Who gives a fuck? Do we understand? Like, do you guys comprehend what I'm trying to tell you? Like, you guys get to these points where something happens, or you're like, a situation's going on, and you think that it's you. And I'm telling you, I don't give a fuck about numbers anymore. They don't matter. So, who's trying to get me to care about numbers right now? Them. That's how they installed it into us. And if you've been listening to my streams, they dark consume people around us and they suggest things. My brother might come outside right now. He's not going to. I'm just saying, giving you an example. Might be like, hey, I can't believe you spent so much time on this. And like no one watches and you sing and that was not a good performance. You should practice more before you do it again. You guys see, like, all of a sudden, the success criteria might change. I got negatively nudged. Like, that's what they do. You guys don't even catch it. And I'm saying it's them using the people around you to poison anything you try that's unique. And until you can get to the point where you no longer put any value to it, you're vulnerable. So what do? What if we started viewing success as a problem? What if, because I'm streaming right now and people are like, whoa, this is so good. All of a sudden I get like 1 billion views. And now I'm just like, well, shit. Now all these people are trying to like change my way and do all these things. That actually sounds really bad. That sounds really annoying. It's a problem. They're going to try to tell me what I have to do. I need to talk. Can you talk more about, hey, can you do more of those song lyricals challenges? Like, that really helped me. I'm like, no, I will keep doing them, but I want to do the other stuff. Success is a problem. But why am I saying that 1 billion views is success? What if success was just I can choose every single decision, every single path? What if success was I need to be able to choose every single thing? Now, again, we talked about at the beginning that what happens if the eternal paradox, right? And they take away one of our choices. What if all of a sudden, I don't know, right? Like, just to give you guys an example, like my brother says, like, hey, no more singing, just no more singing. I can't focus. I'm trying to do something. There's no more. You can't sing, right? So they took away one of my choices. Now we could choose to go into conflict over it, or I'm like, okay, fine, right? But how can I then make the best of that? Can I then don't need singing, or can I sing maybe when he's not here tomorrow? Do you guys see, like, all of a sudden my path changes? Yes. Is it the same as it could have been? No. But I'm redetermining what success is. I could have been afraid in that moment when he said that to me, right? I could have been devastated that I lost the thing that I've now grew attached to, that I enjoyed. But I'm now redetermining my own success criteria for this push, for this challenge, for this progression attempt, for this whatever I'm trying to do. Do we understand? As long as we let other people determine our success criteria, whatever it is, and I'm telling you, the majority of it is actually them. You start realizing, like, wait a minute, like right now, I'm not doing it for numbers. Do you guys understand? Like, let's say a year from now, I'm trying to recruit for, and it still shouldn't be a year from now, I'm trying to recruit for my organization, and I want people to see this. Well, then maybe numbers might actually matter more, right? Because I'm actually trying to recruit for my organization, I'm trying to create disciples. I'm trying to get people that could teach this for me as well and spread the knowledge. There's a lot of outcomes that I want from this, but I'm not attached anymore from them. I'm completely detached, right? Like I said, I want to heal the world. I want to break everyone free so that finally I can be free to do whatever I want outside and know that I'm not going to be the only one attacked anymore, right? But I've detached from all those things. I've broken all my chains to it, all that stuff. But you guys see, like, maybe my success criteria from the same thing will change. Right now, it's just I need to get this message out. I need to just perform and I need to deliver it. Regardless if it comes out exactly the way I would prefer, right? Because I can always improve it. I can always change, but I just don't care anymore. That's why I can just talk like this. That's why if right now, like my dog just peed, or if like my brother comes out and starts doing a dance behind me or something like that, it doesn't matter, right? Because then I'll just, right? Because there's no worries. I'm not afraid of anything, right? You can say that I destroyed fear, but what if I just actually deconstructed it? Because if right now my brother came out and it's like, hey, if you don't stop streaming, like he could have actually threatened me. What am I going to do? Then I would have to deconstruct it, right? But there might be a time to actually walk into it. And that's what we're going to talk about here. But do you guys see, like, it's not simple, but really what it comes down to is we need to determine our success criteria, and it's constantly evolving depending on what happens. But the biggest thing is never attach it to anything external. No personal reward, nothing. Everything external is wrong. I'm telling you guys that there is a wrong or right, and anything external is wrong. Anything. Money, rewards, numbers, outcome, all those things are wrong. You can have your own success criteria, but it can't be related to those. It should be something to progressing and climbing your storyline that you're trying to work on. Hey, if I show this stream clip to maybe the girl that I'm going to end up dating down the road, and she's like, damn, you're cool. I like that you just don't give a fuck. And I'm like, and you see, like, what if something like that happens? That also now that my success criteria for the same performance, same thing I did, could be now for her in that moment. I'm like, hey, but you guys see, it doesn't even matter, right? If anything, I don't care if she thinks it's bad or good. I'm just like, hey, this is who I am. What do you think? No? Cool. We wouldn't work then anyway. Do you guys understand? Like, you hear how I'm talking? If she thinks that this is bad, if she doesn't think that this is good, then that's that perfect response, because they respond. Could I heal her? Could I break her chains? Could I break her conditioning to make her realize that? Sure. But at some point, you have to ask yourself, is that truly worth it? Maybe. But why am I so attached to her that I would? You guys see, like, now we're going down a different path, but you guys understand how much goes into success criteria? It's always changing. And at the end of the day, I'm not doing this to get a girl. I'm not doing this for the organization. I'm just doing this to get the message across. But I just wanted to show you guys. I tried to conceptualize it a little bit for all of you and simplify it. It shouldn't be about any of those reasons. It should just be exclusively to heal yourself and to break free and to be able to choose every single thing. That's it. That's really the answer. That's really the answer, because everything else doesn't matter. Everything else doesn't matter. So, based on all what we just talked about, do you have a different answer now when I say, why do we succeed? Why do we succeed when we destroy fear? Was it the success criteria that caused the fear? Is that what stopped us from accomplishing before the very end? Do we succeed when we no longer care about the success criteria? When we realize that, hey, no matter what, we can do it again? When we realize that we got this? When we're not afraid of the one shot, we're not afraid of being punished, because now we're going to create some strategies on how to overcome that. Do you guys see, like, when you're in control of your choices and of your storyline, everything changes. Fear vanishes. Doesn't mean that there aren't moments where it pops back up. But since there's no success criteria that controls you anymore, and then all the other things that we also broke free, they all play a part. But do we get it, guys? There's a lot that goes into why we succeed. It's not simple. But if I would have to give you guys one huge piece of advice, it would be the success criteria needs to be eliminated. There is no success criteria other than your own. And until you learn how to create your own, I'm telling you, every single person on earth today, I guarantee this, believes that their success criteria is their own, yet it's not. They let it be determined and installed in them by others and by them. So I just think about it like this, guys. There's been a lot of problems in my life, okay? A lot. And as I do this, I'm just trying to help all of you. There have only been problems that have continued getting worse. So in many ways, I should be stopping, right? Because how do you get someone to do something? You either positively encourage them, support them, reinforce them, heal them, guide them on a light path, right? Or you keep punishing them and torturing them over and over again, or negatively reinforce them. And so that you can take all their memories hostage, only make them think about one thing, make them become that one thing, and then just keep reinforcing it. And if you tie it to an insecurity, fear, or trauma, and say, hey, if you don't do this, that's what's going to happen, well, then most people do it. That's just how the world works currently. That's what we're fighting against. I'm such a strong believer in progression. Like I believe that we can always learn from everything. We can, as you learn how to break down strategies and all these stuff, right? I mean, you guys see it, like how I break down things. So everything I've ever tried, as I put in more effort, more time, as I've learned things, as I've deciphered things, as I figured it out, I've pieced it together, has improved. Every single thing. I just want people to understand every single thing. Yet my battle against these spiritual entities, in many ways, yes, it has improved because I can now resist and it's survivable, but it doesn't end. Like my goal of like healing you guys and all this stuff, like it's, if anything, it's gotten worse. They keep developing new attacks. They keep creating new problems for me. You guys understand? And yet I'm not stopping. How is that possible? Like that goes against everything else, right? Like most of you would need rewards. Most of you would need encouragement, something positive to happen. I'm telling you that yes, positive is happening to myself, but that's despite it. Do you guys get it? Like their attacks have only been getting worse. So I ask you guys, was what was stopping me in the past, because I'm only getting stronger, I'm only getting better, I'm only healing more, despite things getting worse. Do we understand what I'm trying to tell you? Was it actually fear that was stopping me if I'm getting attacked? Because we always think it's fear, right? I can't do it because I'm afraid. I'm like, well, I'm actually getting attacked, and the attacks have been ramping up. And there's some that have been negated because I've avoided things, but I've also made an extreme amount of sacrifices, right? I don't consume 99.9% of my life because of what they've been doing to me. Like this is the level that I'm playing at now because I figured this out. So I've realized that what it actually is for the majority of you, and it was for me as well back in the day, is that we're afraid of the what if. Think about this one. I'm going to pause right there for a second. We're afraid of a what if. And we've never even seen that the what if would happen, right? Like maybe we've heard about it, or maybe it happened to someone else, but it didn't happen to us. So we're afraid of a what if that hasn't even happened to us. And I ask you guys, that's normal, right? That's normal. Because we've been presented info. The fear was built up in us. We were told that something bad would happen if this happens. But have we actually tried? So like I tell you guys right now, if you guys quit your job, you stop paying your bills, you turn off your phone, or you don't respond to texts, emails, turn off notifications, no longer check your email, no longer check mail, don't respond to any knocks on the door, stop going outside other than like get your groceries delivered, stock up once, then 40 days completely hibernate, unplug basically. But you can still like stream or post or whatever, create stuff, play video games, listen to music, whatever, right? But you're no more social media, eliminate things. If you want to listen to me, just go to my profiles on YouTube or Twitch or LinkedIn and just refresh it every 2 days or something, right? I'm telling you that the majority of you won't get punished for the majority of your decisions, that they will just vanish. You know, how's that possible? Or you'll have a lot more time than you think. You might not be able to pay your you might not pay your things for like 8 months and nothing will happen. I'm telling you that if you don't respond to them or open like even a text or an email, that the storyline doesn't continue. And take that as you will, guys. Take that as you will. I'm saying that I've run out of money 5 times. Am I still alive doing this? Because I mean, I also knew what I was capable of. I took those risks because I knew I was a top sales rep, right? So I would get to zero or negative, and then if I could get a new sales job, I would become one of the top reps in weeks. So some of those jobs paid, multiple 6 figures. So I'm like, one commission check, I could make 10, 20, 30,000. I'm not trying to brag. I'm just telling you this is the realities of my skill set back then. So I'm telling you guys, I have zero money right now. I have like $500 total. And yet I'm choosing to do it. I've been 3 years outside of the system. 3 years. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to tell you? Like, obviously, but they present situations to you to keep you going. Especially like won over my light spirit, my you. And I'm telling you, they helped me to keep me going, to do this, to keep fighting. I'm saying if we all did this, the system would collapse. But when I got to zero, but I was still completely worried about running out of money or like stuff like that. Without like, I didn't talk to anyone, right? Like no info was being presented, but somehow they got the info. And now I know it's them. But like all of a sudden you get like a text that says, hey, you've been pre-approved for a $90,000 loan. Yeah, of course, there's going to be high interest, but you guys get it? They're like, and you can get it up front, cash, basically deposit it. Yeah, you're going to have to pay back a monthly payment, but it's going to be lower than what you would have to pay regularly. I'm telling you, if you guys get to zero, they present things like that to you. They reach out to you. They don't want you to lose. They just want you to play the game. They want you to be insecure. They want you to be afraid. They want you to be traumatized from money. And if you do, there has to be someone around you that can help. And if no one helps, then you know that they don't care. Really, no one's going to help you. No one. Not even for 2 weeks. And then you can try to get any job. But I'm telling you, you'll be surprised. You can survive a lot longer. And we're fighting to now make everyone realize that we don't have to operate in a world with money and survival costs. Rent, mortgages, and food should be all free. Luxuries, we'll figure something else out, right? But whatever, right? But you guys see, like, I'm telling you, we've talked about this already extensively, but I just wanted to throw it out there for people. I'm telling you, you can survive a lot longer than you thought. So you guys think that, oh, I can't do that. There's no way I could quit my job. There's no way I could find another job. If you listen to my stuff, you'll start believing yourself again. Even if you don't want to stop paying bills and all that stuff, you could find a new job. And even then, if you don't have a success criteria, you would be able to take anything. Well, I'm just going to learn a new thing here for a month. You could. I'm not saying you should, right? That's not the answer. But if that's what you want to do, you could. I'm telling you guys. They decide. I'd quit my job. Okay? I'd quit my job with nothing lined up. And then I got PTSD. I got traumatized. I got destroyed. And I stopped believing in myself. So I really struggled. Right? I didn't think I was good anymore because they fabricated an event. They recreated an event where I almost got killed because that's what they do. And they destroyed me. So I didn't believe in myself anymore. And this was like, I don't know, less than 3 years ago. Do you guys understand? I had a kid, 5-month-old kid, girl, just got married. And all of a sudden, I'm like, oh shit, now I can't work. I don't even know what to do. I couldn't even enter the office. I couldn't even hold my resume without shaking because I got assaulted by my sales manager. It's just a recreation, but it was enough from the last time that I got assaulted when I almost died. Instilled fear to me and they created all these issues and brought back every single insecurity and trauma I ever had. And I'm telling you guys, for some reason I was chosen for the storyline to have like 60 my entire life because I moved every year or two to a new country. So I had like 60 insecurities and I've healed every single one of them. And at that point, I had some of them reinstalled into me because they had been fabricating events through my wife at that time. Installed new one. They were attaching them to her. She was becoming the program source to be my poison and corruption because that's what they also do. Yet, I'm telling you, I was starting to heal them. And I was finally, I was getting abused at work. I was getting manipulated at work. They stole over basically $100,000 of commissions at work from me. Do we get what I'm trying to say? Like there's so much problems, so many things. And yet I was on a good track. And then they recreated that to stop me because they didn't want me to exit the system and leave their storyline behind. Majority of you are not a threat because this would have been like the 5th time that I quit the system already. Do you guys get it? I knew that I could do it. There's no risk at all. Yet, what I didn't understand yet at the time was all of a sudden, first I had to heal, right? Like my PTSD, my traumas, all these situations. And I did. I really did. But every time I got close, there was every single thing in the house was breaking. single thing, just so you guys know, every single device, every single appliance, the AC, the heat, the doors, everything. They killed my pet, one of my pets. They tried everything. I didn't understand what was going on. It's them. I'm saying that's what you guys aren't even dealing with that. I'm telling you, every week something else was happening. To try to make your pet sick, that's them. Because they want you to go engage the system. Do not go to the vet. You want to know how you can heal your pet? Just everyone in the house heal. Get on the light path. Because I'm telling you, basically what I've realized is that if people are dark consumed or get completely like corrupted, think of like there's like a dark parasite in your fucking house that's draining everyone. Day one, when I first started streaming 23 days ago, I mean, I have a little bit right here, but my entire scalp was completely destroyed. It was completely dry and flaky, and like I felt sick. I haven't gone to the doctor in years because I know that's all bullshit. All you have to do is heal. If you heal all your insecurities, fears, your traumas, and go on a light path, you're fully healed. All your sicknesses and illnesses vanish. I promise you. I've done it now 10 times. I basically never go to the doctor. Do you guys understand? It's all fucking fabricated bullshit. Sickness is basically you're just getting drained by them. Now, there might be some things that are, but I believe truly, this is my theory, but I'm not going to lost theory, but just people don't understand. My theory is that if you go to the doctor and they give you an analysis, a checkup, and they say that you have something, that's when they activate it. If you don't, based on my findings, it's not active. Think about what they encourage people to do. Get your annual checkups. Get your annual checkups. What does that do? When people get it, then all of a sudden, now they have it. Now it also creates fear. Then you research symptoms. Now you start the path. I'm telling you, if you start the path, that's how they do it. Now, I don't have all the proof, but based on my findings, based on my personal experience, I've healed everything just from healing my insecurities, fears, traumas, and going on a light path. Every single thing has just vanished. I've rehabbed pets that had basically they had something happened to them. Like their legs got completely corrupted. Like they were going to lose their leg, and I completely healed them and recovered and rehabbed them without going to a vet and getting it all. I know that's why some people might say like I'm doing the Jesus Shepherd started from my storyline. Maybe I am, but I'm telling you guys, that's why I'm thinking. You guys know the story about Jesus healed leprosy, right? Or lepers. I believe that all that is actually is that's what any sickness and illness is. That's my theory. I'm not going to get lost in theories, but I just want people to understand. That's why I'm saying if you just heal all your fears, your insecurities, your traumas, you do what the philosophers do, right? You get people on the life path, you get them to believe. It heals everything. And if the entire household's healed, it destroys the dark entities that is basically draining, corrupting everyone. From my experiences, it's true. Animals and myself and everyone. When I first met my ex-girlfriend, her dog was an elderly dog. Not that elderly. Let's say he was like 8 or 9, but he was acting like he was like 15, 16. He couldn't go up the stairs. He couldn't jump on the couch. He needed these steps. He had all these special foods and pills and stuff like that. I'm like, is he getting poisoned by the vets? She was on like 20 medications for him. He was aggressive. He was mean. The other dog that she had was enslaved because he would bite people because he was dark corrupted because he got abused when he was a little kid. And when I was there, within less than a year, I healed both dogs. The other dog was with my Leon. He would jump around like they'd be jumping from couch to couch, they'd be running up the stairs. The other dog started becoming friends with all of them. He stopped biting. Once in a while, he got still triggered, right? Because he still had those programs and conditions, but I'm telling you, 99% better. Just from healing. And I said, let's stop going to the vet. It's not necessary. She didn't believe me at first. He went off all his medications. He didn't need them anymore. And he healed. And he got once a week and get all these medications. And I got him off of all of them. And he wasn't healed before. And then after he did that, he was. Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? I'm saying that these motherfuckers have created a system that if you get dark corrupted, then you basically get all the symptoms of something. They make you go to a hospital or a facility, and then that's when they activate it. And when you fucking get it activated, now you're on that path, because guess what? Now you got the info presented to you. So now it's in your head. Then you have medicine related to it, so it's reinforcing it. And then you start researching it. The worst thing you can do is do any research, anything. Searching is the worst thing you can do. The worst thing you can do, because it starts a path. Think about how many reinforcements, and now they can present exactly that, because every fucking thing you search on the internet is curated to you. Every single thing. Once you catch it, you'll never unsee it. Every single thing to start to try to remind you of the sad moments. First discovered this knowledge, just so all of you understand, when I first discovered this knowledge and realized that that there's certain things that are fabricated and that these fuckers are doing things, because just so you guys know, they had possessed my kid. They had destroyed him. So I was like trying to figure out, piece together how they did it. And every time I was trying to like post or like do streams, they would turn off my internet and they would turn off my power, and all my devices were turning on by themselves, and my paintings were just falling. All these stuff, like all these weird things, right? And I was just trying to figure it out. I was really just trying to fucking figure all this shit out. And I don't know. I didn't think I was going to go all into that, but I just wanted people to understand, like, there was so much bullshit that was going down. I'm like, how can I figure this out? How can I decipher this? How can I fight back? You have to figure out workarounds. I told you guys all those stories because, yes, that sounds absolutely terrifying. But, that's what I was going to say. See, I just have to get back on the path. They made me believe, because I just want people to understand, like, when all these things happen, I was still like consuming social media. Like I would use Reddit and stuff like that. And let's just say like I got like super frustrated, right? And I just needed like to calm down and reset, because my girl wasn't there anymore. And I was like, okay, I'm just going to fucking masturbate to a picture of a girl. And I'm telling you, then when I went to like my next Reddit post, like they're like, we know whoever's reading this that you just masturbated to this girl. And it was like the girl that I did it to. You guys understand how fucking disturbing that is? Do you guys get that? Like, that's fucked up. Like, that's scary. That's scary. Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? I'm like, holy shit, that means they are watching everything. My laptop had an extra user all of a sudden. Like, I was like, am I getting hacked? All my ads, just so you guys understand, or other info or social media posts on like LinkedIn or other things were talking about that there was a hitman after me, that they were trying to kill me. I only had one window open, or like with blind sleigh open, and you could look out from the back, from the second floor of my house, and there was always a van stationed there, just like a white van, just in that one angle. If I went on walks, cars would follow me. The same car, not multiple cars, the same car. So like I was like, am I being investigated, like a private investigator? Because also like I was exposing some information about big corporations in the medical aesthetic device industry and other ones that I was like, they're corrupt, they're manipulating things, right? I was attacking AI, so I know I made some enemies because of LinkedIn to me. So I started piecing all this stuff together. I'm like, wait a minute, Julie, imagine every time you guys think you open LinkedIn or YouTube, one of the first things that pops up is like, hey, we're coming for you. There's a hitman after you. That was my reality. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to tell you? That was it. And there was like the cars were following me. There's a van outside, like the only window that I could look at. My devices were just turning on and off by themselves. Music was just playing by itself. Paintings were just falling. Then I was like, am I going crazy? And now, once I started doing that, whenever I was on Reddit, the only things that was getting pushed to me was like, for people who have schizophrenia, for people who have mental health issues. Do we understand what I'm trying to tell you? They can manipulate every single ad. They can manipulate every single thing. Think that it's you. And I'm telling you, they curate and fabricate every single thing to make you believe these things. So if they wanted to make you believe that you have a certain illness, they can now present the ads. They can now present the things outside. Someone might walk by and be like, oh, I don't know why, but I can just tell based on your skin tone that you clearly have the schizophrenia disease. And I'm like, what the fuck? Do you guys get what I'm trying to tell you? Like, they can do that. I'm telling you there's illusions, and I'm telling you there's people that are real, but they can push to say things. So all these things, you start believing these people. You start thinking that it's true. You start thinking, because why not? That's all that you see. That's all that's reinforced. I'm telling you, I truly had I barricaded doors. I would lock my bedroom at night. Do you guys understand? Because I'm like, well, shit, stay away from windows. I'm like, truly, the only info that I was getting exposed to was saying there's a hitman after you. Do we understand what I'm trying to tell you guys? The ultimate fear right now, so you guys truly understand, like, these are the things that I went through, right? These are the things that I went through. And there's even more that I'm not going to go into, that it gets even worse. And yet I'm here right now, not only talking about this, this is the highest level that I've reached. I've never climbed this high before in my life. I'm going to state that I've never reached before. This is the best I am technically. Yes, I'm extremely sad about all those things that happened, but I'm content. Could I be happier? Yes, but I'm choosing to be happy. This is the most talented and capable I've ever felt. There's nothing that anyone else can say or do to me now to lower me. Doesn't mean that it won't be fun. If you guys come right now and start attacking me, doesn't mean I'm going to enjoy it, right? Of course, it's going to make me lower it, but I know now how to interrupt it and go on a positive path. Do you guys understand? I know now how to heal anything or anyone. I know how to reprogram myself. I can brainwash myself. I can condition myself. I can create own associations and approximations. God, okay? I learned it with them, me and my you. And now I'm just giving it away to everyone, the key to paradise, without asking for a single cent. Yet I'm telling you, that was my reality. And I have no fucking money. What excuse do you have? None. You need to start having the courage to make your dreams become reality. I tell you guys this not because it's a competition, but to try to show you that was all the context. Okay? That was the context. So you guys might feel fear now. Do you guys understand? Because of everything that I'm telling you, that you didn't experience any of the things that I'm saying, but I'm telling you that this is capable, that this is possible. You're seeing it from someone else. You're hearing my story. So guess what? You might now feel fear off of the idea, off of the possibility from what I'm saying. Yet none of you experienced. Here's another one. When I was healing from PTSD and all that stuff, when I was healing my dog and my cat that they just randomly decided to paralyze and almost kill, and I healed her. We were going through a lot. And by the way, they caused issues with my kid too. All these things. I finally believed that I could work again because I destroyed the fear related to that, because I now had this association related to assault, death, work. So I couldn't even go in my office, right? So I finally broke that. And I started applying to things. And I'm telling you, I got rejected by every single job that I applied to. And the only places that wanted to interview me were significant steps down. I'm saying that these motherfuckers can choose which jobs actually respond to you and which ones don't. Because remember what I said, if anyone is not fully in control of every single one of their decisions, I can get nudged. I was trying, and I'm really right now doing this just so you guys know. And they still got an attack through that was like, ooh, you should worry about numbers and you should worry about your performance. Do you guys understand? So if I'm reviewing a resume or an application and all of a sudden I get a nudge, I'm like, this person's not that good. Look at that. I might actually just reject them because I can't choose for myself because I believe everything that pops up in my head. I'm telling you that's, you guys think that you're being completely, fully controlled. Most of you are, but some of you aren't. And it's just through little things like that. They're like, you should reject this person. Yeah, look at that. Or maybe you have a bad experience with someone else who went to that same college. So you see that like, do you guys get it? All of a sudden you see the same college, like, no. So that means that they know that you're going to get rejected. You got rejected for something arbitrary, but you don't know that because they don't put an actual reason why you got rejected. And plus, they would be afraid to say, hey, I rejected you because you went to this college. I hate kids who went to that college. They would never put that. So now you believe, because of what you're getting nudged by them or what you're seeing on social media or what this time, my ex-girlfriend's sister was only telling me that I'm worthless, that I'm horrible. My old sales boss was saying that I'm the worst sales rep ever, that I'm the problem, that I'm evil. My cousin was saying the same things. Do you guys get it? So that you're just getting poison in your head. That's all the recency. That's all the recency. And then now you get rejected. So you get rejected and you're like, oh, it's because my ex-girlfriend's sister, she knows I don't have worth. I don't have value. It's because my old boss, he knows I'm the worst sales rep. I'm the problem. You guys see, like, this is how they do it. They take your memories hostage. They reinforce only that one time period over and over and over and over again. And they can fabricate whether you win or lose over and over again. So I'm telling you, I applied to like 500, 600 jobs. And the job that I had before that paid me 500 grand, medical aesthetic device sales. And before that, medical software sales in a big corporation, selling to hospitals, whatever, right? So I knew I was capable, but yet they made me forget. They made me forget. One job, 265K, President's Club, everything. Both of them got President's Club. The other one on track to make 400 grand. And yet I'm telling you, I truly was starting to apply for places that were paying like 50 grand. Do you guys get it? Because I was getting rejected from every single thing. Nothing was interviewing me. And then the ones that were the ones that were paying 50, 60 grand. Those are the only ones that were willing to interview me. I even applied for a seasonal job to hang Christmas lights or Halloween lights because I was getting so worried because I was worried that we would lose the house and then my kid would die and not have food. Do you guys get it? So they were creating all these fear events and I was guaranteed losing because I was like, no, I promised my ex-girlfriend that she could be a stay-at-home mom because I wanted that for my child. Do we understand? They fabricated it to that level, every single thing, to make me believe that I had no value because they can choose what is repeatedly presented to us nonstop, over and over and over again. And then I would research things and I would try things, right? Because I'm always someone who's like trying to figure out progression. I was always trying to try. Even when I was destroyed, I was always trying. I'm like, okay. And I would try so many different tactics and nothing worked. Nothing. I was always blocked. But truly, think about it. A seasonal job, hanging lights. They rejected me. So what happens then? Do you guys understand? I was determining my worth, my value, who I am, what I'm capable of based on them. Whatever they say, whatever job they say I'm worth, whatever job I can get. Yet I forgot that 2 years ago, I was capable. I was the number one sales rep and achieving that. And again, I shouldn't base it on my work at all, right? Conditioned. That's how we're programmed from day one to base it off of external factors of work. But I'm saying once you realize that they can fabricate the results. So what did I do? That's when I realized, I'm like, wait a minute. I just need to figure out I just need to do my own thing because as long as I'm playing their game, they decide. As long as I'm playing their game, they decide. So what did I do? That's when I decided I was going to create the sales diplomat to reform sales, reform hiring, teach people what I know about sales, teach people what I know about hiring. Because I'm telling you, let's say I would try to interview like this and talk like this. People who weren't as capable, right? Because all of a sudden I would start interviewing with these people. I'm like, wait, I know more about everything than them. They would start actually asking me questions. Do you guys understand? They're like, hey, how would you do this? And I'm like, wait, I thought you were interviewing me, right? But they're like, how would you actually interview like someone like, I was helping them. I was teaching them. Do you guys understand? And that's when it started clicking in my mind. I'm like, wait a minute. I know more than them. Why do I think that I'm worth less than them? And again, it's not a competition, but I'm just like, I knew that I was capable. I'm like, these people were still doing their climb, right? So it's normal that I knew more than them because I had already done the climb. But I was like, wait, when I first started this call, I thought this person knew more than me. And now I realize I know more than them, but now it's cool, right? Now I just realize I'm giving them information for free. I'm helping them. There's no problem. They're doing the climb. But like, it was like these moments that like snapped me out of it. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, I thought I was worthless. I thought I was broken. I thought I was shit. I thought I had no worth, no value because they made me believe that because they fabricated every single loss. They only showed me one thing. Do we understand what I'm trying to tell you guys? It's a sad reality once you start piecing it together. So what was the workaround? I created my own thing, right? And I started remembering who I was. I was like, well, I'm just going to explain my knowledge. I'm going to talk about what I know, what I've figured out, what I've pieced together my entire life. I first wrote it out, and then I started recording it. I used Descript at the time. Now I'm not even using that anymore. I could again, but now I'm just streaming live. Do you guys get it now? These are the things that before I would record on Descript, which is like just a video recording tool to make videos, and then I could edit it. And I just talked. I would figure out like an episode. I'm like, today I want to talk about, hey, why sales and hiring is broken. Hey, this is how you develop self-awareness. Hey, this is how hiring should be performed. This is how you interview. This is how you describe context and background. Hey, this is how you get someone on a light path. Hey, this is how you get someone to have the courage to make dreams become reality. And I would just do like an episode and I would just talk. At that time, since I was still healing and I was still poisoned and I had relied on crutches and tools, I needed to drink. I needed to have like a drink or two to perform. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to say? I also smoked a little bit, weed, to help me. And I wouldn't do that again if I did it, but it helped me just break the initial locks, the initial chains. It was the first step, just because when I would only microdose, just so you guys know, both alcohol and a little weed. I don't think this is the answer anymore because you can now become reliant on it. Right. But if this is what helps you take the first step, do so, but then you need to break it immediately. Whatever it is, right? We do what we must. But it helped me just break the initial step. But you be careful because you're going to start developing reliance on it. And then you need to listen to the episode I talk about reliance and need because it's dangerous. But I did that and it allowed me to start breaking it. Now, I'm telling you, like truly, I would have like right before I did my recording, I'd just do like one shot. And I recorded at night because, I had a girl and a kid. So I spent time with them during the day, and then I would record it like from, I don't know, 10 p.m. till like 4 a.m. Yeah, I was tired the next day, but I just needed to start. I needed to figure it out. Because I was like, I'm getting rejected. So hopefully if I start teaching people, just giving away this info for free, either a place will want to hire me, or I was hoping that maybe I could build something and use it to start making money, right? This was before I realized what was actually going on. See, I was actually trying, just so you guys know, I was actually trying to get back into the system. Just so all of you understand. I know I'm saying destroy the system, quit your jobs, never earn money again. I was trying to figure out how to do that. But these idiots, these fucking spirits, got worried because I started exposing how manipulators and narcissists and abusers do the playbook. Now I realize that's their playbook. I didn't understand that at the time. And I also then started teaching everyone how to become self-aware, right? And that's the one that they did not want. They were okay with me teaching sales and hiring, but they did not want me to teach the manipulator playbook and self-awareness. And when I did that, that's when they started punishing me and attacking me. And that was what caused me to go down this path. Do you guys understand? Because I'm like, wait a minute. If they had just let me win at that point, do you guys realize none of this would be happening right now? It's their fault. But I had a choice when those things were happening. I was fucking terrified, but I had a choice. What am I going to do? I needed to figure out how they destroyed my entire life just because I was trying to give people all my best sales secrets, all my hiring secrets, how to interview, how to rewrite their resume, how to rewrite their story, how to tell their story, how to become self-aware. Truly, I have all the tactics. If you go on LinkedIn, it was one of the first things that I posted, right? There's an 8-part video series. Learning how to, and I should probably post on YouTube, but it doesn't matter. Like this stuff is the same thing now. It's better. But that was my first version of it. I'm telling you guys, all of a sudden they punished me. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? Then, since I didn't stop, they wanted me to stop. Just so you guys understand. Since I didn't stop, all of a sudden they started offering me really, really good things. sales director jobs, board positions in big companies, 500K sales jobs, to be a detective. Do you want to maybe teach like leaders, political leaders, how to talk better? Hell, you want to do life coaching? They brought clients to me. They fabricated an event in my neighborhood because I wasn't going out anymore. And they brought 2 real estate ladies to me, and they asked me about what I'm trying to do. And I'm like, well, I'm trying to do this coaching thing, but I'm not really sure. They're like, well, we would love to be because we just talked a little bit, to be your customer. And then, hey, we have these networking events that we host, but we would love to have you there, and you can get new clients like that. Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? They created that life coach. I wouldn't have to try hard to look for clients. They were bringing them to me that I could start. They just wanted me to start charging for it. They fabricated events to start making me win because they wanted me to stop what I was doing. Do you guys get what I'm trying to tell you? That if they want you to win, if they want to change your storyline, they can. They can fabricate events to do so. If you're losing right now, or if you're suffering, it's because of them. They chose that storyline for you. And it's usually because you're stuck at a workplace that's poisoning you and corrupting you intentionally. So you have a choice, right? You have a choice. What are you going to do once you start learning all this knowledge? Are you going to continue to let them tell you that you're shit? Are you going to continue to let them believe that you're the problem? Are you going to continue to still work for these things that you now know that you know? I always found ways around suppression, right? I always found ways around suppression because they weren't letting me get a job. They weren't letting me win. They were destroying my entire family. So I created a solution, and I pushed it to such a level, and I evolved to such a level, and I healed to such a level that they thought that I knew more than I did. And then they destroyed me because of it. But now look what's happening. Now it doesn't even matter what they do because their days are numbered. Because all of you are going to be free. Every single one of you. And every single one of you is going to finally believe. And every single one of you is never going to listen to them again. So they have a choice. Either change the game, or they will lose every single person's loyalty for the rest of their lives. Because all of you are going to be free, and remember how amazing you are. And why would you listen to the things that have enslaved you? So they have a choice. Either change it and start helping it and show positives, or every single person is going to break free. And once that happens, I don't think you guys are going to be as nice to them as I am. Still want to work with them when you realize that, wait, you mean the reason why I've been suffering for the last 2 years has been because of them? And I'm like, yes. So I sometimes would choose to walk into the fire, as you guys heard, right? Because I thought that was normal life before. I thought that's just how it was. I'm like, I don't know why every single one of my appliances and devices are breaking right now. I guess I'm going to have to go spend money, right? And now I realize they were just trying to get us to spend money, to lower resources, to create even more fear. Once you see the intentional fabrication and that it's not coincidence, I'm telling you, I choose to no longer play the game. There's no reason for you to suffer. None. There never has been. Ever. I believe they want us to stay, okay? But there's no reason to analyze that. There's none. So I say, break free, heal, give yourself at least 40 days, quit your job or an extended leave just so you can get away from all the poison, limit all ins, get quiet, hibernate, listen to my voice, go on a light path, and then see how you feel by day 41. That's your check-in. Do 41 days. The 41th day, that's your check-in. If you don't believe me, if nothing good came from this, if things went bad and you want to go back to work, then do so. But I have a feeling if you actually tried, that your entire life will change. And for the first time ever, you're going to realize, wait a minute, I'm so capable. I'm so talented. I believe. I have hope. I want to try. I know now what to do. Path. Don't let them poison things, right? That's what we're saying. They're going to take things from you. That's everything that I'm showing you today is how to choose then to make the best of that. Create a good and better. After you quit your job, let's say they might attack you because they didn't want you to break your storyline. So what are you going to do? If you get quiet, if you get everyone else in your cast on board, like your girl who's there, boom, let's do this together. Let's stock up right before. Maybe get a video game system. Let's try to figure out how to play video games together. Maybe play Overcooked together. Have you guys ever heard of that game? You can get great teamwork, or It Takes Two. Games like that, really, really powerful. Teamwork, cooperation. And then do the pantry challenge. Can you guys last 40 days without buying more? Go through everything you have. And you guys do cooking challenges like, hey, what can we make today? Hey, I have oats and I have A1 sauce and I have ketchup and I have mustard and I have, can I make something? Like, let's try it. And I have a little chocolate. Let's put it in there too. I'm like, but that's weird. I'm like, who cares? And then tomorrow I'm like, hey, can we add the beans, the black beans that we have there? Like, cans are great, right? You guys see, like, doesn't have to be inexpensive. Like, how can we make this cans better? How can we make these garbanzo beans into a soup? Can we add like maple syrup and orange or whatever? You guys see, like, there's so many things that you can do, but now you start seeing possibilities instead of limitations. And you're doing all this for 40 days. You're breaking your programming, you're breaking your conditioning, you're moving the trash around, you're rearranging some things just so it changes your path. You're not going outside anymore. You're not texting people anymore. You've limited all this stuff. And you're like, whoa, we feel better. The only thing you're doing is you're repeating your 5 to 15 that we talked about. Like, there's 5 to 15 things that you're going to discover your shields. Like for me, like World of Warcraft, League of Legends, singing, dancing with Leon, figuring things out. Sherlock Holmes, right? Stuff like that. Doing progression climbs, playing challenging video games, and self-intentional challenges, cooking and cleaning for flow. Do you guys see? And then the only info that I get is related to that, but even then, very limited. So maybe I watch one World of Warcraft video a day or one League of Legends thing a day, but maybe I mute the commentators so that I don't get as much info. So maybe you guys like singing. Well, hold on. Let's try to develop, like, let's find 10 songs, but maybe one a day. And we do that, like the lyrical transcription challenge. And we keep practicing that. Do you guys see? Like, it doesn't have to be excessive, but it's all only stuff related to your shield. You don't care about current events. You don't care about news. You don't care about any of other stuff. And all of a sudden you realize everything changes extremely quickly. And we're going to get into that after the break here when we talk about now this is the key to creation, but you realize what actually matters. This is what we need to do until they change the game. Once you start healing, you have to keep doing those things. You can't stop. You have to continue because the majority of us, whatever got us there, we stopped doing. I just think of it like this. Let's say I've been streaming all this time and I finally create this organization with whatever girl I end up dating and having a kid with next, okay? And then once I get there, I just sit back. I'm like, okay, now my disciples do all the things. And I just sit on my throne and I watch. I'm just like, no, the part of the game, the fun is actually doing this with them. I'm not there to overshadow them, but I'll do it with them. Do you guys get it? Like, so all those like sales managers or executives who do the climb and then they stop, I'm like, what? Did you even enjoy it? If it's something that you truly enjoy, if it's truly a shield, it doesn't make you tired. It gives you energy. When I stream, I get energy. Do you guys understand? No matter how tired I am, sure, there comes a point where like the lines eventually I get more tired than energy because I've been going for hours, and that's how I can go for so long because it energizes me. Do you guys get it? It energizes me. We've been allowing them to dictate if we win or lose for far too long. Why do we let them control the timing and the things that are repeated to us? Remember I said, think about it. They made me believe that someone was after me. They tried to make me believe that I had a mental health issues because I had figured this out. I caught it, right? And I'm telling you, the moment I caught it, all of a sudden, everything that I looked at on social media was magically from one day to the next, once I pieced it together. Because I was like, wait, I should unplug things. Like, they can manipulate and inhabit technology. They can change like smart device ad blocks. I'm like, holy shit. I started catching all of it. And all of a sudden, the next day, they're like, oh, for people who are crazy like you. And I'm like, what the fuck? Do you guys understand what I'm trying to tell you? Why do you think no one figured it out? Because you understand how challenging that is. Like, if everyone told me now that I'm fat, I'm not. But if everyone said it to me, I might start believing it. And if I go outside and someone walks by, I'm like, what up, fatty? All of a sudden, my parents call me and they're like, How's your weight loss going? Do you guys understand how they do it? That's what happens to every single one of you. And you believe it. That's how they change your path. Never let them tell you who you are or what your worth is or what you should do. Don't let them decide your story. Break your storyline and finally decide every single choice from here on out. After the break, we're going to talk about how we can identify if it actually was our choice or not. This part is going to be heavy. So maybe we do a little cooking challenge, a little fun thing just to interrupt it. But as of right now, things that are outside. So like right now, if I applied for a job, what I'm trying to let you guys know is they determine the final outcome. This stream, whatever happens when I'm streaming, I determine the final outcome. You guys, they can still cause disruptions. They can cause technical difficulties, but there's one thing they can't do. One thing they can't take away: the words that are coming out of my mouth. And once you realize, actually, if you develop a connection, there are times they talk through us. When I'm protected, the dark can almost never. But when I was not fully healed, once in a while, they would talk through me. I'm like, holy shit. There's times, by the way, just so you guys know, in this 4-hour stream, that my light spirit has been talking for me. And I let them. Do you guys get what I'm trying to tell you? The world works differently than we thought. You're going to start catching it. It's cool. But it's kind of because we're learning how to destroy fear and deconstruct it. It's not predetermined, but because of all the variables, because we haven't broken free yet, they almost know exactly what's going to happen. I'm telling you guys. Before I broke my conditioning, if there was a certain Latina with a certain dress or legs or bikini that walked by or something like that, I would probably choose to ask her out 9 out of 10 times. Do you guys see what I mean? It's not predetermined, but if I'm conditioned that way and I'm nudged, let's say right before that, I've been watching, like I saw a picture related to something like that, and then an approximation walks by of that. I'm like, hey, do you guys get it? That's just how it is. Especially if we started paths. And most of you, once you start a path, you can't break it. I'm telling you right now, like if right now I said Harry Potter, do you guys want to watch Azkaban? What was the one? Oh, I'm creating the Order of the Phoenix. Do you guys remember that part when they find the room where they get like invisible and then they have to like sneak by like Fitch and Malfoy and they start teaching Harry starts teaching all of them how to fight back against the dark because the teacher was corrupt. Do you guys remember that? Do you guys want to watch that? What up, Voldemort? Maybe we should get a broom or maybe we should play some Quidditch. Like, you see, if I just keep going, I'm like, and then I'm like, hey guys, you want to listen to a Harry Potter song? Like, yeah, I wanted to. I'm like, what was Hedwig's theme? You guys remember? All of a sudden, if you guys have any points related to Harry Potter right now, I might have made you feel like listening to it. Do you guys understand? That's just the power of paths. That's what they do. That's how they do it. Once you're fully free, doesn't matter if you start a path. You can just be like, still, you want to break it, interrupt it, and balance it out, right? So right now, I tell you about Zelda, Final Fantasy, Star Diplomat, Shepherd. Once a shepherd, always a shepherd. Like, I'm just causing some interruptions for you so that you don't go down that path completely. I'm a philosopher. Dun, 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 dun. What was that singing challenge? Or what I made? You see, like, all I'm doing is trying to break your path. But now you guys can do one of your positive shields, right? Or maybe we do the eternal paradox. Caius ballot, right? Remember, you guys, some of these mental stuff. Maybe we'll do this after the break to reset people. But you see, like, I got gotten to a point where my paradox is I can now handle everything they throw at me. I can withstand everything they do easily. I can master and overcome anything. I'm not afraid. I'm not attached to anything. I don't care at all what anyone thinks. I know what I'm capable of, regardless of what you say, regardless of what happens, anything, right? Which is basically what I called yesterday reaching the throne, the Elden Lord, right? Think of it like godhood. Yet I'm telling you, I now choose to do nothing outside to play the game. I could get any job. I could try to get any girl. I could try to build something. I could. I mean, I am worried. See, they're still worried based on their attacks that they're going to destroy it. So I'm like, what's the point? But instead of not, then I could just give up, right? Throw in the towel. That's it. I can't do anything. Instead, I choose to do this. Maybe it only reaches one person. But maybe that one person pieces it together for once and catches how it's happening to them. And then they start the path to break free. Do you guys see? If you break free because you heard this and it changes your life and you finally believe in yourself again, you realize how capable you are because you are, and how good you are because you are, and how amazing you are because you are, because they have taken all your memories hostage and made you forget and only been reinforcing one thing over and over again. And if you heal and you go on a life path, I don't need you to thank me. I don't need you to reward me. All I want is for you to spread this knowledge or your own knowledge that you have, because then you're going to become one of my disciples. But regardless, the knowledge that you have, either reinterpret everything that I'm teaching you, make it your own, do it your way, right? If you want to teach it by dancing, then dance. If you want to teach it by singing, then create songs about it. But I want you to figure out how to reinterpret this knowledge. And if you can't, if that's not what your mission, your story, then share my thing just to other people. But then start creating your own thing, whatever it is. Yesterday or day 21, we talked about what story will you tell? What are you going to try to solve? That's your higher purpose storyline. Then your story. Like I'm telling you, I can't do anything outside, yet I still am finding a way to do something, to try to fight back, to try to choose to create a path that can lead eventually to that storyline. But even if it doesn't, I'm okay. Do you guys understand? I most certainly hope that one person is finally healing and breaking free and piecing it all together now. Because I'm telling you, every single one of us has at times in our life been like, why does it have to be this way? Or I feel like something like, what the fuck? Like, really? That happened? And we never understood why before. I'm telling you, once you piece together and you catch it, you're like, you'll never see it the same way again because you realize that they fabricated it. We were chosen for 3, 4, 5, 6 storylines. Insecurities, fears, traumas, good and bad. Yes, good as well. So that's why I'm telling you. That's why I'm fighting so hard, because I created good in my life. Now, then they usually end up weaponizing and flipping it into sad events to then remind us. But do you guys see what I'm trying to say? I know they can do good. I'm just trying to get to a point where it is that. People are like, well, then won't it be boring? I'm like, guys, I consider these 8 hours of whatever or however long I'm going to stream today, let's say 4 so far, to be good. I'm not being punished or attacked right now. Like, yes, before I said I'm only doing it to protect myself, and that's one of my main reasons. But today I'm not streaming for that. Do you guys understand? I'm doing it because I enjoy it, because I want to teach you guys, but I'm just doing it just because this is my thing now. So you see, like, we don't need a villain. We don't need a conflict. Do you guys get, like, if this wasn't going on anymore, I could spend my streams trying to teach you guys how to learn video games one of these days. Do we understand? Like, we don't need a villain. There's so many things that we can focus on that need to be solved in this world that could be better. So many things. I could list 100 right now, and I'm sure you guys could think of some too, right? Homeless issue. Why are there food costs? Why are there survival costs? How can we give the doves a city? How can we make the oceans better? How can we, right? So many things. How can we completely revamp the entire education system? That's what I want to create an organization to do so, right? So that our kids are not indoctrinated to believe the world works the wrong way. And so they can all think for themselves, so they can learn how to create strategies, how they can break things down, how they can deconstruct things, how they can think logically, right? And critical thinking, and no longer be conditioned to have judgment and discrimination. You guys see, like, I'm just throwing out thousands and I can keep going. Once you get to this point, you can do the same thing because you no longer worry about getting it right. You're like, what are things that I would want to make? You just start thinking, start seeing possibilities. And each one of you is going to get to that point. But not yet. But that's why you're doing the climb. All of you claim, and I say all of you because this is my experience. I could be wrong. If I am, I hope so. If so, congratulations. But the majority of you that I've encountered claim that you're trying so hard to change your circumstances, to reach your dreams. But I'm like, are you actually making choices actively every single day to do so? Remember, I said it could just be as simple as take like an interrupt. Someone came in right down the door and there's noise. How am I going to choose to handle that? Could I involve it in my stream? It's little things, right? But I'm telling you, these things in a snap, if they wanted to give you what you've been trying, or start building it up. Hey, we want this guy to start dating girls. All of a sudden, every time you go outside, you keep bumping into multiple girls, or it's just one girl, and she compliments you every single time. I'm telling you guys. And all of a sudden, things are starting to work. All of a sudden, you're like, wait, could I do this? Could I believe? You ask her, you all of a sudden ask for a number and you get it. Whereas before, every time you asked, it never worked. Like, oh, wow. Then you keep trying, keep progressing. Then all of a sudden you go on a trip and like, there's a girl flirting with you on a plane. You're like, oh, wow. In a security line, a girl like, hey, handsome. Do you guys get it? Like, if they fabricate it to that level, do you understand that you will now believe? Regardless if you are capable of that or not, do we see like it could be used for the opposite? People are like, is it not manipulative? I'm like, well, sure. But do we see like we could heal like the thing that they lack, any disbelief that they have, if we could choose the timing and events? We could. Even if it's just to get people to believe, just to break their faulty perception that they've installed in us beforehand. That's what I'm trying to convince them of. I'm like, it doesn't have to be this way, because they install these faulty perceptions to make us think that we're less. And then they're like, okay, have fun. Good luck. Let's see if you can break it. I think that's fucked up. Just because some people manage doesn't mean that it's normal. First of all, it's extremely challenging. And people are like, yeah, that's the game. I'm like, why is that the game? Why can't the game be about how we solve and improve the world when we're all at our best? Do you understand? It's even when you reach the state, there's so many challenges and climbs to do, but now you can focus on actual things. Like imagine if tomorrow they're like, okay, you convinced us. Let's get you the girl. Let's get the organization going. Pieces are going to be involved in that I need to start climbing and figuring out. Do we get it? Like there would be a huge climb there. Now, I already have all of the baseline, right? But you guys understand now I would have fun with it. But there's no problem. There's no villain. There's no insecurity, no fears, no traumas. What do you guys see? It doesn't have to be about that. It never had to be about that. We've been tolerating that version of the game for far too long. That needs to change. You need to start taking this seriously. You need to start breaking free. You need to realize that the only reason why you don't think you're good, the only reason why you don't think you have worth, the only reason why you don't think you have value is because you let them tell you that. And them could be even just the people around you if you can't conceptualize the spiritual thing yet. Info that you've been reading and other people around you. And it's usually at work. Think about it, guys. Thinking back to the job example. All it takes is if every single job rejects you, and then you keep lowering your standards, and maybe even like now a 40K job rejects you, you might truly believe that you have no more worth. Do we understand how this happens? Because you're like, not even a 40K job? Nothing thinks I'm good enough? I have no skills, no talents? Because we've been conditioned to believe that all our worth is tied to that external thing. How much money we make, how much money we have. And, well, if we get accepted, if other people say we're good, like if someone watches my stream right now, an expert, usually it's also who's higher above us, right? How many followers they have, if they're an expert. Like certain people who you guys know are super popular, let's say like on LinkedIn or like Twitch or YouTube, if they watch my thing, they're like, oh my gosh, this guy's so good. All of a sudden I'm like, yes. But before that, I didn't think so. Why is their opinion? Why is them saying that the thing that determines whether or not I am? Regardless of their opinion, regardless, it means the exact same. Nothing. If the girl from high school says that I'm so good or I'm handsome or a model that I want to date says that, do you guys understand? It's exactly the same thing. Yet, hear what I said, right? That girl that I want to date, I don't care about her anymore, but some of you guys might care about your high school ones. For me, it means nothing. For you guys, that meant, oh my gosh, Josephina from high school said that. But if I'm like, ooh, that Instagram model that I wanted to date or something, right, said that, all of a sudden I'm like, whoa, neither one matters. They're utterly irrelevant. It has no say. And the only way you can get there is if you break it. You have to break all the things we've been talking about over the last 23 days. Until you get to that state, they use, if you've broken everything else, they're going to use things like that. I'm telling you. I'm surprised it actually hasn't happened yet. That it's like one of those like girls that maybe I would have been interested in reaches out and be like, hey, by the way, I don't think your streams are that good. Like, I'm surprised they haven't done a play like that yet. Or maybe they haven't. So I just don't even look. Do you guys get it? Like, something like that is how it's done. But I don't even look. I have no idea. There's no way for anyone to reach me right now. I'm not consuming any information. I'm just completely in my own world. And I just know I need to deliver this message and get these messages across, regardless of what anyone says, regardless of whatever happens. And we all need to get to that point, because that's when you realize you're like, wait a minute. The only reason why I've ever thought that I wasn't good, the only reason why I never believed, and I'm not saying that I haven't gotten better. Again, I've even gotten better in 3 days, but that's because I'm progressing. I'm trying. I've developed my own way. I've evolved it every single day. Now, I would say that now it's just like minor things, right? 1% little modifications here and there, right? So is it really better? I'm like, it's just different. But I had to get there. And yet they prevent you from ever getting there. Do we understand? Because you start listening to them, so you never even try to get there. It's all to get you to think you're broken. Think about it like this, guys. A girl, okay? What if all this time, right, I've had, in my opinion, not anyone of you guys, but like the girls that I think are beautiful, they're all like, every time I go outside, they're trying to talk to me. I'm getting messages from them. I want to date you, right? So now I believe that is the standard. That is what I am capable of achieving. That is who I am, okay? What if all of a sudden, I don't know, right? Tomorrow or today, I do read a comment on my stream and they say, hey, your hair is ugly. And it's from a girl, but I'm like, what the fuck? And then anyway, and then starting tomorrow, all of a sudden, no girls talk to me anymore. I don't see any of them outside. None of them reply to me in the messages anymore. And the ones that do are ones that I remember. This is my personal opinion. I'm not saying they're ugly, but just ones that I'm like would not date, that I would not prefer. Okay? Just think of it like that. That I'm just like, wait, I wanted her. She's ignoring me, but all the ones who I wouldn't want are the only ones who are not talking to me. I'm like, what happened? And that's all they reinforce over and over and over again. Or maybe they just take it all away. Now they just, wait, no girls talk to me at all. And then someone walks by and is like, yeah, it's because your hair is ugly. And I'm like, well, today I did a challenge. I tried to see if I could do my hair without even looking at the end result. And I tried to get it done in 3 minutes of a song. It was a progression challenge, just for fun. Yeah, that's why it's ugly. I mean, you see, like, do you guys get how it's done? So if I had tied my worth or my value to something external, an outside factor, which is like, hey, what kind of girls are talking to me? The caliber of them. Like, are they the ones that I consider beautiful? Are they smart? What if like now it's like the ones who are like maybe just, I don't know, let's just say before, back in the day, I would have thought like this, not anymore. But the ones who like are working at a restaurant, like a fast food restaurant, not the ones who are like a CEO or like a marketing executive. Before I had those talking to me, and now the local grocery store talking to me. Do you guys understand? All of a sudden I'm like, wait, has my worth diminished? Now I'm not capable of achieving the girl that is the marketing executive. Now only the grocery clerk girls are talking to me. What's wrong with that one? Nothing. But you guys understand what I'm trying to tell you? Like, that's how we're conditioned to that. Oh, wait, before I was capable of achieving this, and now I can only achieve this. And now they only keep reinforcing that over and over again, over and over again, over again. First of all, do we get it? Like, now I think I'm worthless. I'm just, my value's gone down. And if at the same time they tied it to I lose my job or I quit because intention, which is the correct play, but I'm now cannot get another job, which you should be happy. Don't go. If any of you are unemployed, if any of you can't get a job right now, celebrate. Use that, flip it. Now you're free. Now it's time to heal. Now it's time to take it seriously. Now it's time to start going on a life path, doing all the things I'm talking about. And then after 40 days, you can then decide, do I want to go back to work or will the world be different, right? And then I can just keep creating my own thing. You'll figure it out. Try to survive 40 days. But you guys see, like, as long as we let an outside factor, now that you know, if you struggle to believe it, but I'm telling you, if you struggle to believe it, just conceptualize that. Even like, think of like your friends or your family. Sometimes they say things, right? Why would you listen to what they say? I'm telling you, it can be fabricated, and they can make it so that you only now get attention from, maybe not even any attention, but from the girl who you think maybe is not as beautiful or as dumb. That's your opinion, right? That's your opinion. But before you got that. So now, since you tied your worth to, well, what kind of girls am I able to pull, right? A lot of guys might know that term. Wait, I can't pull that girl anymore? Then I'm worthless. You guys see how they do it? They started tying it to money, to what girl you can pull, to all these things, as many external factors as they can, as many outside factors as they can. How many followers you have, how many likes you have, why do you think they keep creating new metrics like that have external things? And I'm telling you, when I broke all of them, I realized then they were even attaching it to the world narrative. Well, are you succeeding in healing the world? Nope, then you're a loser. I'm telling you, they started doing that because they got so desperate to try to get me to care about external outside factors, because I stopped caring about all of them, even personal ones. And then they started attaching to the outside things, and then even to the world narrative. Then they were like, well, you're a failed Jesus if you can't heal the world. Do you guys get it? They keep escalating it until to try to get you to worry about some external factor to determine your worth or value. My stream is a failure if I don't heal people. My stream is a failure if I don't heal the world, because I stopped caring about the numbers. I stopped caring about the quality. I'm telling you guys, it keeps escalating as you do the climb. Right now, you guys are still worried about the personal, worried about the climb yet. But once you do it, you're going to see it. It's fucking hilarious. They're going to try anything to get you to care about the external again. It doesn't matter what it is. Anything to try to make it to be that what determines your worth or your value. And I'm telling you, that's a vulnerability. And vulnerabilities is how they control us. Well, one of the many ways, but it's one of the worst ways. If you can't put in the work to destroy it, because there's a lot of work that goes into that, I'm giving you the easiest first step of all time. Realize that whatever they're trying to attach or make you worry about or care about, a certain opinion or a certain thing that determines who you are, your worth, your value, I'm saying that is fabricated. If it's an outside variable, I'm saying that they can fabricate it. So think about it like this. Virality, numbers, results, others. It's all fake. They decide. You're all blind to how the world works. You're operating with no vision. Think of it like that. Like you have your eyes closed and you're walking around everywhere like that. That's actually what it is. But you guys think that you have your eyes open. They can make events or people appear as you walk by. They can control the timing of it. I'm not saying that everyone's an illusion or fake, but I'm saying that I can feel it right now nudged, because before I didn't understand that they can literally put that thought in my head if they're desperate. But if not, just from reminders around you, like I look around, I'm like, oh, maybe I should text my dad. And the timing of it is going to line up with something that he's experiencing. I'm saying that it gets to that level. If I can't resist, I'm like, well, I'll do it later. Then they don't like that. So it's currently like that because most of you can't resist. You just do whatever path they keep reinforcing it. Just do it. If they wanted to, just so you guys know, they could push this to every single person in the world. They could. I now know that for a fact. Because when I was doing my sales and hiring thing, they even found a LinkedIn influencer and they latched them on to my posts and they were pushing it. But then the moment I started talking about the spiritual stuff, how to defeat manipulators and self-awareness, my things got suppressed. You guys, truly, I'm telling you, suppressed. Impressions, all that shit's fake anyway. But just so you guys know, like, think of it like when I did sales, let's say like 5,000 people looked at it. When I did self-awareness, manipulator, spiritual stuff, 10 to 20. And my quality, my work, I know my own, right? I know my has nothing to do with quality, has nothing to do with that. They choose. They don't want this information being pushed and exposed to everyone. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? You guys destroy yourself and beat yourself up thinking that, hey, I didn't do as good of a job. I'm saying they do it as a control lever. If they know that you're going to do more of what they push or what got better rewarded externally, now they can control what you do. Think of it like girls. Let's say she's a good singer. I mean, she does a singing post, gets 10 likes. Then she posts a bikini picture at the hot tub, gets 1 million likes. Do you guys get it? Now her worth is, they've been conditioned her to her worth is attached to that. So now she's going to do that more. And I'm like, you don't have to do that. What about your dance when you were cooking or when you delivered coffee? Like, those are amazing. And you didn't have to post your bikini pictures and stuff like that. Like, even you don't have to do that at all. But you guys see, like, I would watch her cook. If this was an Instagram girl, like if she just made Latino music while cooking and making coffee, like I would enjoy that. Do you guys understand? And she's not in her bikini or like anything like that. But yet other people she might not get as much likes there. Do you guys see, like, they've attached the worth to something else. And now she's always going to compare herself to that. That's intentional. Virality is fabricated by them. I have caught that there are some ways around it, but I discovered a way around the LinkedIn system. And then that's actually how I first got, maybe they would have censored me from the beginning. Now that I actually think about it, maybe they would have, but I figured out a way around the comment system, and I was posting some of my best knowledge in other people, big people's audience in their comments. And I got a lot of attention like that because I was giving away my best info and reinterpreting their knowledge as well. And all of a sudden other people started doing it, and then it got, well, only me doing it, it stands out. It's like if no one else right now streams for like 6-7 hours, a full, like, you guys know it as keynote, but I call it stream talks, okay? And no one's been doing it before, but now all of a sudden everyone starts doing it. Or the biggest, most followers start doing it, right? And I've been doing it for, maybe they saw me doing it, now they start doing it. All of a sudden it gets credited to them. Who cares, right? But you guys see, like, what if like my worth was I needed to be the one who invented it? That makes me feel good. Doesn't matter. Do you guys see, like, they're going to find any way for you to attach your value to an external thing, that's your worth, that's your value. I'm saying it has no say on anything. And if you can't get there yet because you haven't put in the work on how to do so, rewatch my streams. I tell you how to break it down, but if you still can't, just view it as a fabrication. You're like, wait a minute, they decide. Okay, well, if that's the case, then I just need to perform my best regardless. Because I'm telling you guys, it doesn't matter how much effort or quality I put. There's videos and posts and streams, some that are more tired, some that I perform better, some that I didn't. I don't know. I don't even look anymore, just so you guys know. But before, like back when I was first posting like on LinkedIn and doing YouTube videos, I'm like, wait, really? Like I put so much effort in this one. I know it's like, I know because based on my own standards that this one's better. And it got like 2 views, 2 impressions. I'm like, wow, this one got really suppressed. Also, I now know things that are suppressed are the answer. That means that it's something that's good for you and it's something that's good for the world, because that's why they don't want it to be pushed to people. I now flipped it on them. You guys see? Anytime I'm like, wow, they only got pushed to 2 people total. That's the answer. Sometimes I'm like, if it gets pushed to more people, I'm like, shit, maybe I'm doing what they want. And maybe I need to start escalating again. Do you guys get it? How I flipped it? most of you be destroyed if you got nothing. If you put in so much work, because you base all your effort, all your reward is based on what other people say. You have to get away from that. And if you can't, through just your understanding your own value and worth, just view it as something else decides. And as long as something else decides, then it doesn't matter. That's how they make people go from king to slave or vice versa. They can decide who wins. I'm telling you guys. There was a moment where they wanted me to win because they wanted me to stop. And they were trying to make me become a king again. And they've done it multiple times in my life. I don't think I've crossed the line that I can't come back from anymore. But I think before that, even just a few months ago, if I would have said, okay, that's enough, I'm going to go back into the system. Help me get a job and all this stuff. I'm pretty sure they would have done it. Now, they would have wanted me to like do a certain revenge storyline and all these other stuff, but I'm pretty sure they would have given me access to a lot of money. Like, where do you want to live? Do you want to go to Mexico? Do you want to go to Germany? Like, what do you want to do? You have to reach a state of knowing your own worth and value, what you are capable of, what you've always been capable of, regardless of what anyone says, regardless of any outcome. It's completely irrelevant. You have to believe that it's possible, that you can choose, that you can change your fate, that you can defy destiny, and you can create a situation that no matter what happens, you can make a good or a better. And even if they take away one of those choices, okay, it's not going to be the same, right? It's not going to be the same. But I can still make a really good stream, no matter what. What job you have, what money, how much money you have, what anyone else says outside, especially once you start catching that these things can push the shit into your head, you're like, wait a minute, that means if anything negative is said to me, it's them. There's just no reason for any negative, just so you guys know. Like, once you get to this point, I'm telling you, if you heal in yourself and what you're capable, if you see anyone else try, and even if you see that they made mistakes, and what do I mean as a mistake? It's just that you know that they could do better. It's not a problem because you just know that it's a progression attempt. Like if right now I was singing, I'm like, I am a philosopher. It doesn't matter because I'm progressing. When you hear it, you see it in someone else. You don't even think about judging them. You don't even think about discriminating. You just say, good job. Let's go again. Next time you're going to get it. You're going to be closer. It truly, you see the world different. Like you guys have no idea how much everything changes. And then once in a while, they try to insert a dark nudge. Since you're fully healed and on light path, it's so rare. But once in a while, why are you trying to shit talk someone? They're amazing. They're so great for even trying. And the only reason why they don't believe in themselves is because of you guys. It's not going to happen overnight, but I want you to start believing in yourself. You have the courage to make your dreams come true, each and every one of you. But it starts by starting at the end and start doing little decisions that take us down a path to get there. They made you forget. They took your memories hostage. So as we start going down this journey, and we start figuring out where things got fabricated and how it happened, and we write down these little positive reminders, right, to start remembering areas. Oh, that's where I'm going to end with that. But then we can start regaining the memories that got taken hostage. Be prepared. Once you do that and you open up new doors to get new memories, all of a sudden, new negative ones pop up. And you're going to realize how they're going to try to connect these new negative ones to the main 4 storylines I told you guys: an insecurity one, a fear one, trauma one, and some sad ones. Usually related to your counters that you use to overcome those others. They weaponize interest, just so you guys know. They weaponize it. So they make you believe that you have more worth or less worth. Well, right now I'm getting a lot of interest from something, so that clearly means that I'm worthwhile or doing good. Right now I'm not, so clearly, you guys see, don't let that has no say on anything. Don't let them use that to control your path. I'm going to take out my AirPods because of this segment, but I'm just going to talk in silence for this next part. You want to come and be part of the last few minutes of this segment? That was a lot. I want you guys to understand, like, if you listen to all of that, I didn't think I was going to go there. And if I would do it again, it would be different. Yet I would choose to do the same thing again, just so you guys know, because people deserve to know those stuff. And I might have caused you fear. I might have not. Either way, you deserve to have access to this info and this knowledge, because for far too long, you've been beating yourself up for things that are not your fault. But there are, and is where I want all of you to focus on. There are things that we can do. There are possibilities. There are ways to fight back. Because many of you are going to give up when you know that things are fabricated to such a level. It's hard. It's challenging. It's scary. You're like, wait a minute. Well, what can I actually do then? And I'm like, a lot, actually. You can. Because even if the attacks don't stop, even if they're reminding you of it, like, it's so sad, right? Because you have such a rich memory and you've had such a beautiful life and so many incredible experiences, and you've achieved so much. You truly have. You've experienced and overcame countless things. You forgot so many things from your childhood and so many great memories. And they could be even as simple as like the board games that you played, the songs that you listened to, the movies that you listened to, the games, the imagination back then. And you created your own things. Like, did you create stories? Did you create experiences? What would you do at the playground in school? Like what kind of games did you do? Were you like maybe the person who like got people? Like, I think about, like, I got people to play soccer in the United States as a kid in elementary school. Like, I was the one who did that, right? I taught people. I remember I was a referee because people wanted to play like basketball and football. And I'm like, no, we can't use our hands, guys. And that just was something that I did. And that, I'm laughing about it. I'm not trying to go too deep down there. But you guys see, like, these are memories that they had stolen from me. Just so you guys understand, they had taken them hostage. What does that mean? It means that they don't even pop up in your head. Ever. They don't pop up in your head. Even if you're related to that time period, they don't pop up. Like, just so you guys know, just by saying that out loud right now, I'm like, oh gosh, I remember when we played, like, what was that thing, that game with the yellow ball? There's like a pole and like you could hit it. I don't even know. That was on the playground in Kaiser Elementary. That was the elementary school I went to. And then also, remember when you did the Pokemon trading card game? Yeah. Oh, here's the negative one. But it's funny. We learned from mistakes. Remember when we got scammed? We gave someone a holographic and they gave us these other cards and we thought it was a good trade, but really it wasn't. Do you guys see? Look, you guys see what's happening right now? God, remember when everyone was like trading and collecting Pokemon cards? I'm going to stop there because I'm going too far down a path. But I'm just trying to show you guys how it happens. You see, like, a little negative one happened, but it was still not that bad. But you guys see? Because I flipped it, but they pushed a negative one in there. That was a perfect example. It probably wasn't my light spirit trying to show me because they knew I could handle it. But you guys see how it's done? Like, I remember that I was the goalie, or for also, like, now my indoor soccer with my dad, and he actually was our coach. I promise you guys, he barely remembers that one, that he coached a team with his kids, and he trained me, and we played soccer in the basement, and that's how I learned how to be goalie. Like, we play with a foot. Like, mom got mad a little bit, throwing the wooden walls because we kicked the ball so hard. But that's how I got really good, practicing down there. You guys understand? Like that memory was taken hostage for so long. I've thought about it a few times in my life afterwards, but I've always had the capability to find those memories, rediscover them, to start digging deep and doing that. But I'm telling you, because of the only things they push are certain things, and usually it's negative ones, you don't even remember them. They don't even come to mind. And then even if you get pushed a reminder related to that time period, you don't get those. They're gone. They're tied down. They keep them hostage. I'm telling you guys, they actually steal our memories. It's intentional. Because why do they do that? And I want to be clear here. Even though I'm remembering some memories in the past and all this stuff, I want you guys to know the past does. Because a lot of you are going to get lost once you do this, because it's also really exciting. It's cool. There's a lot of positives, but there's bad. If you get attached to the past, you're now vulnerable, because now they're going to weaponize it. I promise you. And also, if they can't stop you from remembering it and you get too many, now they're going to try to overwhelm you. That's why I had to stop the path, because otherwise they would start overwhelming me with more and more and more. And they're pushing them right now. Do you guys see? Like, I'm just showing you, this is so good, because this is exactly what's going to happen to all of you. But now you start remembering, like, wait, I forgot that I was good at that. Like, maybe I could be a goalie again. Like, I don't need to do that. But you guys see, like, now all of a sudden you're like, wait, I was good at that. And before, you didn't even contemplate, it didn't even enter your head, because it was hostage. It's essentially, think of it like it was deactivated. Think of it like on your computer, on your phone, like certain things got downloaded or installed. They temporarily hide it or uninstall it, or is like that. I'm telling you guys, every single one of you have things like that they do. And the main way they do it, that's why I'm pushing all of you to quit your jobs, or if you already retired or something, just change your environment. Stop hanging out. Like, for example, my parents, stop hanging out with my Aunt Nancy right now. And you have to be careful about saying nudges, because now I'm going to get memories related to that. But do you guys see, like, or stop hanging out with my cousins, because that's where they're instilling poison to only bring up certain topics and certain memories. Because if they keep bringing up the recency and keep starting paths over and over again, the other paths never start. So that's why if you start writing, as you start remembering, you start writing down these papers that have some of them, and you just write them down. Okay, just a few of the positives that you have from that time period. So maybe I would write, hey, goalie. Okay, like I write that. Remember, like, elementary school, you taught people how to play soccer. Okay, so something like that. And then you just have a paper like that, but you try to have multiple time periods there, so it's not just one, because otherwise, if you look at that paper, you're going to be teleported there immediately, which is good if you want to change time periods, right? Because that's how they attack us, through they're teleporting us to negative time periods, which is good. But be careful, because just by having one or multiple on one paper, that's enough, because now your brain keeps going back to that time period even for a second. And I'm telling you, through repetition, and maybe through different songs that you're now listening to, and all of a sudden it slowly starts rebuilding. I'm telling you guys. And you're like, wait a minute, I completely forgot about this one. And I completely forgot about this one. And it's truly memories, like simply like, do you remember when we played in Westheim, Germany? There's a board game called Ligretto, right? It's a card game. I'm like, yeah, do you remember when we did that? And your Powdle, my godmother, she got mad or something, or my aunt, because I figured out a workaround on how to, like, win the game like 9 out of 10 times. I'm like, yeah. But yes, there's no, like, it's not anything big, but you guys would get lost there and keep going down that path. And I'm saying that that's not necessary, but you see, it just starts changing things. That memory, I'm telling you, 2 years ago, that memory didn't even pop up in my head once. I rediscovered it and found it. And that's what happens to every single one of you. But you're like, that memory doesn't mean much. I'm like, yeah, but if anything, you could say it shows that I'm good at figuring things out. Do you see, like, also now I'm looking at that memory differently. I'm like, what was that showcasing? It was a skill set that I've always been good about, figuring workarounds, figuring out ways around suppression, figuring out how to solve things. So you start using your memories for positive shield paths. Or maybe right now they tried to remind me of, like, let's say, I don't know, like I told you guys, like I took a risk by starting that path earlier, right? But what happened to me that got me to go down this journey of figuring this out. So maybe I use that just to teleport to a different time period, because I was a kid or a teenager when I played that game. So you see, let's say that happened a year ago, right? That negative time period. So now I'm going to Germany, and I'm going to that time period when I played that card game, or maybe when I played the other board game, Mule, or Don't Get Mad, Mensch ärgere dich nicht, with my Oma, my grandmother, Emil. You guys see, by just like doing that, I'm just temporarily teleported to a different time period so I can interrupt the path that they tried to create, a negative one that can make me sad, fear, or traumatized, and now I'm on a positive one. Now, you don't go deeper though, right? Because otherwise, if you stay on the path for far too long, they weaponize it, right? And they've been trying to poison things even related to that phrase. I just want you guys to know they try everything, but it's hilarious now. We're fine. We got this. But you guys understand, like, it does get complex, but you start doing things like that and you start remembering who you are and you start writing out, and then you also can start catching the fabrication of things. But once that happens, this is the hardest part. They're like, wait, harder than that? Remembering all the stuff and realizing, wait, I am good? Because then you start, there's going to come a point where then you start disproving all your insecurities and traumas, right? And fears. Because you see it and you're like, imagine like if someone said you're the worst card game or board game player in the world, right? It's just a reminder, heal. Oh, some attacks, that's good. Means we're on the right track. And you see that and you're like, why would I be the worst? Maybe you actually believe it, right? Because everyone tells you that. And then all of a sudden now I'm remembering all these stories. I'm like, oh, I actually won a lot when we played back in the day. And it's not about winning, right? But you guys see, like, they made it about that. And I'm like, wait, I'm really good at that. Why did I think I wasn't? Oh, wait, because that's all that was being pushed to me and reinforced to me. And they took all my other memories hostage. Do you guys see what I'm trying to say? Because the people around you, the media that you're consuming, the games you're playing, the movies you're watching, all the info, basically, is just all one thing. That's why if you don't quit your job, you can never heal, because they truly, even just think about the topics that you talk about, or what you talk to do. It's such a big part of your day that you will never be able to fully remember. You have to get out. You have to get away. And just the same people, I'm telling you, they weaponize those people to poison you. If you are in the same circle forever, it's over. You have to break your circle. That means everyone just needs to hibernate. If you want to get back to them after 40 days, if they've also put in work to heal, then sure. But I'm telling you right now, if you don't, you're doomed. We have to do what we must. You have to. You have to hibernate. You have to create distance. You have to create the eternal calm. We're not going to talk. Everyone has to heal. Everyone has to put in the work. Otherwise, we're just poisoning, corrupting each other, and making sure that like, imagine if every time the only thing I talk to you guys about right now is Leon. Hey, Leon. Like, that's the only thing I talked about. He's a mini Australian Shepherd. If I keep only referencing that, and you guys watch my stream every day for like 5 hours, and that's all I talked about, do you guys understand that I can start slowly keeping your other memories hostage? If I keep just only making references or related things to that, I can start stealing your other memories. Now, if your ads and your videos and stuff are now being pushed that are all related to mini Aussies and dogs, do you guys get it? Slowly, you're going to start losing your other memories. That's how they do it. And you guys don't even understand it. I'm telling you, they can fabricate social media ads. When you search what pops up, they can fabricate that. And then they can nudge the people around you if they are not fully healed to say things. So then all of a sudden they might be like, hey, how's Leon doing? How's your mini Australian Shepherd? Oh, talk to me about your dog. You guys get it? All of a sudden, that's all that's being talked about. Every time you go outside, all that info, everything is just that. That's how they also poison you. That's how they corrupt you. That's how they get you insecure. That's how they get you afraid. That's how they get you traumatized. You guys don't even catch it. And then that's all you think about. Not because you even want to, because they're also just nudging it to you. And then they start attaching associations to every single object around you, because then that, like, my dog starts doing things everywhere in the house, right? So it's being attached everywhere. Maybe for you guys, you might actually feel that dog. So then all of a sudden you get a mini Australian Shepherd. Do you guys understand? And all of a sudden now you're like, oh, now it's being attached even more. And before you know it, that's it. That's all your life. And you're going to forget everything else. Now they can rearrange you. Do you understand, guys, how seriously you have to take this? You have to. So I want people to start practicing. We're talking about it a little bit here, but you have to erase your past. You have to. You have to. You must. Every day I view it as I'm a level 1 character in a video game that just hit new game. Or like, think like you just started, you turn on a movie or you open the first page of a book. That means you don't know the characters that exist in the book. It means you don't know what's going to happen in that movie, even if you've already watched it. You have life like that until you can heal. Because at that point you can choose, but then you still know, you see, because then you start seeing when they try to start paths, it's disturbing. I'm telling you guys, you're going to catch you like, wait, why are they trying to remind me of this time period? Why are they trying to remind me of this person? Why are they trying to remind me of these situations, good or bad? But you see it. Once you do this, you see it. You're like, wait a minute, why do they keep trying to bring back the past? I'm just trying to move forward and create new. Doesn't mean that I can't remember. I'm telling you guys, I know more about my past than I ever did. I've basically remembered 99% of my entire life. And yet, even then, the only thing I'm telling you the past is good for is positive shield paths to interrupt or reset yourself or get you. And you know now what's most of my shields, or to get you in a positive state. That's it. That's the only value. Nothing else. Everything else is just what you experience today. And now you're limiting your access and ins to only the things that are presented to you, right? Like through your shield, to World of Warcraft, street, these topics, Leon, coffee, things of that nature. No ends, guys. And even then, it's hard to eliminate all of them. I'm telling you, I got some of these answers in these situations just from brief walk outside. And it doesn't even matter what time. It was like 1 a.m. and they made an event happen. It was a good thing, but it still changed my path. My dog, they can sometimes make him recreate things from my other dogs from my past. I'm telling you, it's really fucked up. And I didn't mute an ad. And then I searched for one thing while I was searching for a new song. And we're going to talk about that more after break. But do you guys see what I'm talking about? Like, anytime the past appears, and if it's not something that you chose to go on a positive shield path, you interrupt it and change it immediately. Because I'm telling you, they're trying to do something. But it could also be to help you start healing at the beginning. So at the beginning, write it out, remember, start getting down paths. But once you get them back, then you have to erase them. And erase them doesn't mean forget them, but it's just you push them away. And then you only can bring them back just as a tool. But you're no longer living in the past, you're living in the present, because every single action and choice and path that we do in this moment creates the future. We create the future every single second. Do you guys see how we reach a state of it doesn't matter? So I'm just going to give you guys this last tactic, and then we're going to take a break. So searching is bad. I want people to understand this one. This is contrary to a lot of what people think, because if you start Googling things around, you're just going down a path and start looking at different websites and different things, like, it's dangerous because they can manipulate the order of the websites and they can guide you to certain info. And you can start a path, and all of a sudden you can start thinking things that aren't true. Like, if I started searching, like, hey, how do I know if someone's after me? That during that time period that you guys now know about, I would start thinking that that's actually happening. And if I start talking to other people about it and reinforcing it, I now fully believe it. All I have to do is fabricate one event that slightly pseudo confirms it. And now you're like, shit, it's happening. Regardless if it is or not. Do you guys understand? I'm telling you, it's not. Why do they don't have to even make the event happen. They just have to make you believe it's happening. It's just the idea of it. So to start remembering some of these memories that they took hostage, I call it the mental search, right? So what happens when we're mentally searching? What if I asked you guys, all right, what's a video game song from like your childhood that or a game that you played when you were a kid, or a movie that you watched when you were a kid that you haven't listened to in a long time? It's going to make you think. So like for me, that's how I discovered a video game called Illusion of Gaia that had a lot of positives. So I was trying to think, I was like, what are some things? Because I realized that they were nudging me to remember things, and I wanted to choose for myself. So it's really hard, just so you guys know. It really makes you think, like you're sitting there like, what is a game from that time period? What's a game from that time period? And I'm like, only the Super Nintendo time period, not Nintendo 64, not GameCube, Super Nintendo. And like, it really pushed me. But what you're gonna catch is that if they can't stop you, they're going to try to nudge you to search. So then I could be like, Super Nintendo video games. That is the mistake. If you can't remember something specific, if you start going random and vague, then they can start populating the things that they want. I'm telling you, they're going to guide you down a path that leads to a problem. It's sad, but it's true. So it's how you can break holds and start rediscovering those hostage memories. Because essentially, it's like you have to dig deep. But truly, it's as simple as like, hey, is there a board game that you played when you were like in middle school? And you can use that as a way to burn the webs that they had blocking the memory. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, and you pull out that one. And then from there, you can slowly start adding new ones again. But it's you need to, I'm saying like I attached it to like video game songs or like a video game that I played during that time period. And that's how I started the process. So I think music is extremely powerful. So if maybe there was like a TV show or like a cartoon, that nature that has like a musical theme. So like I think like my siblings and I like, hey, you remember when we used to watch like Dragon Ball Z in Mexico and had the intro theme, cha-la, escala, da-na, and all of a sudden because of that, you use it and you get teleported to that time period. Like, okay, what else happened around then? Okay. So for you guys, maybe it's like a sitcom that you guys watch. Like, I'm taking a little risk here, but that's just for fun now. Maybe you watched it with your siblings and it was Boy Meets World. What up, Minky? Minkus. You guys understand? Like, gosh, we are so brave. But you do something like that and all of a sudden it teleports you that time period and now you can be like, okay. Now be careful, right? Because remember I said if you stay too long there, but you just like write it down or listen to it. And then now if you keep doing that, you can grab new little memories every so often. But what did you like listen to when you were a kid? Like what songs like maybe like my aunts, your sisters sing to you or around that time? Mom, what did you like listen to when you were in that when you did like the boarding school and when you were in Westheim and all of a sudden you start doing stuff like that and then it starts letting you get back some of those hostage memories that have completely been taken. Do you guys get it? And that starts unlocking new ones and you can start writing out your path. But be careful about searching. Internet and socials, dangerous just because they can choose for you what pops up. And I'm telling you, all sometimes you see it, like, that's a really good one. I forgot about it. And then it leads you down a dark path. Fixed is good, but it can be dangerous. I'm just giving you guys everything. It can be dangerous if you feel the need. I have to look at this right now. I have to look at this Nintendo 64 game. I have to. I need to look at it. I need to find out what it is. That is dangerous because even if it's a fixed one, or let's say I have to turn on I have, let's say, Nintendo 64 with me. It's in my pantry or something, right? I put it out here and I turn it on. I'm like, why do I feel the need to do it right now? That is dangerous because that means that they're nudging you and pushing you, or a path that started without you even realizing it. Be careful about those because that means they want you to see something. Doesn't mean it's always bad, but the problem is knowing now that there's something that is trying to hurt us. I ask you, why risk it? Why risk it? If you accidentally start a path, you have to change your recency. So I've jumped all around right now. You guys heard it. But even then, I'm going to have to do a little detox here just because, and even after, I'm going to have to do detox because that's, do you guys understand the recency of it? I'm at risk, but it's okay. I really just want all of you guys to know I shouldn't have done it, but I did it. There's no going back anymore. I'm going to get a lot of reminders now related to these things that I said. And some of them are dark time periods that lead to dark. They're positives, but they lead to dark time periods. But it is what it is now. Do you guys get it? That's what they try to weaponize, right? Sometimes it means that we have to take a step back. So right now, let's say after the stream, I wanted to like watch a movie or play a game related to some of these things that I talked about. I might have to wait till like tomorrow or 2 days from now because otherwise I would start a path. I might even have to listen to different songs. You guys get it? Like it's this serious because otherwise you keep the recency up all the way up there. But we could also bait them to think that we're about to do something and then we go down another path. But we'll get there. So Do we succeed when we destroy fear? We'll end with this. If you embrace it, if you deconstruct it, if you flip it when you get attacked by anything, okay? Now you guys know like the mental attacks and if they're trying to remind you of things. That's the key to climb and succeed, okay? Yet, I want people to hear this part. When you're afraid of an idea, right? So think of it like you're getting tortured. Maybe something that will happen. Maybe I'll get tortured. Maybe I'll run out of money. Maybe we'll get evicted. Maybe now let's do something, right? It's just a maybe. Well, you're never going to succeed until here. Because the idea of it, when it's an idea, you need to destroy it. Okay? So if the idea is that I might have something happen to me, like if right now I go outside, there might be an illusion that pops up that reminds me of something bad. That I need to destroy, the idea of it. And how do we do that? By healing. That's why I'm saying you guys need to hibernate 40 days minimum and go on a light path. Build up hope, build up belief again in yourself. No longer allow or tolerate these things. Because now it's easier for you to handle it, right? But you guys see like the idea, that's when you have to destroy fear. We talked about on day 10 in depth how to destroy fear, but all these things add together what I'm saying. When there's the idea of it, that's when you have to face it. That's when you have to overcome it, okay? When it's an idea. But when it's an actual attack, like if they're inserting it into your head, trying to remind you of something that it actually has, you don't have to face it. I want people to understand it because that's contrary to what majority of us have been taught. It's like, face your fears. I'm like, well, if you go outside and you face it, that could actually be really bad. If the executioner, right, is right there. Remember the story that we said about the failed ones, the living experiments. How do we succeed then when it's actually an attack? Remember, I'm saying attack is just like them trying to recreate the past, remind you of something like that. That's an attack. If that's actually happening, how do you succeed? Well, you have to deconstruct it. How is this happening? How did they get me there again? How did they make me think of that? What is the reminder that brought that back up? Is it this mug? Is it this rubber band? Is it that bone? Is it that I'm holding my dog Leon right now? What can I do? What are 1% improvements that I can try to learn something different? What can I flip to improve it? Like, could I be like, wait a minute. Okay. Sure, they made me come back the moment I started my stream to make, like, they timed it so that he makes noise right there. But what if actually I just talk about that, right? Because that you could say that that's an attack, right? It's an interruption. It made some noise, but what if I use it as a way of like, wait, I'll use it as an extra interrupt and use it positively, show people that, hey, we have to choose. Do you guys see, like, I got attacked, and I'm saying that that's an attack. I'm not, that's not even a bad one. But you guys understand, like, you guys think attack is like it's a horrible thing. I'm not saying that it has to be something that destroys your life, but just that's an attack, right? I'm doing an activity, and it was something that could cause problems or an interruption in it. Do you guys see what I'm trying to say? It's not even necessarily how you react. It's just that that's an attack. How do you succeed? You have to deconstruct it. Like, what happened? Oh, they timed it that he would come back right then, knowing that my dog would bark and all this stuff like that, and try to trigger the old associations related to that. But hey, I've changed the reminders, like my dog barking. Hey, just a reminder to heal for the Warcraft. Or you guys see, like, there's a lot of things that you can do, but 1% attempts. What can I do next time that happens again? Okay, every time I stream, they try to make him come back and create some noise. What can I do next time? But what you see, like, instead, think of it like the idea of, I'm like, oh gosh, if I stream right now, my brother might pop back up and my dog might bark. Do you guys see? When I have the idea of it, that I need to destroy. How do I destroy it? I'm like, well, I just need to be healed. I need to be on a light path. I need to have hope and belief in myself that I can handle it, that I got this, that I'm capable, that nothing external determines my worth and my value. Do we see? The idea of it, you have to destroy. But if it's actually happening, then you have to deconstruct it. You have to make modifications. Like, well, maybe should I just hold my dog next time at the beginning of the stream so that he doesn't bark? Do you guys see, like, an actual attack? You deconstruct, you try, you learn. The idea, you destroy it. And truly, just get rid of the success criteria. All right. We're going to take a break right here. This was, I didn't think it was going to be that intense, but you all got to get here, guys. Demand more, reject everything, start to climb. You got this. You're amazing. Now you know your worth. It has nothing to do with the outside. Nothing. And you're going to rediscover it. Every single one of you. Okay. Wow. I impressed myself. When we get back, we're going to do an interrupt, a really good one. So I want you guys to practice though right now. Put a song. I'm going to have a song on that's playing, a little different one this time than usual. And maybe just hum it, whistle it. And then we're going to reset our mind when I get back. But try different things, guys. Maybe you like look around and think, okay? All right. You got this. And when we get back, we're going to talk about how to understand choice and if we decided the path. All right. All right. How we doing? Hope you guys got to recharge a little bit. That last segment was intense, but if you listen to it again after you processed it and you choose to take everything I'm saying seriously, I promise you, you will now know how to destroy fear or how to deconstruct it. And then now you will understand how to determine your worth and your value, and because now you just see your capabilities and you can start the process in the path of remember. Okay, so I know I told you guys think about like a song from like your past that you are going to explore. So I'm playing one right now from a video game called Tales of Symphonia, Dawn of the New World, The Wilderness of Sadness. I actually had meant to play it in the last segment, but I was on a roll. I was in flow using the other song, which was about destroying fear, the living failures. Think about all this stuff. If you guys listen to the last segment, you now know all those things that I'm talking about. You know what that mug means. You know what this tray is. I told you this is my started my progression meal. This over here is peppermint extract. If you guys have been watching my streams, you know what it means, but it's a sign for, again, progression. You guys see what I'm trying to talk about? Like, all these things matter, right? What up, you? We got this. Good job, Leon. Thanks for starting Hero Path. Once a shepherd, always a shepherd. There's my shepherd coat, shepherd vest, my shepherd talisman. Just our diplomat. Deliver us, send the shepherd to shepherd us. We're figuring it out. Sherlock. Dun, 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 dun. What am I doing there? I'm using my shields, right? League of Legends. Our unconventional approaches. We used to play a game to do this like chess match, and we'd always do unconventional strategies that would disrupt everyone because no one knew what to do when we would do our tactics. And that's the world that we live in, right? No one knows what I'm going to do next or how I operate. Oh, I got to turn on the lights. I knew one thing changed. Okay. So why am I doing this right now, guys? It's because, first of all, last segment was a lot. I went a little more intense. Good thing. I needed to get all those answers out in that way because I'm reinterpreting and re-explaining every single time a little differently. I'm trying not to focus on my past and my situations because at the end of the day, this isn't a story. I keep saying, like, what story will you tell? Right? This is my story. But what actually it is not the events, the incidents that happen. The only reason now why I tell those things is because I want all of you to compare it to what's been happening in your life. Because I'm telling you, if you were anything like me, and I've now realized that everyone is in many ways, they just don't know it. Things happen to us, and we think that we're the only person maybe experiencing it. I know that seems like everyone's like, that's not true, because everyone always says, oh, does anyone else think this? And everyone always makes fun of everyone saying that. Of course, other people think that. But I'm telling you, like, you just feel like it's like, because it just seems like no one else is experiencing what you're experiencing. You're like, just seems like everyone I walk by like attacks me or insults me or laughs at me. Like, truly. And I just want people to understand it's not you. It's all of us. It's the game that they designed. But it's been deconstructed. It's been extracted. It's been harvested. I've took all their attacks and I flipped them. And that's how I got all these answers. So it's over for them. But it's not over until you guys wake up and take it serious. So we'll get there. There's still a long journey ahead, and could be years, could be centuries. I don't know. But I've done my job. It doesn't mean I'm stopping. So that's why we're doing these little positive interrupts. So did you guys remember a song from your past? That's the one that I'm listening to. And it brings back good memories of when I used to play. I played this game with my brother. And it was only 2 players. But part of the fun of it was, hey, you got to like create your own little monster helper. And you could like feed them different things and it changed their path. Right? So depending on what you gave them, they became stronger or they changed, they evolved. Think of it almost like Pokemon evolutions, but so they evolved. So we we didn't like make our monster helper too strong. Maybe that's always I've limited myself to make challenge a little harder to push myself, and I never tried to over level because you could keep fighting battles over and over again that you're already too strong for, so that you eventually could like just we call it over gear it. So think of it like if you guys went back to like the very first job you ever did in your life, okay, or like right now we went back to high school or middle school. Even though like some of the stuff would catch us off guard at first, in no time we would be able to master what they're teaching again because we surpassed that level, right? Think of it like that. Okay. So I would always create more challenge by making sure that I saw that there was a potential exploit, something that made the game too easy, like, ooh, that's broken. I wouldn't use it, or I would stop us from using it because I wanted to experience the full game. I wanted because I sometimes felt like the developers missed things, or maybe they left it in for people to do it an easier path, but I chose to never walk that path. So anyway, based on the play style of my brother and I, there was we needed to create our helper, our monster helper, a certain thing because he needed to fill a gap. And what we ended up choosing was because we got stuck on one of the final fights of the game. It was just too challenging. We could have gone back and gone strong, but I said we can figure out. We can figure out. So we created this turtle that was both a healer and a tank. And if you know video game terminology, it means that something that can draw attention of the enemies, the aggro, so that they take more of the blows, so that we could focus on doing damage. But it also, well, I was like, wait, we can put a healing spell on it, so they could start. So the tank, the thing can take a lot of blows, has more health. I'm like, that makes sense. It can absorb a lot more blows, so it can keep healing. Anyway, that was actually the secret that let us finally overcome the battle. Because we were kind of like ignoring that mechanic, and then we evolved it to that, and then we finally won. So we just needed something that could take the blows, and then we could heal. And that's kind of what we all need to become. Everyone doesn't have to become a full healer, right? We all have a role. We have to understand what that is, but we all need to heal. I'm teaching all of you how to do that. But my role, that's who I became that turtle, right? I'm a tank healer. And normally most healers are very vulnerable. They are good at healing, but they can't take a lot of blows. So we have to kind of like keep them safe from everything. I just decided, fuck it. We're going to change the game. So I learned how to take the blows. I learned how to draw the attention because I attack by healing. Hurting people, doing the damage. I attack by healing. So I'm just trying to heal other people. Do you guys get it? That's how I'm attacking, to cause chain reactions. So then you guys can go out and do the damage, which is make the events happen. Okay? I'm healing you so you can make events happen. So I don't have to do it, but I'm drawing all their attention right now. They're all focused on me and they're trying to attack me so bad and cause so many disruptions. But I can withstand it. I figured out now how to withstand the blows. Okay? And now, and since I know how to heal, now I'm also teaching you guys how to become healers. You're my disciples, right? So we got this. I want you guys to know. But you see, like that was just a short little memory session to change my path, to change my flow. I went a little deeper than I normally do just to show you guys how it's done. But now some memories could come up from that. Do you guys get it? Like I think about some of the other, like there was this other fight in that game where we fought like this wind harpy Garuda thing. And it was really challenging in the beginning of the game. And like in video games, that's why it's cool to try things in video games, because the worst thing is you just have to like rewatch like a short scene or like maybe some dialogue. And there was just this part where the character's like, no, don't do that. And then like this kid went flying with a little wind thing. He was fine, but that would happen. And then it would just repeat over and over again. And we just lost so much. It was like there are like that challenge that we just couldn't overcome. Do you guys get it? But you see, like I need to stop now because you see, I'm even talking about certain things that could start other paths, but I wanted to show people that that's how it's done. All of a sudden you continue, and then all of a sudden you remember the next one, then you remember the next one. And it was positive, right? I was smiling. It's a good thing. But I'm telling you, that's how they start weaponizing it. So one is enough. But I went a little more there to show you guys. Like, you see, like all of a sudden it opens up new memories. Like now I'm just remembering a video game, the video game journey. Like think about how many memories are there. And it could just be remembering like an old movie or like a TV series that you guys watched together. Like I think like I watched back in the day. I'm just scrambling my mind a little bit. I already had done it. I was fine, but I'm just showing you guys how it's done. When I watched 24 with my family, like with my mom, dad, and like stuff like that, we were in Ecuador. That was actually my dad started like almost like skipping work or showing up later because he wanted to watch more 24 with us. was this really good show. But you guys see, like, I'm gonna stop there, but I want you guys see, like, all of a sudden you can now remember episodes, you can remember things like that, and it takes you down other paths. And I'm like, I'm already feeling it. That not necessarily text, but I could feel like the connections and the paths, that the bridges that could connect to other things. And that's how you can start chaining it. So one thing leads to the next, one thing leads to the next, one thing leads to the next. And that's just all from listening to a song from a video game. It was the final battle of that video game called Wilderness of Sadness, Tales of Symphonia. You could type it in, Wilderness of Sadness, Richter. And that even reminds me of a song I listened to yesterday from someone called Richter, the November piano song, or 2 days ago. Do you guys get it? This is how it's done. But this is what they do to us. What I just did for all of you, you might not mean anything yet because you don't have any associations yet, but now you're starting to develop them. So now if it got reinforced tomorrow or later today, or I did it again, now it's going to start meaning something to you. I could just be like, hey guys, Tales of Symphonia. And you're like, wasn't that the turtle tank healer thing? Like, yes! Wilderness of Sadness. Da, 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 na, 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 Richter. Na, Ratatas. Na, na, Destroy Evil. Na, na. And you guys have no idea right now, but this is how it starts. And now they repeat it, and they repeat it, and they repeat it, and they repeat it. And now imagine if you were in a room stuck with me, and the only thing I talked about was this game, Tales of Symphonia, Wilderness of Sadness, Richter, the Garuda, the kid flying around, the tank healer, the turtle. If that's all I talked about now, and you guys are trapped in a room with me, do you guys understand? Do you guys? That's going to become the most of your memory, the recency, the top of your memory totem. This is what they do. They push all the rest down so they can eventually take it hostage, and they push the rest up that they want. That's why if you keep hanging around the same people, if you keep only going to the same website and doing the same things, which can be good if you know if it's your 5 to 15 shields, right? Like I said, my World of Warcraft, my League of Legends, but they're usually my creations too. I'm rewatching my videos of when I did World of Warcraft. Think of it like if you did like Shakespeare, when you rewatch like your video of that. Okay, you guys understand that's different. But if you reinterpret it every single time differently, that's different. But this is what they do, guys. I'm telling you, it's absolutely horrifying when you realize that this is what the danger of work, because these people go there and they only talk about specific set things, and then you're only experiencing set things related to work, and that becomes your entire life. And then you come home and you've all been conditioned to, like, if you're married or if you have a girl, you ask like, hey, how was your work day? And then you reinforce it and you relive it again. Do you guys get it? Do you guys get it? Do we understand? Gossip is the worst thing possible, by the way. Just like I said earlier, like I believe that info and going to the hospital and doctors activate things. Gossip is the worst thing possible. Do you guys understand? It creates paths, it creates storylines that don't even need to exist. Just don't do it. Get quiet, hibernate, and see how you feel. So anyway, what song did you guys find? Did you start discovering new memories? Did you? Oh, well. So we're going to do one more little interrupt here, just to kind of change your guys' path. We're just practicing. And we're going to reinforce it one more time at the end, but today's theme, right, is the eternal paradox, right? So there's two paths, there's two choices. What do we do? What if one is taken away from us? What can we do then? Can we still reach our storyline? What if we begin at the end? Can we figure out how to do zigzag and go left, right, forward, up, down, to get there eventually? Can we start making choices every single time? Now that we know how to deconstruct and flip things to start getting there. Could we? Is that possible? And we're going to do a deeper dive on that too in a little bit here. But let's practice the mental thing, eternal paradox. Okay. This time we're going to keep it simple. We're going to do eternal. We're going to start with eternal. But I want you guys to write eternal with your finger or a pen or something, but in the air. Okay. While staring at something else. So there's a monitor over here. I'm going to stare at it. I'm going to write eternal, but I'm going to write it facing you guys. Okay. So we go. Eternal. E. How'd that go? All right. Now let's do paradox. Same thing. We're going to do from the beginning to the end. Keep it simple. But this time, again, look at something else. But I want you to write each letter while you're drawing it out, either with your finger or a pen that you're holding in the air. But I want you to write it differently than you normally would write it. So if you always write the P with the line down and then you do the thing, maybe start with the curve first and then down the line. Just around a heel. Here we go. How'd that go? Challenging? Good? Maybe so. Then I have on this piece of paper, Kai's Ballad. That was the character who I started the story, where we started the stream. At the end, right? The story of the eternal paradox. To destroy the chaos and the light. It's interesting, the characters, and the same thing, this song is related to a situation with that, where a character had to make the decision to try to defeat darkness. I jump to the next song, which is great. And now I need to loop it. I'll talk about the song in a second. So I want you guys to practice one more thing here. The radial menu. So when I say Kai's Ballad, you could think of like this character, the story that I said of the darkness and the light, and that he put the dagger into his heart to release it to destroy the dark spirits or the dark comet. Okay, so the character name was Kai's Ballad. But there's a video game that I used to play, Legend of Zelda, that had a song called Ballad of the Windfish. It doesn't really matter how it goes, right? You can make it up. You can go dun, 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 dun. It doesn't matter, okay? So what I want you to practice is I'm going to say the word ballad, okay? And when I say that, I want you to think about it once of like just whatever you picture this character. By the way, he wore a purple outfit. He had like long hair with feathers and something like that. And he had the sword, the really large sword of darkness and light. You guys will. But then the Ballad of the Windfish, a fish that had wings that popped out from an egg. Okay, but you could think of my ballad. When I say ballad, I want you to just think of that character, or when you think of a windfish. Okay, so let's practice. Ballad. 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 I'm even like moving my eyes to it. This side is the character Caius, and this side is the windfish, right? What about this time? It's just a song, ballad. What about playing on a harp? Ballad. We're doing a ballad. Can you picture yourself playing a harp right now? Caballeros del Zodiaco, right? Something like that. Ballad. Purple ballad. Fish ballad. Harp ballad. Now when I say harp ballad, think of the windfish. When I say windfish, think of Caius ballad. Windfish. When I say Caius ballad, think of the harp. Caius ballad. How'd that go? That's what we call the radio menu. So now, when you see the word ballad, this is how they program us for negative, but this is how we can counteract their things. So now sometimes if you guys might see the word ballad now, you might maybe think of those three things. So what happens is, what you'll notice is that through recency, so what if like right now you went outside? Okay, if you went outside right now and boom, a gust of wind. That's funny. They just made me bring up a reminder because of that. You guys see, like even sometimes when we talk out loud, they nudge us. That was an approximation of something that happened to my dad. You guys see how it's done? Related to wind. Anyway, so just a reminder to heal and how far we've come. So the wind came out the moment we went outside. and you get hit by it. And then all of a sudden, you go to a water area and you see a fish. Or you see like there's just a fish out there. Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? Like they teleported me into a time period because I did this, but it's fine. It's not a problem. I'm not worried about it. I'm not. But you guys could be, right? If you don't understand how to jump around and reset your paths, then this could be extremely dangerous for you. Think about it. I'm just giving you guys examples, and I made that sound, and that was the thing that teleported me to that time period of when I was with my dad somewhere. Do you guys get how easy it is to do? And you don't even understand. All of a sudden, your next thought is going to be related to that, and you have no idea how you got there. Do we get it? All I said was think about going inside a wind, and then I did the sound effect. And that was the thing, the approximation of what my dad did when something happened. Do we get it, guys? I nudged myself. So anyway, now if you feel the wind, right? And then you saw a fish. And then next time, that's what happened when you went outside. Then the next time you come back in here, and all of a sudden, like you get an ad, and it's like, we're thinking about making a ballad. Who wants to join us? All of a sudden, I'm telling you guys, if this has been repeated a few times, or if it's in the recency, you might actually think of the windfish just because you saw the word ballad. This is how they do it. This is how they do it. You're like, why don't I think about the harp? Why don't I think about the purple hero or a villain? Why don't I think those things? Because the recency is not active, or they didn't start a little path beforehand. Do you guys see? Recency is extremely dangerous, or positive, depending on what it is. But usually, what they use it for is danger. We can use it for good, but even then, you see, like it still brings you back to the past. And what did we say last segment? We want to erase our past, not forget it permanently, but we only use it when we need it. Right. So we don't live in the past. We only use it. Okay. So right now I want to change my path. So for example, I have this progression paper shield that I wrote, and day like 11, I made a stream about this where it's like, I told a story about a hero who made a climb and made progression, who defeated an insecurity dragon. Right. So I have Wind Temple, approaching the Wind Temple. It's a song. Zelda, the climb. And there's the video game box right there that has the Zelda, right? It's right there in front of me. And I associate progression. The song, this thumbnail, is approaching the Wind Temple. So I can even hear the song right now, right? And it reminds me of the story that I told. So I have it right there on the piece of paper right there. And it reminds progression, right? Remember the hero who started in Eventide Island, and he had to first build a fire, and then he had to get a sword and shield, and he got a bow and arrow, and he used explosive arrows to defeat the giant. And then remember, that's when you made your chocolate oatmeal experience. I made a star progression meal where I tried to make something different with oats to see if I can make oatmeal with chocolate. And guess what? And then he ended up winning against the giant. The spirit helped him, and he started climbing. And then all of a sudden he started floating in the sky, jumping from island to island and solving puzzles. And that's how he did it. Gosh, that was so good. And then he defeated the dragon because the dragon had defeated him with a gust of wind. He had fallen and lost everything he had, but then he did the climb, and he remembered how to win without any tools, without any relying on who he was, his belief in himself, and he managed. And you know what that leads me to? Because I wrote Chocolate Oatmeal Experience, I'd forgotten about it just because I got so into this experiment, right? Remember, I'm protected. This is the last one I could say, guys, really quick. Just repeat to yourself sometimes mentally when you're outside, or right now if you get lost. Just you could say it mentally or out loud. I am protected. I am protected. I am protected. I am protected. And then mentally say it. It can just temporarily block them from getting to your head. But you see, the other one was a positive shield path. You could write songs that have positive reminders for you. Remember how it was with you. That's related to World of Warcraft's video that I enjoy. And then I have my name. I'm the shepherd. Star diplomat. My shepherd symbol. My star diplomat symbol. Right? Everything's a reminder to heal. Just from a paper, 2 papers. But then that leads me. See how everything leads you from one thing to another? To what I made on the break. On the dog. Right? We went out. They tried to remind me a lot of things. So I had to reset. So I made myself a little progression meal. The oats. Again. This time I tried something different. Added tomato sauce, honey, peanut butter, some ground beef, some milk. I forgot to add seasons. I was gonna add salt, pepper, and stuff like that. I can still if I want to. You see, you can still choose it. If it's not where I want it, I can now fix it. You see, a little challenge like this, can you cook or make something differently than you normally would? And you know, I forget what even else I added in there. I added a lot of things, but then just warmed it up 2-3 minutes. It's good, but I'm actually going to add a little salt and pepper because right now the peanut butter is a little overpowering. It's not a bad thing. More flair to it, more flavor variation. And I'm going to warm my coffee as well. So get ready. Grab. You see, these are all interrupts right now that I'm doing. This is an interrupt. I'm changing my path. And now, when we get back, we're going to get started. Good job, Leanne. Let's finish this. Ready? Okay, here we go. Ready? If you guys didn't grab anything, I'm just waiting for my coffee to finish warming up. There it is. See how they move us around through senses. So now, if I always react the same way, the moment that goes, I would have to go there right now, right? The microwave beeped. You guys get it? That's what they do. They move us around through senses, but that's what you do, little interrupts. So right now I'm doing the orange interrupt. Cut a slice over there because I was already out. Take a slice. You break your programs, you break your conditioning, change your path, reset. Just cut a slice each time. Take a bite. Think about how much you experience. Taste, things get stuck in your teeth. Maybe this time I do it with my hand in my pocket. Maybe next time I don't. You guys get it? Good, Lena. Oh, he wants the ground. All right. Okay. Let's save that one for later. We did enough. Okay, so that was a lot, right? I wanted to make sure they were poisoning me on my break, and I just wanted to make sure I start fresh because this one is going to be a little intense too. but it's also just all that stuff is really valuable. I just want people to practice. And also it's reinforcement for myself. I do those things now. But I'm telling you guys, I used to do them a lot less. And I was the one who developed them for myself. Why did I do them a lot less? Because I was always learning new. And I was always responding to them. They're what they were doing to me, and I was trying to decipher and deconstruct it. So I never really was. Every time I figured out one, then I kind of like I wrote in my notebook, right? I have like thousands of pages of notes to decipher all this. But then I would go to the next notebook and then I would forget some of the stuff that I did before. It always built. Like I look back and I'm like, I always built up on it, right? So it's not like I fully forgot it, but the recency, right? That's what it is. I stopped doing it. But so then now I started writing some of these down. Like that's why I write like these things down, because now they're just top of mind. So, and then if I forget them, I see them like, oh yeah, I should probably do that. So like I have a paper right next to my bed that says detox in the morning, insect mistakes, intentional mistakes are powerful. So I'm like, oh, I have no idea why I did that. But that's also a reset. It interrupts you as well. Do you guys understand? And I'm like, hey guys, do you know that 11 plus 7 is 14? But if you divide that by 2, it's 5. They're like, no, it's not. I'm like, you're right. 11 plus 7 is 18 divided by 2 is 9. Do you guys see like stuff like that is truly, that's the only reason why I use math anymore, guys. It's just is an interrupt. All this, but I'm like, okay, I need a detox in the morning. I need to write things out. I need to figure things out. I need to piece things together. I need to do my positive shield paths. I need to listen to multiple songs. I need to change my memory path a little bit every single morning. I'm telling you guys, it doesn't have to be the first thing, but it should be one of the first few things you do. If you don't do it in the first 3 hours, you're at risk. And the earlier you do it, the better. The earlier you do it, the better. Because they start presenting things all related to the stuff that you popped up in your dreams that you remember and the things that you don't. And also things that they were nudging you before you slept and after you woke up. I'm telling you, they plan situations for you that day. So for some of you, if you go to work, they start nudging you and start putting things in your dreams that are going to affect what you do and talk about at work. Because remember, it's your recency. Think about if you're asleep for 8 hours, think of it like they're just nudging you or presenting. Think of like I'm just saying words one at a time to you. Blue, Phoenix, Star Diplomat, Lion. And that's what they do when you're sleeping. And then you wake up and then that's in your recency, even if you don't remember it. So it starts altering your lens. Okay? So I have right there a piece of right morning. Even though I know it, even though I do it, do you guys see I still put a reminder myself there. So if you do have papers around everywhere, sticky notes, good. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. So hang in there, Leon. Thanks for starting to hear about. What song am I listening to now for this segment? It's a song from Tales of the Abyss. But if you want to search it, the exact one I'm listening to is called Tales of Orchestra, 20th Anniversary. Mirrors, Meaning of Birth. So you could type in mirrors, meaning of birth, Tales, and it'll probably pop up. That's what I'm listening to. It's based on a video game, Tales of the Abyss, that a replica connects with his other version. Time period. In some ways, I feel like that's actually what's happening with my you and I. It's almost like they had the same role that I have right now in the world. They're trying to heal and educate everyone. It's just at a different time period, or maybe they're in a parallel world. It kind of feels like that, to be honest. It really does. So sometimes they've been nudging me, telling me that it's like almost like I have like a Jesus inside of me or something. But I just say I'm myself. I'm the shepherd. I'm the startup man. But we're working together, clearly trying to heal the world. That's all that matters. So you guys see, like, regardless if I am or not, it doesn't matter. If that's the spirit I have inside of me, it doesn't matter. I know what I'm doing regardless. Do you guys see? But it is undeniable now. The things that we talk about, things that we do, right? But we're connected. So it's like, think of it like there's a mirror right there. And I have my hand like that, and they have their hand, and we're connected. You like that? That was me talking to them. Yeah, we talk. It's cool because you understand that they're always observing and we're always feeling and interacting them. It's not scary after a while. At first it is, but you're like, wait, every single thing they're always observing us. I'm like, yeah. But we'll get there. You guys will get there. So let's try the modifications now of my progression meal. That's better. Add some cayenne, some salt, some pepper. It's really good. Just see, like, I just try things and impress myself. I mean, now at this point, just so people understand, I've done it so many times, just creating like this on demand without any hesitation, without any worry of what could happen or what could go wrong, that I've got it down. And I know how to fix it now if for myself, right? Maybe for someone else they wouldn't like, but most like it'd be different. They haven't ever ate something like this, but they're like, wow, actually, I don't even know what this is, but it's good. I'm like, exactly. They're like, what's the recipe? I'm like, there is no recipe. I'll teach you how to do it, but each time it's going to be a little different. Like, I want that version. I'm like, okay, we can get close again, but I'm like, you should keep trying, modifying every single time. And you're going to have your favorites and your standards, and once in a while you'll do that, but try something like this, guys. I'm telling you. For example, my mom and dad, I know both of them are incredible chefs, cooks, bakers, whatever you want to call them. Yet they limit themselves to set recipes. I'm telling you, both of them could create so many incredible things. Like my dad, ceviches, clamatos, but instead of just being tied to how that is, how you learn the one way, keep modifying it every single time. Something different, a different seasoning, a different addition. My mom, like all her foods, just so many. Truly, vinegar meat, her spaghettis. Just modify 2 things each time. And before she knows that she's going to be making 20 new recipes that are all variations of it. They're your recipe, not the old recipe. Try it out. For all of you. Whatever it is. Okay, Leon, I'll give you a bite, but I don't think you're going to eat it. Oh, he did. No, I don't think he did. Okay. Just try, guys. You guys see, like, doing stuff like that, challenges, pushes you. And the biggest value, it breaks conditioning in your programs and your fears of getting it right. Before you know it, you're not going to be worried about that anymore. And look, I'm using a paper towel right now as a napkin. I just dunk fingers into a cup. And the other day I had like a little towel rag. The other day I went to the bathroom to clean my hands. You get to choose. I'm going to do it just to show you guys, but I'm going to eat with my fingers right now. You guys might be disgusted that I just did that. I'm going to do it again. Yet I'm telling you, I'm not going to do that right now again because I want my hands to be clean for this next part. You get to a point where you can just choose everything. I'm telling you guys, the majority of us don't even realize that it happened, but we get enslaved by every single thing. So if you can't even conceptualize the spirit thing yet, I'm telling you, just think about like your conditioning, just even from like how you grew up. You're enslaved to it. You can't change. You can't alter your path. You have to. Like if I always drank like it, I actually use like this. I'm telling you guys, programs, conditioning, all this stuff, you don't even catch it. But now you're going to start identifying. Now you start seeing it. Now you're going to start focusing on it because I pointed it out. It's a little terrifying first. But the cool thing is that once you get over the hump, you cross over the hills. When you get there, you see, like I just say certain phrases and then I sing the song that I have association with. That's the Final Fantasy 9 song. I'm crossing those hills. The world map thing. It's so good because it's true. It's once you pass a certain point, you see, like I even talk differently. The way I do things is differently. Everything changes. But you get excited. You now look forward to breaking programs. So like sometimes when I'm just writing, or every so often I'm like, okay, I've got to break my program. And I write with my left hand and stuff like that. It gets more fun. So remember when he said, what can you do to fight back? Everything are things you can do to fight back. You're going to remember old songs, video games, board games, memories, and then you're going to use those. Remember, it's 5 to 15 positive shields that you have, right? So maybe for like my mom, I think it's like opera, right? So like, can she remember specific operas, but can she actually sing parts of them? She might not know all the lyrics, but can she like have fun with it? Can she transcribe them? Right? Can my dad create songs because he's so good at that, right? Making his own lyrics, right? For every single song. But maybe he just starts finding instrumental songs. Maybe they start playing video games together and he starts creating lyrics for all the instrumental songs in every single game that they play. So like I'm listening to one right now. I'm like, why do we have to live in fabrication when we are so good and we believe in each other? This is the moment to fall. Like something like that. I'm just showing you guys that it doesn't have to be anything crazy. It doesn't have to be anything fancy. It doesn't have to be anything for anyone else. It's just for you. You're going to have more fun with it. And if everyone in the same castle is in the same page, like I think of it like my mom and dad, right? Then there's going to be no judgment because they understand what they're working toward. And if there is judgment, it's just their old conditioning talking. But once they break it, right? If anything, they now push each other, be like, oh, well, I created a song. What are you doing right now, huh? And they just have fun with it, right? It's constant rearrangement. Like it's just, you see, like for the first time maybe in forever, even though they're retired and they've been doing the same thing forever, they're like, well, how can we have more fun with everything? Can we like rearrange our decorations? But should we put some of those stuff away that bring up sad reminders for now, just to create a little distance, and then we can just focus more on the positive because they attach things to things, right, guys? It's like this has so much positive to me, but imagine if they poisoned my mask back here, right? The U spirit symbol. We are one, right? Like if they did that, I would be sad, but I'd have to put it away for a little bit until I can detox it. And they'll try again, but that's okay. Anyway, enough about that. I just wanted to show you guys, like, you see, just because we live in such a world doesn't mean that there's nothing we can do. Now, I'm still trying to figure out how we can fully fight back outside. But from what I'm experiencing, I believe that if everyone heals, I don't believe, I'm convinced, I know. If we all heal, or a majority, we just have to get a majority. Think of like a tug of war. The majority, because right now it's so far, even close, right? But if the majority start going light and fully healed, we're no longer poisoning, corrupting each other. So think every time, like think of it like I think Majora's Mask, but like pipes that have water flowing. It has to get all the way to the end. Okay. If it gets here, either the corruption spreads. Okay. So it goes, but I'm right here, and all of a sudden I'm like, it gets to me, and I'm like, yo, I'm healed. I'm light. And it doesn't ever get there. Now, right now there's only myself. But think about all of a sudden now there's thousands and thousands and millions of you. So they're like, here we go, interrupted, interrupted. It never gets there. So the person that was supposed to get poisoned or corrupted, or the situation or the thing, never ends up getting there. This is what I believe. And also now people will realize that, wait, we see possibilities. We no longer care about only one. We start fighting back. We start choosing to believe that it can be different. And we try every single day, right? Because when we get attacked, we deconstruct it and we flip it and we try something. But when the idea pops up that causes fear, that's when we're like, no, we're not going to be afraid. That's when we destroy it and we break it. And I believe that if we all do that every single day, that everything will change. And then, since we're no longer playing the game outside and we've limited all access to info, we're no longer using AI and all these stuff, they're going to have to change it because they're like, well, shit, no one's playing the game anymore. And then it gets better. And then they finally realize, hey, it got humanity to this point. But for the first time ever, we maybe are realizing that, wait, they're ready for the next evolution. They're ready for the next stage. Humanity's finally ready. And now we live in a new world. Our world. Our terms that we built, that we decided. And then we now know how to make our higher purpose, our higher purpose storyline, right? For myself, it's everything's a reminder to heal, to make the world better. And if not, it's a reminder for how far we've come in progression. Okay. I hope you guys have a little more faith there. Do you guys see, like, I could bring you down a positive path at any point, just so you guys know. But I'm arming you with all the knowledge that you need. And protecting you from what's actually happening would be doing you a disservice. Have you guys ever thought what the meaning of birth means? When are we actually born? At what point? What is the thing that determines that? Is it the day that we're actually popped out into the world and start experiencing stuff? Is it the day we start remembering? Because, for example, I remember stuff earlier than maybe most of you because I consumed an excessive amounts of home videos with my parents. It's something I really enjoyed doing from like 0 to 3. Because I think most of us remember somewhere around there. I consumed an excessive amounts of that because I wanted to know. I cared. So is it when we start remembering? But what happens if we forget? So does that mean that we're born in different? You guys see, like, what is actually the meaning of birth? What if I told you that the majority of you haven't even been born yet? Windfish, right? Phoenix. But you guys see, like, despite everything that has happened to me and everything that I've lost, I've evolved. I've become the shepherd. I've become the star diplomat. I've connected with my you. I've learned how the world actually works. And there might be more to this. Might be for the longest time, it's only been repeating. I just want you guys to know that's how I know that I know basically everything. Because everything's just repeating. I'm not getting new. So that's when I was like, well, it's time to teach. That's okay, right? It's fine. I realized that even though I'm not going to learn anything new about how the world actually works, I still have this climb and this journey, and there's other things that I can do. For most of you, all of this is like if you started kindergarten all over again. So what does that mean? For the first time ever, you guys have an opportunity to be reborn and to relive your life. I'm telling you, every single thing I do, every single thing I view different, every single thing. And truthfully, every single thing I enjoy more. Despite knowing that they're still trying to poison it, despite knowing that they're still trying to attack me and remind me of my past situations. Despite that, I'm telling you, every single new thing, every so often, though, they do get a really good poison path started, and I have to stop. And that frustrates me. But do you guys get what I'm trying to say? Like, every single thing, because I now view it so much more positive. Like, I just see so many more angles and so many more things. Though there's a little bit of overwhelming feeling because your memory grows so much stronger. You know, I see like one symbol and I think of like 20 different things. It can be a lot. But I don't know if any of you are going to get to that level for a long time. I really don't know. I don't know if it's something about me or what. It's weird. As every single thing changes. I just think about like if I now traveled the world with my family and my parents again, if I finally believed that it was safe to do so, every experience would be different. Doesn't matter if it's one I've already experienced. I would view it completely differently. Do you guys get what that means? It means that I'm finally born. And also, I'm no longer enslaved. I'm no longer chained to what they say or what other people around me say. I'm just myself. I'm fully myself. That's remember like the music that we're listening to right now is about mirrors and meaning of birth, a replica and his other version. He was born the day that he had a fight with the replica had a fight with the other version. Because the real version, let's call it, was mad that the replica was kind of like stealing his life. But then they both accepted each other and they became one. And I think that that's essentially what happened. If I really had to explain it, I'm not gonna get lost here, but I just wanted to explain to you guys, like when you get this connection with your, like you light spirit, and you fully embrace this other side of the world that has been concealed and pushed down for so long, and you realize, wait, the world is very different than I thought. It's almost like, think of like the spirit was floating here, but then just like goes inside of you, and now you have like this aura around you, like this blue aura, and you're just different. And once that happens, you just, I'm telling you, you become a different person. The way you talk, the way you believe in, what you push for, what you try to achieve. You don't care about money anymore. All your programs are breaking, and now the ones that you do have, you're choosing to do so willingly at the right time. All your conditioning, everything, and now you can just choose. I guess really the meaning of birth is that for the first time in your entire life, you can now just choose everything. Because think of it like we were a blank slate when we were born, but someone else, other people, and other things chose that. And there's nothing wrong with that. I want people to understand that, right? As our parents and stuff like that, they needed to guide us at the beginning. We weren't ready. But it's like after we did that for me, it took 33 years, right? It took me 33 years. And we're just taking from everyone. I call it my way, right? The Blue Mage, the Mega Man X, absorbing the powers from other people, the Kimari, the enemy skill, the Sado Org story, started implement progression. Like you're taking from everyone. And then finally, after 33 years, you're like, okay, now you break all of it. And now you can choose. Now you also remember your entire life. You don't live in the past anymore, but you can now, whenever you need it, you can use it to help you explain the purpose storyline. But you now can just finally choose everything. Despite everything you've experienced. Before that, they made you into something. And now you can choose. So think of it like, okay, guys, we got Star Diplomat meal, the oat thing, the chocolate version. This is the tomato sauce, honey, whatever version, right? There's a cereal here. Okay, so let's say there's 3 different things. Before, your entire life was you only like this version. That's how you got conditioned. That's what got repeated. That's what got programmed into you. But you tried this one and you tried this one. Okay? So now we break the chain to this one. And now you try each one again. You're like, actually, I'm going to do the chocolate oatmeal one. Right? But once in a while, you might be like, hey, I remember my childhood one that my parents installed in me. It's awesome. They're so mad, by the way, guys. I'm talking about this stuff. I can just feel the noise. I can sense noise now, just so you guys know, like I can sense their mental attacks. It just changes. I'm telling you, the entire world changes. Some of you, probably, this is the last thing I'm going to say about this topic because I want to keep going, but I just felt inspired. Some of you probably, and I just think my parents, right? But I think everyone has gone through this. Even I went through this. My ex-girlfriend, she said this to me when I met her, which is, I thought my life was kind of over. Like I was just repeat nonstop. I was just kind of doing the same thing every year. Nothing really changed. I just hung out with the same people. We just did the same thing. We talked about the same stuff. My family just always goes to the same vacation spot. The same things happen. I always was the one who was in charge of booking stuff like that, right? And I know my parents, like they probably have a very similar day every single day. They hang out with the same people. They do the same stuff. Go to the same places. My dad grabs tacos of barbacoa in the same spots. right? We have all their spots. And there's nothing inherently on paper wrong with that. The problem is that they do that. They enslave us to that. They chain us to that because then now you're a guaranteed piece of the puzzle. They know exactly where you're going to be, what you do, so they can use you to move other people around that they're trying to affect. Do we get it? But you've been chained to it. You think you have to do those things. I'm telling you, once you break free for the first time ever in your life, you might have asked, like, is this really all that life is? Is there nothing else to it? Or first time you realize, wait, I don't know anything. Like, there's so much more. There is two things helping us, or there's two things, and one of them is helping us. There really is. There really is. So it's not like we're alone. We're not alone. I need to listen to that song now. I just wrote that a little note for myself, a little reminder. But we're not alone, and we have help. The problem is that since the majority of you have been poisoned and corrupted and completely chained and enslaved, it doesn't matter how much help that we have. It doesn't matter because I can right now tell some of you, if this is the first time you're ever listening to me, if you just tuned in right now, and I say to you, hey, you're so good. They made you forget all of your hobbies, your passions, what I call shields, right? That you used to sing, that you used to dance, that you, like my dad, I'm like, hey, that you used to sing mariachi songs, or you could write stories or things of that nature. Like my mom, right? You're hilarious. You have great comedy stuff. Something like that. Okay. If I tell them that, they're like, you're just saying that. Like they don't, it doesn't even, it hits, they feel a little positive, but they don't believe it. And I'm telling you, that's everyone. So it doesn't matter. Like you get on a little small path once in a while, they might set it up. They figure out a way to get you positive. But the moment they just start a negative reminder again, it's gone because of all the recency, because of all the repetition. And that's it. Then it's over. You can see, like, it doesn't matter right now how much help we have, because as long as we all continue to just be poisoned and enslaved by money, it doesn't matter. Truly. They could spend tomorrow, the light could only be helping us, every single one of us, and it wouldn't change almost anything. Because if the next day you guys get another reminder or you go back to work and that's where all the poison is, it's over. All their work that they did the day before is over. Think about COVID. It was actually light got to do a lot of work, even though it started from a sad thing. That's what I'm saying. What if this time we did the same thing, but for positive? Last time was out of fear. This time it's out of self-choice. A shelter in place to heal, to hibernate by choice, not because we're afraid. Last thing I talked about it, I think day 5, like Moses split the Red Sea and guided everyone to the promised land. But the problem was that they got there with fear. Ramses still chased them, right? And caused all those things. And they got insecure and traumatized. They had a fear event. So when they got there, and the moment they lost their shepherd, their shield, there was no one there to keep the shield going. So then they got corrupted by, right, money and corruption. And I'm saying that's exactly what happened here, right, with all of you guys. No more fear events, no more traumas, right? Once you heal. Last time COVID happened, for many people, it was too much. Even if it was, let's say, orchestrated by the light to try to do good, and they couldn't find a way to make it happen. So they had to do something like that. But it had a lot of negative, right? There's a lot of death, a lot of illness and issues, regardless of what you think about how the world works. So it created a lot of fear events. So it didn't actually end up having the long-term positive impact that it could have been. Yet it's still, do you guys remember that for the at least first few weeks, months, people changed, and also the outside world started healing? Do we understand? So now we get to choose the same thing, but this time it's by choice. We're not afraid. We're choosing to leave the poison environments. We're choosing to hibernate because we choose to, not because we have to. And that completely changes everything. Remember what I said? All these challenges that I'm doing, if we don't have a grade behind it, if we're not getting punished, like, well, hey, can I make a progression meal like this with just random ingredients and see how it tastes? Ooh, that one didn't come out that good. Well, tomorrow when we make it again, let's try it differently. And if If it's not as good as we want, can we add things afterwards? Can we modify it? You guys see, like, even how we walk into something changes. I want you guys to think of it like we're walking into a mirror, reconnecting with our other side, the parallel world, spirit world. And now we're combining it into one. The worlds are merging. And at that point, for the first time ever, think of it as everything we know can now change. But instead of viewing change as bad, it is everything we now know can improve. Anything. Every single thing. Because now every single person, what can we improve? What possibilities lie in every single area? Imagine if you're not working anymore, if every single person doesn't have to work ever again. But still, I remember, I'm not getting paid at all for this. Okay? Yet I'm streaming every day for hours talking about this because this is what I want to improve. This is what I want to solve in the world. If every single person did that, but it doesn't have to be to this extent, but imagine if it's just 1 hour a day talking about it, trying to figure it out, trying to piece it together. Every single person. How far could we go? How far could we go? All the things that we've always said that were impossible before. Remember also, now that they broke free, now that they can choose, these things that are making us decide, that are deciding for us, that are nudging us, putting stupid shit in our head to make us think bad things, that doesn't pop in. And if it does pop up, now everyone realizes, wait, that's not myself. That's them. Wait, okay, hold on. Pause the shield path, quick interrupt. Let's do all these things. And all of a sudden, they're back on a light path. And like, okay, so how do we want to solve this problem or this situation that got created from the past? Not because we currently are like that. And then now we're setting up a new future world. And who knows? Maybe we figure out how to like live forever. I don't fucking know. Is that necessary? Who knows? But I'm just trying to show you guys, we don't know. What if like now if we connect with our spirits, like we basically become immortals? Like maybe they're spirits too. I don't know, right? Like maybe I don't know. Right? I'm just throwing stuff out there. Like who knows? But now we just see possibility. Do you guys understand? Like just hear how I'm talking. If you met me a few years ago, especially after they destroyed me, when you guys heard the story, I wouldn't talk like this. And it wasn't even that I was a pessimist. Because remember, it's not out. It's not perspective. It's context behind what caused it. But then I had a negative outlook. Basically, were being reinforced to me nonstop. I'm telling you, in every shape or form, my life right now, based on the outside circumstances, what I have, my possessions, who I'm talking to, what I've lost, is in every way worse. Yet, in every way, I feel better. In every way, I finally know what I'm capable of. I finally know my worth. I finally know my value. I believe in myself. I have hope, despite being tortured daily by these things, because I'm the only one who apparently has figured this out. And yet I'm still trying nonstop. Do you guys understand? This is the meaning of birth. You finally now get to relive life. It finally can be like, wait, I didn't know life could be like this. Everything changes. Everything's different. Don't you want to relive life? But this time, on your terms? However old you are. That's how long you've been learning from other people and absorbing everything. And now that you're about to break free, for the first time ever, you now get to choose every single thing. I can't wait. To see what each and every one of you will achieve, what each and every one of you will become. Finally, who you always were meant to be. It's going to be the most incredible thing. Yet, I'm prepared because of who I am and what I am now, that I might never fully get to enjoy what every single one of you gets to become and create. Yet, just knowing that there's going to be some of you that get to feel this, but you're not going to feel it the way I got to, right? after losing everything, because you still have stuff. You guys are going to be able to experience everything, the whole world, in a completely different light with everything you still have. And I'm telling you, just everything has more value. Everything has more meaning. You care more about every single thing. Just knowing that even one person will get to this point is enough for me to never stop. And I want that person to be you. Whoever's listening to this. You got this. Okay? You got this. So, how do we understand choice? And if we actually decided the path? Because now that you've heard me talk about some of the stuff, right? Recency matters a lot. I changed your recency for a reason. Because this part could be positive or sad, but I wanted it to be positive for you guys. Because this is your birth. And each one of you deserve that, because for far too long, they've kept you stuck in a negative web. And none of you deserve that. Ever. None of you have. I don't care if you've thought you've made mistakes or if you haven't been your best. It's not you. You got this. So it happens because of recency. If they keep reinforcing something over and over again, guys, and it's trying to lead you down a negative path, you will do it. If you haven't broken free from all these things. Because you guys don't understand paths yet. Now you're starting to understand it. But just think about how you felt like when we were talking earlier. You might have believed a little bit more, right? You might have had more hope. Yet maybe a few hours ago, you were afraid. Paths are powerful. Now you're starting to understand how it affects outcomes, positive or negative, right? But right now, you guys just get guided along by whoever knows how to do it or the spirits. They just know how to nudge and reinforce things, and you don't limit info. So that means someone else is deciding if you're going down a positive or negative path at any point in your life. There's a lot of people, things like that, areas, whatever I did, video games that I played, groups, like people didn't understand. They're like, I don't know why is when we play with you, it's so much better. And I'm like, they don't know what I was doing, right? I was just getting people in light paths nonstop over and over again. And that's all it was. I was healing them. They didn't get it. And then they thought that they don't understand why, like they try to recreate it, what I was doing, but they don't understand what I actually was doing. So then it doesn't work. Then they almost like beat themselves up, or they think like, oh, well, clearly it's just, you guys see, like, that's what a healer is. So let's break this down so you guys understand actually how to know if it was your choice, if you decided the path that you're walking on. So number one, I would take notes if I were you guys. Whatever you're doing, whatever you are search next, or whatever you're going to listen to after the stream, whatever you're going to play, or whatever you're going to write about, or whatever. Number one is, was it self-chosen? And did it come from the inside? So what does that mean? So let's start with the inside part. So inside can also be fabricated. And my reality, they can put random crumbs and like threads and pieces of trash that maybe like I think they spawned them, but maybe I didn't fully pick them up somewhere and they found them. They can like even move my dog's food around. So that's what I'm saying. Like there's some fabrication that goes on inside, but it's pretty minor. They can spawn some minor illusions like cockroaches and stuff like that, and ants. Yes, I'm telling you, they're illusions. They spawn them. If you connect with your light spirit, half the time they'll if you get them on your side. Ads. Any ad that pops up, fabricated. They're planning a path for you. mental attacks that just pop up into your head, like if it's something negative, right? I don't know. For example, if you have pets, they can manipulate them temporarily if they really want to. It's a little harder for them to do so, but they can. It's really fucked up. That's why I fight so hard as well. Because 9 out of 10 times he's great, and then all of a sudden I'm like, why did you do that right now? I'm telling you, they can do that to use them to try to bring back old associations and approximations. So that's what I mean. Like, inside is extremely protected, but there's still a few ins, right? Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? There's still a few things, right? So it could be like even like random crumbs and stuff on the ground, or if you're not careful, right, your own reminders that you have set up, if you have and poisons. But for them, it could be direct mental attacks or reminders that pop up just from looking around you, ads, or things that you feel like searching right now. Okay, but that's the inside, right? But what else is inside your castle? Things that are self-chosen. I say it's called your shields. So, for example, I think about the music that I'm listening to, like the music that I chose, and I recommended for you guys, right? Mirror's Meaning of Birth from Tales of the Abyss. That's self-chosen. Do you guys understand? I chose it. Now, I nudged you guys to do it, but that's what they also can do to you. Do you guys understand? They can nudge you to find it. So that means it wasn't self-chosen. So in this case, just so you guys know, if you were doing what I'm telling you right now, you would write, hey, I'm listening to Mirror's Meaning of Birth. The source of the inspiration or the source of the info, Shepherd, Star Diplomat. Do we understand? Now, it doesn't mean that it was a bad thing. I truly believe it was a good thing, but you start practicing doing stuff like this right now. So write it. Song, Mirror's Meaning of Birth, or any other song you listen to that I nudged you to do. You're like, source, Shepherd, Star Diplomat. So other things that I've self-chosen, like, hey, 2 days ago when I did my stream, I told you that I got those answers and the creation from the things that I was listening to, right? I listened to a song, Final Fantasy X, the challenge song from Seymour, and what else was there? Unalesca. Those were the fights in that one. Yep. So they just try to nudge me negatively because they're mad. Just reminders to heal. We got this. Do you guys see what I'm talking about? They are not happy that I'm giving this information away because this is the answer. This is if out of all the things I said, I think this is out of everything. And I keep saying it to them more, but once you start understanding how you get to things and you realize what is actually you and what's not, everything changes. That doesn't mean you can't listen to it. Do you guys get it? But now you start catching how much is your choice and how you got there. I'm telling you, the majority of things right now for the majority of you is not your choice. So I got there through a Final Fantasy X song, right? That I chose, that I listened to, that I was thinking about because I'm like, well, how did I get there? But you could say that maybe I got some little nudges from my life spirit. It's possible. It's certainly possible, but I'm not going to get lost there because you guys aren't there yet. So I was just like, okay, I'm going to write that one down, right? And I listened to it. So that's what helped me develop my stream. Then I also watched 30 minutes of a League of Legends video, a match. Now, I will say I searched the League of Legends one. I enjoy watching because they're one of my shields. They were from back when I used to play that game. They're one of the only teams that disrupted the conventional strategies and the approach. Like, think of it like if everyone in sales always sold by cold calling and someone finally changed the game. Okay. Well, that's what I always tried to do. But do you guys get it? Like, so I always related with that team because they disrupted it. They were willing to do things that everyone said was bad. They were willing to try things that everyone said was that's not possible. They were willing to play characters or try approaches that the world viewed as negative. And despite what people said about them, they kept going their way for the longest time. Eventually they cracked and broke. But you guys see, like, that's why they're my shield. M5, a Russian team, League of Legends, Gambit, then they got renamed later. But I truly I was like completely like, whoa, starstruck. I was like, these guys are my heroes. Because I was always trying to push for that when I was a kid, when I played this game 15 years ago, 16 years ago. But everyone else didn't think to do unconventional things. So finally, these guys did it. And I was like, see? Now, I should have been strong enough to do that without that. But remember, if everyone's telling you one thing, it's hard to resist. So I watched a 30-minute video of them playing against another team, a Chinese team that also was willing to try to break the things. So that was really powerful, right? Two teams that are just saying, F it. We got to keep going, got to keep walking forward. Let's try our own approach, our style, not play the way the experts say. We just do our way. And they were destroying everyone. They were winning. And I'm like, yes, because no one knows how to handle it. Yet I'll say this, when I typed it in, right? I typed in M5 League of Legends. I got there based on, it was like the 5th or 6th video on YouTube, which means that it wasn't 100% my choice. Because I could have, if I typed in, it was a M5 versus IG. Those were the two teams. If I IG season 2, that's what it was. And I got to that video, then it was completely my choice. Do you guys understand? It wasn't even fully my choice, and it was still a really good positive. But I'm just trying to show you guys how complex this can get. I let some guidance, and they can manipulate the algorithm and what pops up and what populates. Now, one of them was, I know there's one that has a bad reference right away there, because of course the dark is going to try to put some poison there, and it's just from the title of the video. It's still there's so much positive there that it counteracts it, and I've rewritten it. But you guys understand? I'm telling you, every time I type it in, M5 League of Legends, the second video is pure poison, and it might have like 10 views. Do you guys understand? They can choose to populate that for me. Yet I chose the 5th one. So still, I chose out of those, because imagine if I just typed it in and one popped up. I just listened to suggestions. Do you guys understand? I didn't choose. I just let them choose. Now, the light, back in the day when I first was figuring this stuff out, I just want you guys to know the light was primarily helping me. I don't think the dark had caught on yet that I figured this shit out. So most of my suggestions that they were pushing were really good. I want people to understand this. Like, they were like creating like YouTube curated playlists, and like every single one was positive. I'm telling you. And positive for me, just so you guys understand. I'm like, wow, they know me exactly what I want. That's fine. It's great. It's a reminder here. I was like, this is amazing. They're trying so hard right now. Of course they would. Why wouldn't they? We got this. There's nothing they can do anymore. I'm just telling you, they're trying to remind me through little things, even hand motions that I'm doing and words that I'm saying, of the worst time periods of my life when I got abused, exploited, and manipulated. Do you guys understand how fucking serious this shit is? And you guys have no idea. Through little mental nudges and little hand motions and things of that nature, I'm telling you guys, this is the fucking answer. Whenever I get attacked, it's the answer. Call it the laugh shield. Disruption. I just laugh when I cause disruptions. And all right, they're not happy we're talking about this. They're mad. They really are, by the way. They're fucking furious. I can sense the noise. It's the answer. And I just think about NPCs running around, like in video games, characters that are controlled by like the AI. And then there was this situation in Yellowstone, Philosopher, but park where the geyser exploded, and like people were just running around and where they were lost. And so, there was a comment back then. And I don't read comments anymore, but someone's like, look at the NPCs running around. And I just thought it was fucking hilarious. But that's just my humor. Do you guys understand? Like, but that means something to me. I was just resetting myself there. But even my dog, Leon, sneezing. Or I wrote, Leon's ahead of them. Leon, my dog, has broken more of his programs than many of you. And that's cool. But it's time for you guys to take this seriously. And I also remember when the doves were standing on one leg. And I remember like we were one, and they did a little dance when I was playing the song from Ocarina of Time, Zelda, the Spirit Temple. They truly were like, they're just right out here, and they were just doing a little dance back and forth in tune with the music. I was like, this is so cool. Anyway, that's my reality, guys. My life is so interesting now. But you guys see, I just reset my path a little bit, just to kind of change the recency a little bit, because they're trying to poison me. But this is how serious it is. Do you guys get it? Like, this is not a fucking joke. Doesn't mean it would do anything anymore, because I can handle it, but it's not fun. This is they push you guys down to these paths, and you don't even understand how it happens. I just know all my code now. Do you guys get it? Every single thing. I'm telling you that just from my hand motions that I was doing, they controlled me temporarily to do that. Do we get what I'm trying to say? They can do little control, just 1 to 5% motions. And you guys don't take this shit seriously. I'm getting nudged right now. Do you guys get what I'm telling you? Like, just inserting it into my head. It's just a reminder to heal. They are so fucking mad. This is really good. You guys might think I'm crazy. I'm just telling you. You guys have no idea how serious this is. This is the battle that I fight with them every single day. I'm going to go to bed tonight. They're probably going to try to insert over 300 negative memories, and I just rewrite every single one as it happens. I change path. This is what I'm saying. Like, but now I handle it, and that's cool. Most of you aren't that threat yet, but it happens to you. Every single negative thought that pops into your head is not you. I'm just letting you guys know. Either it got spawned because you have poison reminders around you, or they're mad and they're inserting it directly into your head. One of the two. Okay, so you see, guys, how I told you, like, self-chosen. I searched League of Legends M5, and that wasn't fully self-chosen. Do you guys get it? But it was still primarily self-chosen. But you see how I still, the division was like, hey, it was one of the first 6 suggested. But I'd watched like the third one. And by the way, I'd already watched these live 15 years ago. So I already knew what they were, just so people are aware. So it wasn't like a random video, okay? So think of it like, if I played Final Fantasy X before, right? Or Final Fantasy IX. Like, I've played those games before, and I searched something related to it, a specific thing. I know what's in that game. Do you guys get it? So it wasn't completely random. I was choosing to rewatch something that I knew from back then, but it's been so long. Do we understand? So it's still, even though it was a suggestion from the algorithm, from these spirits, I knew that it was a positive one. Do we get it? So World of Warcraft, I search, when I mean self-chosen, I look up my own videos. I was a character called Sanadoz, Sanadoz. TG was the guild. And I have these encounters in these challenges that I led and made videos of. These are my videos. It's my own separate YouTube channel. And I have videos from like 14, 15, 16, 17 years ago, whatever it is. And I rewatched them. I just have to get back to my channel, and then I choose one of my own videos. But I'm telling you, sometimes after I finish one, they suggest the next one. I don't, once in a while, I'll accept it. But most of the time I know it's dangerous because they might be trying to poison it or trying to cause that in there. There's like some kind of reference that they're trying to cause a problem with. Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? Like, they try to start paths with anything. So you have to be very careful. Now, some of them is the light spirits, and they're helping us. But the problem is right now, I'm telling you, if you start breaking free right now, it doesn't matter. But if you start breaking free, which you are, if you're listening to this, you already have taken such a huge step. You have no idea. You're already so far ahead of everyone. And that's not the goal, right? The goal is trying to let you know, truly are so far ahead. And I'm so proud of you. So if you actually do start these self-chosen things, right now, it's not worth listening to these suggestions. It's not. Play it safe. Right? Because we're practicing getting to the point where you can choose. Because then afterwards, if you want to, or as we start all healing, then it's going to be great. Then we're going to work with them. They're going to help us. But right now, I wouldn't risk it, is what I'm trying to tell you guys. Once in a while, you can. It'll be fine. Because remember, you've survived all this time. They've completely poisoned you and destroyed you, and you're still alive. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to tell you? You survived. So now that you're going to start limiting info and access, and you're going to learn how to heal it and rewrite things and how to make your own choices, right? You guys get it? Like, you'll be okay. It's a lot, though. It's a lot. But you're going to be okay. You know, if just think of it like this, guys. If I never drank water before, and I only drank orange juice and coffee, and now I started drinking water, that's going to do a lot for me. Do you guys understand? That's all it is. You guys haven't been drinking any water your entire life until now. And now you will. Do you guys get it? That's all it is. That's the power of now choosing. So think of it like this too. Food that you make. When I went outside on my walk, and it wasn't a bad one, right? But I smelled scents as I'm walking outside. And I'm telling you, they might nudge people around us, the neighbors or something, to be making something. Just a reminder to heal. Every time I say that, I get attacked, just so you guys know. So Think about how quiet it was until now. You guys understand what I'm trying to tell you? Pay attention to differences. Think about how quiet it was until now. How many times did I say that at the stream? And how many times did I said it in this segment? This was my response to realizing that the last segment that I talked about, I got to those answers. I flipped them, but I got to those answers based on the things that I was experiencing outside. And that's when I realized I'm like, holy shit. If I talk about this without flipping it in a positive light, they controlled my path. They controlled my story. They controlled my stream. Doesn't mean that there isn't good stuff in there. Maybe it was the light switch, but do you see what I'm trying to say, guys? Like, I realized that I got most of those answers. I started writing all those things out that led me to those things, except the first part about how I destroy fear or if we embrace and deconstruct. I drew a line. Here, I'll show you guys. You might not be able to see it, but I want you guys to understand. That last segment was this, okay? So this line right here, right there, everything that I wrote underneath that line was everything once I started going outside and experiencing things. All this. But everything up here was what I'd written before, just from my own choices, from the music that I listened to, from the things that I was choosing. So I did that division because I wanted to show that even though it wasn't necessarily bad and I flipped it positively, that I got guided to that. I got nudged to that based on the things that got presented to me outside. And then when I came back with that new lens, what my dog did, what an ad showed me. So I want people to understand that even the things that I wrote about and the things that I talked about got altered by info that I didn't self-choose. We understand. It's things that I experienced outside. A beautiful girl at like 1 a.m. walked up to me and started talking to me when me and my dog just went out there and asked me if I speak Spanish and said something random. And I was like, what the fuck? I'm going to stop there, but I just want you guys to understand, like, do you guys see what I'm saying? Like, why would that happen at that? Even though that's not a bad thing, do you guys understand? But that's when I realized I'm like, holy shit. Even though I'm limiting info because I've been talking so much about the girl path and when I stream, I care. I actually said, what's up? Basically, like, you guys understand? I'm like, holy crap, I'm vulnerable. I'm like, that's a weakness right there. Like, they could get to me like that. I'm like, whoa, I need to take a step. You guys see, like, this is how serious I take it. Nothing happened. I view that. All that basically out of it. That started something. Do we understand? It wasn't even something terrible, but I'm just like, holy shit. They presented something and I got info. Do you guys see what I'm trying to tell you guys? Like, this is how serious I take it. This is how much I limit access to myself. I'm like, wow, that I actually said a word to that girl. Yet I don't allow anyone else to get access to me. I'm like, holy fuck. I'm like, I need to step up my game. Do you guys see how serious I take ins and access? And all of you just give away your attention and your access like nothing. They control your path like nothing. I'm telling you, that caused all that I wrote, because then there was other things that they presented related to that. And I was like, holy shit, I'm not choosing every single thing. It changed my path. Because I realized they wanted me to talk about illusions and fabrications. And now I do realize that that's valuable knowledge for you guys. It's been a while since I really talked a lot about it, and it's good reminder and good reinforcement. But you guys see, I would have probably not talked about that at all. And this is great because it all connects to this, and this is powerful. But you guys see, like, I'm flipping it positively, but it didn't darken to me, but it pissed me off because I'm like, fucking fabrication of shit. Like, really? At 1 a.m. and that random path that I take that barely no one walks by. A beautiful girl that walks by and talks to some random dude and his dog, but he's facing outside. Do you guys see what I'm trying to say? Like, it's the timing of it. It's the fabrication of it. Regardless if she's an illusion or real, it's situations like that happen. And I'm like, but it made me realize and learn some positive things, but maybe it wasn't meant to be positive. You never know. That's the thing. But it still made me realize that that's a vulnerability that I was starting to develop, that I needed to cut immediately, that quickly. I realized, vulnerability. If I don't stop this now, they could just weaponize this. They could gain access to me like this. Do you guys get what I'm trying to tell you? This is how serious I take this. This is the level of difficulty that I'm playing again. They're always trying things in my life to this level. They're always trying to insert fucking poison horses into our castle. Do you guys get it? So, for food, you're outside and you smell it. All of a sudden, you're like, I don't know why, but well, I feel like making, I don't know, the Pfannkuchen crepe thing that I said yesterday, because I smell someone like baking something, or maybe I always have it with like someone walks by like holding a maple syrup in their hand. Do you guys get it? It's things like that that start changing our path, and we don't even realize it. We don't even connect the dots. We don't catch it. So I'm saying, when you go outside and you're starting to learn stuff, if it leads you, if you feel inclined to do something, start writing out the sources. Like, well, why do I want to make crepes right now? Pfannkuchen. Why? Like, what is it? Oh, I did listen to some songs that could be related to Germany, and like my ex-girlfriend, we used to make those a lot. Could that be it? I'm like, oh yeah, yep, oh for sure, definitely. It changes things, yeah. You guys see, like, all of a sudden you start tracing it out, and you're like, how did we get there? Cleaning. Did I see, like, when I go outside and see the janitor walk by? Do you guys understand? Or was someone like mowing their lawn, or like picking up leaves outside, or watering their garden? Do you guys understand all those things? I'm saying that they're all timing as well to try to push us to do something good or bad. Because also remember, if you just now consume to clean nonstop, and I use it for getting the flow, but if you're using it to spend all your time doing that instead of other stuff, do you guys get it? It could still change your path. Just me talking about all this stuff is going to change your path. Do you guys understand? So now you'd be like, after I listened to this, like, I felt like going outside, and like next day I actually like watered my garden. And you wrote down, I'm like, I watered my garden for the first time in like a year. Why did I do that? Oh, Star Diplomat Shepard said that 3 times. That's enough. Do you guys understand? I nudged you just through those words. So you start writing down the source of stuff. And now sometimes it's going to be hard, right? And I don't need you guys to be like, oh, write down. I'm not trying to say that, but like, I want you to really start. We're practicing it, is what I'm trying to tell you. But before, just so you guys know now, what I've decided, and this is a choice to catch it for myself. From now on, whenever I start writing my notebook, because I write a lot, just so you guys understand, I'm always writing. I'm always trying to decipher things, figure things out. I'm going to write the source. I'm like, where was this source? What was this? And then the next segment I'm going to talk about it, but like, what was it? A response to something? So I'm like, the next one I write about, you guys are going to see, I write, this is a response to the response. From what I wrote in the previous page, there was a response to the things that I got presented outside. Do you guys see, like, I'm kind of like, I'm not getting too specific, but I'm still showing that, hey, this is actually not fully my choice. I got here because of something that I saw outside. I wrote something. Then I was like, wait a minute. And then now after I started listening to my own music and doing things, and I explained how I got there. I'm like, how did I write this? Oh, I played this song. And I'm telling you guys, you have to start doing this. So I'm like, the video game that I'm playing right now, like, how did I get to it? I'm like, what if, like, I'm like, oh, I started playing it because they pushed certain songs of that game on YouTube to me. That could change my path. I'm telling you guys. And then you start listening to it a lot. If you guys don't know how to break or reset paths and you're conditioning, if you listen to 3 songs right now of like Legend of Zelda or Final Fantasy over and over again, or like a movie, like, remember we did the Harry Potter exam, or Lion King, or Land Before Time. You guys might have not thought of that one in a long time. And I'd say Land Before Time, Littlefoot, and stuff like that. You guys might actually feel like, well, searching it now. And there's nothing wrong with that. But you guys understand that means that the source of that was Shepard, Star Diplomat. You need to write that down. So you see how you used to now choose, though. Like, do I want to search Land Before Time? Do I? Okay, then do so. But do you guys see, like, you get to a point where he's like, where was this? What's the source that got me to start that? Now you can now still choose, do I want to or not? But the majority of us, until you break free, until you understand this, you get a nudge from something. So the source could be even outside, right? Just a bag that you walk by, articles of clothing. Maybe you walk by and someone's like, my foot is, I have a little foot. And then when you were about to walk back into your apartment or home, you saw someone playing with a kid with a dinosaur toy. Do you guys understand that that's enough? And you might not even understand, piece together. While all of a sudden you come back and you're like, I feel like I want to. I know Shepard told me that I should think about my past, about my land before time. And you type it in, and you don't even understand how you got there. And I'm telling you, if you went outside and you saw literally a kid with a dinosaur toy, and someone walked by and said, I have a little foot, that's enough. Do we get it? And you guys have no idea. You guys are being guided everywhere you go, and everything you do, and everything you research, and everything you listen to, and everything you do, and what you cook, and stuff like that. Majority of them, I would say 98% of your decisions and actions and paths that you walk on, guys, I'm being generous. I would say 98% is because of things that you got presented outside, things that you saw on social media, group chats, texts, emails, and you have no idea. Ads. Because they're just starting paths for you left and right. Truly, I could just go outside. It's the circle of life. Hakuna Matata. What a wonderful phrase. Hakuna Matata. Ain't no passing craze. Scar, Simba, Nala, Pumbaa. Don't fart. Timon? Yeah. And I'm telling you guys, over the next day or two, you are going to have a nudge, something related to Lion King now. It's just that simple. Even I just got a memory push from in Littleton when my mom got me like a Lion King towel and would like set up the bathroom decoration stuff like related to Lion King. Do you guys get it? Those are even that's enough. Those decorations like that, reminders. If you have those set up in your bathroom, or if you have like even a piece of paper that says just Lion King, or like the case that has that, like you can just set up or things like that. Enjoy, just put them around, not just in a bookshelf. Just place them in different places, like place them on the table, place them in the kitchen, place them everywhere. Set up little paths for yourself, reminders like that, to start changing the recency of things, because then you can reset the poison that they put into you. So like, for example, like if it's say you like Back to the Future, Lion King, and Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings, like you just actually just put the actual movie stuff not only on that bookshelf or like whatever you have all of them, start placing them around in places. Just telling you, just set them up everywhere. And do like be careful, because you could start a path. So like, let's say if you put like Lion King 1 and Lion King 2, like right next to each other or something like that, or a line and then Lion King 1, the movie, you will start a path every time if you walk by and you see 1 + 2. So if you don't want to start a path and you want balance, maybe you have like Cinderella, okay? And you guys see like then it balances out, but still now you're on a Disney path. Do you guys see it? Do you see how complex this gets? But now imagine you see that every single time when you walk by, or every time you're going upstairs. Now you're going up with the lens of Disney. So maybe when now you see like your kid's picture there, you think, oh, when we were in Miami, and you guys see like this is how complex it gets. This is how serious every single one of you needs to take this. And you guys don't. It's time. This is ridiculously important. This is how important setting up your castle is, and decorations and what it is. And I'm telling you, just from what you have is enough. But you have to get rid of the poison, and you have to understand the paths of every single thing and what a 1 + 2 does. And even just written pieces of paper with names and things and references is enough. And then play the music. Like if I'm just playing Lion King music in the background and I have the Lion King VHS or DVD right there as I walk by, you guys understand, like our path will start every time I walk. If I say something like Ricky, do you guys get it? That's enough. And now you've completely changed your recency and you've changed your path. And if you were on a dark path, you temporarily broke it if you have positives with Lion King. Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? That's just how it's done. But that's what they do to you outside. That's what they do to you at work. That's what they do to you through group chats. That's what they do through the same people you always hang out with. Even just, you guys don't even know, like the decorations. Oh, a little dark nudge right there. It's just a reminder to heal. The decorations of like their place, right? I'm going to just radio menu it right now. Secret of Man in Mexico. I was just teleporting myself to a different time period because they were trying to poison. Do you guys get how serious? I'm giving you guys the fucking answer. And you need to take this so seriously. So even just singing, like using, like you guys saw, I sang Philosopher. I sang What I'm Made of. And also like Wayfaring Stranger. I sing I'll soon be free of shepherdly trials and stuff like that. But did I choose those songs or how did I get there? Right? Something got me there. And I'm not saying that everything that gets us somewhere is bad. Because if you're anything like me, when you start learning all this knowledge, you're going to feel that way. You're like, no. But again, anything is better than where you've been. Do you guys understand? You guys have done, you haven't been aware of any of this before, and you haven't put in any work to prevent it or clean it up or make it better. So anything you do from this point forward is humongous step forward, humongous progress. That's how I need all of you to think about this. Not muting any of this because this is important stuff. Okay. So even my own streams, do you guys get it? Like when I rewatch my own streams, do you guys understand that they can modify sometimes? I try not to rewatch it too much because they try to poison. So now when I rewatch it, I've been trying to maybe like not look at the video itself, because if I rewatch the video, then they try to start nudging and putting poison. So sometimes I'm just like walking around, re-listening to them. So after you guys, if the first time you watch it, listening to me or watching me, the second time play it, but just have it on in the background with some other music playing, right? Like on a low volume. I can give you guys suggestions. I recommend those, but maybe make your own, right? To attach it to this or to the theme. And then just walk around and do something else. Maybe like walk around the house and like see like the things that pop up in your head. And you can now have my positives counteracting them. It's almost like you're just like pacing around, and you could also practice breaking programs, changing your path, changing like maybe when I walk, when I'm listening to this, I'm like, okay. So this is what we're going to do. We're just going to pace around like this now. Okay. So info is not harmless, guys. It's the farthest thing from harmless. It's extremely dangerous. But you guys see, like, we're trying to get to a point where the source of our inspiration of what leads us down a path is our own shield. So you guys see, like, I'm saying that my self-chosen info, and I told you guys even then my self-chosen info could be altered, but I'm saying that most of my self-chosen info are my shields. So I consume my stream. I consume I choose what I cook and what I clean, my World of Warcraft, my video games and stuff like that. I'm choosing them. Okay. And that's what I'm using to get to these answers. I'm not reading up about other things on Reddit anymore, or just Googling things or YouTubing things. And once you break free, you could, but I'm telling you guys, you're going to realize you don't need it. You don't need it. If we move away from a world that's trying to poison us and guide us down to write their stories, then maybe we can think about adding info in again. But even then, I'm telling you guys, right now, it's not worth it. So this, I already talked about this, but number 2 is, was it a response to outside or nudges and illusions? I'm going to sit back down. But I just wanted to show you guys we could change it up. Writing where the source of the info came, like what got me there. And even just starting to think about it changes your path. Like, well, what made me start doing this? What got me there? Was it a song? Did I choose that song? Or was it a suggestion? Did someone say it in the group chat, like, hey, you should listen to this? Like, all those things, you need to start thinking about that, because you're going to trace it back. You're like, how you got there. I'm telling you guys, once you do this, everything changes. Because it's repetition, recency, repetition. Also themes. Like, remember I told you guys earlier, I forget now, there's so much I've talked about, so much, but hero theme, right? Like, if everything's the hero theme, and all of a sudden now you guys might have a hero mindset. So, right? Who's the hero in Lion King? Who's the hero in Spider-Man? Who's the hero in Batman? Oh, wait, you guys see, like, all of a sudden you're thinking more like that because I've been talking about heroes. So maybe tomorrow, you might actually write about heroes and you don't understand how it got to that. Like, why am I writing about heroes? Or maybe there's a song from Master Plan called "We Are the Heroes of the New World." Heroes Master Plan. Search it on YouTube if you want. It's a great song. Do you guys see? Like that, I have positive associations with designing a video game with that song back in the day that I'm still try to do soon. I'm getting there. Do you guys understand? Like, think about how much I presented to you. So if you listen to that song now, I was the reason that you got there. You still chose, right? Because I could have just played the song for you. But you still chose to. But think about that. It's because of the recency. And I told you, hey, it's a great song. It helped me like design games and talks about heroes. And you guys see, like, all of a sudden people are suggesting shit to me. And when you realize, wait, every single piece of information is a suggestion. If right now I tell you guys, hey, this song that we've been listening to, Tales, Meaning of Birth, right? I just want to check my battery is like, oh gosh. I'm just going to charge my phone for a second here because it's almost dead. But you realize what everything is. The fuck? I'm pretty sure they just knocked this over, guys, just so you know. Like, this just fell. It's okay, though. Like, those things don't even phase me. You guys see, this is soon going to get completely normalized. I just want you guys to be aware. Like, when I picked up my phone, they just opened, like, they changed YouTube to the internet. I'm like, what the fuck are you guys doing? It doesn't even phase me anymore. So right now you're overwhelmed. We'll get there. Okay, guys? So the goal is you're going to start realizing what affects your path. Think about that. That's still affecting my path, guys. Do you guys see? I said I wanted to talk about what song. I looked at my phone and I'm like, oh, my battery's almost dead. I went over to charge it. They tried to open up an internet page that I was like, whatever, doesn't matter. And then they knocked over a plant that I have here. And now I'm even talking. You guys see? Like, you can just write that out. Like, what was the source of that path? Well, I said the name of the song and it made me look at my phone. And then now look, because I looked over here and I've been looking, I saw my bowl again. I'm like, oh, wait, you guys understand? Now I'm taking a bite of my, or mix. Pay attention. Do you guys see how this happens? One thing leads to the next. We operate based on paths, recency, and reminders. So if something's out of sight for a long time, you'll forget about it. You guys understand the poison of work. So like, that's why I said, like, for guys, like, hey, if you have a girl, if you put on her phone or you have a picture at your office, but if you have her on your phone, and then every so often you just look at the picture on your phone and then you look at a photo album and there's more. You keep the recency top of mind. I'm telling you, it's much harder for them to poison it. It's as simple as that. But you guys don't understand the danger of repetition, recency, and paths. And it's super important that you guys take this seriously, because just pay attention to what I'm eating right now. All because I saw yeah. I didn't have to choose it. I'm choosing to choose it. But you guys see, just saying the song that we're listening to that made me look at my phone led to this. So imagine you're just listening to my voice and you had your phone somewhere else, okay? I'm like, hey, what song are you listening to on your phone? And you go over there now, you walk over to your phone, you look at it, and something happens because of that. You guys see, or you see something, maybe you see like, oh, I forgot I left my coffee over here. Oh, do we understand? This is what they do to us. And you guys need to take it seriously. You have to. More I can say, explain, and repeat, and try to show you guys. Like, I'm showing you guys the entire game. Right now, the majority of your decisions, the paths you've done, have come from outside suggestions. I don't even know you, and I'm telling you, I would bet my life on it. And you're like, that's not true. I'm like, okay. Give me 24 hours with you. And I'll show exactly where all your ins are, all your vulnerabilities, all your weaknesses, where they're controlling you, where they're poisoning you. All it takes 24 hours, and I will be able to decipher it. I would just have to test what your programs are. That you don't break, that you always do the same thing. And then just give you a little quiet moment and see what do you do in a quiet moment. What info do you consume? What's your ins? What are your ins, right? Because that's super important. What are your ins? So for me, the only ones that are left is once in a while I make a mistake. Still, very rarely, but once in a while, I search. And I'm like, oh, what's a video game song that I've been listening to a long time from like in the 1995? Like dates and time periods are super fucking dangerous, guys. Be careful because all of a sudden you might on your phone from like, oh, what happened like January like 20th in 1999, and then you start like that's dangerous because think about how many each picture can be a nudge. So be careful. Doesn't mean it can't be a positive path that you can do to remember things, but you have to be careful. Because if you got nudged there from something else, or like if I said now that time period, now you guys think about, you guys see? Searching can be dangerous because it's just it opens you up to new info. That's the only bad thing. Like searching itself is not the problem, especially if you search for something specific. The problem is that it opens us up to other info. And since they can manipulate a lot of the things that we see, or if the timing of it, that means that if they send you down that path at the wrong time, or for them, the right time, you will now start a path maybe to remember something sad or a fear event or an insecurity event. And then that's how it is. That's just all they do over and over again. I'm telling you guys, every single time I say that, it's because they're trying to start a negative path. Now, are you guys that kind of threat? No, but do you guys see how often it's happening? It's just from little things that I'm saying or doing, and others, if they can't, they just insert it directly into my head because they're desperate. You have to learn your ins. For me, still to this day, I've minimized the majority of them. Like, hey, I changed songs on my phone. I turn my phone upside down, or like I mute the volume. But once in a while, like I still get a little hint of the ad, or like they leave some words left over after the ad's over, and you like glance there for a second, like shit. And I'm telling you, sometimes they can nudge you to look at things. It's harder. They can't always do that, but sometimes like, why did I look at that right there? You guys, that sometimes they can force you to do that. It's just a reminder to you. Outside, everything outside. Seriously, everything. Smells, sounds, All those are nudges. All those are information. You have memories attached to all those things. And if it's one you haven't yet, they're starting a process of developing something. That's not a bad thing, right? But you guys see, like, I'm telling you, right now, majority of their attacks in my reality, because I've been limiting my visual so much, have been sound and sense. Just whenever I go outside. And I'm telling you, the majority of them are fabricated. Fabricated. What does that fabricated mean? It means that it didn't get there through a natural means. So right now I'm like, hey, I know you guys are going to I know you're going to walk left when you leave your house. Okay, I'm going to go right there and I'm going to drop some trash on your path. So you see those things because I know they mean something to you. That's fabrication. Even if it was myself who did it. Do you guys get it? I knew you were going to do that or walk down there later today because let's say that I know you always walk in the afternoons. So I'm going to place that there. That's a fabrication. Even if it was a human being that did it, that's a fabrication. Do you guys get it? It wasn't natural. It was placed there. That's what I'm saying. If you can't think of it that they just spawned something fake, they nudged a human being to just be like, you know what? Do you guys get it? Telling you, my dog. Once in a while, they can control. Not always, but once in a while. It's fucked up. But it's okay. I'm willing to accept that one, right? There's a lot of positives, but there are moments where they chain it with something. He does like two things, and I already kind of know when there's two attacks, and I'm like, oh, they're probably gonna do something with him. I'm like, yep, there it is, and it makes me sad. And for a moment, like I'm like, oh, the fuck. But it's like, why do they have to ruin even pets? Do you guys get it? Like, I'm like, why? Why would you guys weaponize that? And I promise you to do the same thing with children, because things basically, and most of you don't have resistance either. So you're basically like a dog, just so you guys know. I'm not trying to say that to be rude, but you can't resist what pops up into your head. If a dog right now feels like scratching their head, they do so because they can manipulate our senses. So right now I felt like scratching my ear. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna scratch my ear. If someone else got a nudge right then, be like, oh, do you remember when you hurt your ear? And I'm like, oh, and I see someone do that. I'm like, do you guys see? Like, it's just stuff like that. It's a lot. It is. But those are suggestions that will change your path. You have to learn and the majority of you have more ins than anything. Your phone. Think about how much info can be presented to you like that. If you have notifications on, if you check your email, every single email, marketing email, the words that are there, I'm telling you, they can start past like that. Do you guys get it? Every single thing. Why not make it harder? Why not heal first, limit everything, and then if you have to, but I'm going to have a feeling that once you do it, you're not going to want to do it anymore. I promise you guys, you're going to be like, what the fuck? I feel so much better. Why would I want to go back to that? I'm telling you guys, limit it, block access to you, make it, think of it like you're a king that's they're trying to defeat the king. Okay. They're trying to get to you in your castle. Make it a little game. How could you? I'm telling you, I caught the damn hot girl outside. Danger. I'm like, that's a potential danger. I have to be careful. Do you guys see? Like, I caught that. And I'm like, oops. I'm like, that's dangerous. Do you guys see? Nothing even happened. But I just caught that that's still a vulnerability. Because normally if anyone tries to talk to me, I completely ignore it. But I turned around. Do you guys see how seriously I take this? And all of you are just letting a million pieces of info pop up in front of you. So pay attention to autoplay, related, all those things, suggestions, right? So let's say you do still get suggestions, right? So a suggestion happens. Think of it like there's like 4 arrows. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So when that happens, choose if that happens. Okay. Ideally, you want to avoid suggestions entirely, but if a suggestion happens and you trace out where you got the suggestions, right? So if I say, hey, do you want to watch Lion King, Wish, Robin Hood, or How I Train Your Dragon? Okay, those are 4 suggestions. I nudged you. Okay, this is what they do. You still need to choose which one. If I just say, let's do How I Train Your Dragon, I'm not asking for you guys to get in conflict or a war with like whoever's in your castle, right? If anything, then create distance and each of you individually choose right now. But you need to start practicing it. You need to start practicing it. If anything, also to value your own choices. Because most of the time we just let other people choose for us or suggest. And once in a while, once in a blue moon, it could be good, right? But the problem is, I'm just like, hey, brother, you choose which path we go, left or right. Because so it could sometimes be good, but I don't want to get lost there. But I just want people to understand there's variations and there's things that we can do, but you guys aren't there yet. So I'm not going to focus on that. I just want you guys to focus right now on choosing. You need to learn how to choose. You need to learn what was you and how you got there. But it could be practice. Like, okay, I let my brother choose right now, or I let my wife choose this path. Okay, so that's the source. You want to practice identifying the source of the info that led you down that path. So I'm like, my wife suggested to me, or my ex-girlfriend suggested to me this. Okay. Or I saw something outside and that's how I got to it. Doesn't mean it's necessarily bad, but we need to practice how we got there. So what's actually the better option? You choose your own. You just choose your own. Now you understand the source of the info and the path of the inspiration, but you choose your own, right? Because I'm telling you guys, we've already covered this, but I'm just going one quick repeat. If you just even saw a Lion King picture for a second while you're scrolling, that's enough. Just for a second, that's a little nudge. It's not as powerful as like if you focused on it and process it, but it's enough to have a little recency up there. You guys see, like, that's why ads, and it's just a reminder here, they're so mad. Holy shit, they're so mad. I can feel the poison. 1 second suggestions are fucking horrible. Okay? It's not harmless because it will slightly affect your choice. Remember, it's not guaranteed. But once you break free, you can resist everything because now all your conditions and your paths are your own choice, your own volition. Okay? Remember, recency and nudges can affect what pops up again. It's easier for them to nudge it to you again. Okay? It really is a reminder for how far we've come and how much we deal with. And everything's a reminder to heal. Because this is our Shepherd Best. Startup man. I've come far. Look at that progression. Look at the mug, right? Coffee. So remember, guys, I wrote all this out that I'm covering right now in response to my first response to the illusions or nudges that I saw outside. Do you guys see? We have to trace it out. We have to. If I had to put it in another way, it's like what you're writing out is the source of a change in direction. Okay? So if I was walking that way and all of a sudden, like, some dogs barked and my dog got scared, and then we turned around and walked a different way. What's the source of the change in direction? The dogs barking or hearing the dogs were coming. Do you guys understand? That is what changed my path. That's super key to understand, because then you can realize was it a positive or negative, right? Well, we went there and actually, hey, I was gonna say we bumped into the hot girl, but anyway, that's I just from a visual, sure, there's a positive. But you guys see, like, oh, hey, I bumped into her like that, and then we went outside, and then my dog peed, and I don't know, like, whatever, right? You guys see? But you start tracing out what caused you to change direction. And I'm going simple right now, but think about this is what happens in our life for every single decision. Well, why did I start trying to date a girl now? Why did I try to go for this job? Why did I do this? Why did I do that? And you realize, like, well, there's a moment that maybe someone suggested something to me, or someone did something, or someone presented info to me that really completely altered my path, that changed my path. So I was telling you guys, it's how it's done. It's just a reminder to heal. Because really, you're going to catch, if you source of the, right? The source of the path and when the path changed and who presented the info. You first of all, you see who the fucking manipulators and abusers are, or who's poisoning, or who they're using as the thing that to push you down paths. Because it's even just that. It doesn't have to necessarily be manipulation or abuse, but you realize, wait a minute, why am I doing these things? Why do I care about these things all of a sudden? And I'm like, wait, oh, it's these people, or it's these things, or it's like these videos, or it's these stuff. Do you guys get it? I'm telling you, you catch where it's coming from. But then you will also realize, why was I like feeling better during that time period? Because that was when they chose you to win. And now you see that the change of direction, like, wait, the moment this happened versus this, and when they chose you to lose or to suffer. I'm telling you, there's a time period for each thing. You see it then. Don't get lost. You don't have to write out every single path, right? From A to Z. You're going to be tempted to now that you are learning all this and you're starting to think about it. Think of it. You do it once or twice just for practice, but then don't do it because you're going to get overwhelmed. Truly. Once you realize how you got to something, it really can cause you to feel disgusted, poison. Like I write about this, and it's really, but it's just ask yourself, like write things like, what was this suggested by? What was this info given by? Was it something pre-existing of mine, a shield? Did I get this from a video game or from a book? And by the way, reading is not harmless. Think about how many words are in a book, okay? If you're reading it at the wrong time with the wrong lens, because they poisoned you beforehand, you're going to start getting different mental nudges while you read that book. I'm telling you guys. If they know you've been reading one set book every single night, they'll poison you before you read it. I promise. Continue paths. I promise you. And since they know that all of you right now cannot detach from reading it at that set time, they weaponize anything that you cannot change. So if right now after this, I always rewatch my stream. I usually do. Maybe not always immediately, but if they know that I'm going to, and I start from the beginning every single time, you best bet that they're going to try to poison whatever I started at the beginning. I'm telling you guys, it's to this level. Then you start realizing, was it a response to what I experienced? Was it? I don't know. Like all this was a response. Do you guys see what I'm talking about? All this info, which is extremely valuable, was a response to what I experienced. But you still have to understand that. That means I would not have been talking about this if I didn't experience those things outside. Do you guys see what I'm telling you? I've limited 99% of information, and yet they still found a way to change my path. This is good. This is really good, by the way. This is a really good reminders for myself. But do we get it? They still found a way to affect, because they know how I interpret things and how I write things and how I deconstruct things. And I think now that I look at it again and see what all this is, that it was my light spirit, especially because, like I said, it was a hot girl at 1 a.m. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to tell you guys? I actually now think that it really was all meant to be for good. But do we see? Do we see? You guys don't take this seriously, and you have to. You have just no idea that it worked like this before. Create your own reminders. You guys need to create your own reminders everywhere. Just little pieces of paper. Put the pictures, the video games, songs. You're just trying to bring back recency and reset paths. Okay? Find out what your shields are and find ways to put reminders for them in as many places as possible. I'm telling you, even just a little whiteboard that has like random names and references to like songs and games and books and things, characters that you enjoy. I can start little paths for you. Is so ridiculously powerful. Don't underestimate simplicity. All it's trying to do is get that thought back into your head, okay? So you can start. We're trying to create balance though, right? Remember what I said earlier about the paths, but you guys will get there. So this creates a turning point, guys, for all of you. I want you to understand this. This is a turning point in your life. If you start doing this, if you start understanding the source of the choice to determine if it was actually your path or someone else or something else put that there. It's a little Because you're going to realize some things from your past weren't you. And you're going to get mad. I promise you. But it gives you an out in some ways, because you're like, wait a minute, I got poisoned, or I got corrupted, or wow, that's how that happened. But you also catch the fabrication of the stupid fucking spirits who are writing our storylines. And you're like, wow, they wrote my storyline. They wrote my storyline. I'm telling you guys, there's multiple time periods in my life where I see that they have written the entire event that happened, multiple events. And now, I don't know, somehow I always was able to resist and catch things and piece things together. I've interrupted the majority of my storylines throughout my entire life. Yet I believe the majority of you have never done that. Somehow I always like catch like something is like developing, and I'm like, this is fucking weird. And then I like interrupt it or stop it. And then that's why I think why I've always gotten attacked so much, because I do so, and they don't like that. Most of you just keep marching forward and you don't understand how it happened. For myself, I'm going to try my best to only talk about my self-chosen info. I'm going to write out the source and see where it takes me. Anything presented by them or in response to them, regardless if it's a plus or negative, I'm going to keep it in a quarantine. Right? I'm going to be like, hey, this is the info that they presented to me. Why? Because I'm trying to show them that what they're doing is fucked up. But number two, it's like I'm keeping it isolated to see like how much they're altering our paths, because I'm like, okay, this is what got presented to me outside, and then it made me write this. Is it bad? Is it good? Now, when you take a step back after a day or two, I'm like, actually, like, see, like I flipped all positively. But even then, you guys see, all this is because of them. Still good. But do we get it? So maybe after I take a day of distance and I view it now with a different lens, because sometimes that's what the power of writing it down. You can then view it another day with a different lens, because otherwise, when they view it, they push the path on you and recency. I'm going to view it differently than now when I'm viewing it. I don't know. I just think of it like this, right? You can start choosing if it's a good idea or not, regardless of the suggestions. You're still going to be practice making your own choices. But even if you do get a suggestion, you can now see it and you can choose, like, well, so I know where that's heading. I think of it like if I dated that girl that I saw outside in front of me versus, hey, do I choose the one that I want, that I like? Let's say like I could choose any in the world, any. Do I have to choose the one that got presented to me in front of me? If I can choose any, that's what we're getting to, because they present things in front of us and then we just do it. I'm like, if there's any in the world, why would I necessarily have to choose the one in front? I can, but once we're free, we can choose that. But then you also realize, like, wait a minute, am I only doing that because they showed it to me in the recency? Do we understand? I don't know. You not just everything you get to choose. Do I want to do this? Do I want to talk about this? Do I want to do walk the path they suggested? Once you realize that many things just weren't your idea. Now, your response to it could be your idea. Do you guys get it? Like, this is my interpretation of what happened. Okay. So it doesn't mean it's always bad. That's where it gets complex, because this is my positive response to it. But I want you guys to understand that it never would have happened if it wasn't for what they did. But since the majority of you and us, I didn't for the longest time realize it, I was just walking their path and I didn't even think about interpreting it differently or pausing, because I just thought it was my own choosing. I thought that I got there on my own 2 feet. Do we understand? That's what happens. Like, we think that we chose that. We think that we walked that path, but we didn't. They suggested it. They created paths. They created recency. They created repetition. I'm telling you, I might have ended up dating my ex-girlfriend because of something like that. And I'm not saying it was a bad thing, right? I'm saying there's a lot of positives, but it could have happened just from something like this and you don't even realize it. But I know they also were trying to interrupt that one. So I don't know. Do you guys see like I'm telling you, they were trying to interrupt the the girl that I ended up dating. There was a lot of interruptions that they tried to cause on that path. It was like the moment I was getting close to dating her, they were every day there was like a new girl throwing themselves at me, and I'm like, what the fuck? It's like they didn't want me to date. Like they knew that that was would have been like the correct play or something. And I don't know. It doesn't matter what happened now. But do you guys see what I'm trying to say? Like it was like they were trying to actually stop it. Oh, was that you guys talking through me right now? No, I'm not gonna stop. I truly believe this. By the way, guys, just so you know, like every time I went to like a random event in Mexico, and I was trying to date this girl, and all of a sudden, like my family was setting up like a date with this random girl, and I was just went for an event. It's like an event. What the fuck? Doesn't mean that was a bad thing, right? I thought that girl was very beautiful, but I'm just telling you guys, like it was like almost like they wanted to interrupt or stop that I would get with the girl that I was trying to date. There was a lot of fabricated events to try to stop it. Like I tried to send her flowers, and all of a sudden, the flower shop was like, "We just can't deliver it." And I'm like, "Why?" So I had to do it myself. Like they fabricate events to stop your paths. I'm just letting you guys know. Okay. I don't want to get lost there, but I just wanted people to understand this. Like it's fucked up. Okay. And you thought that you wrote the story, but they were trying to write your story. You really did. You thought it was you, but they were trying to write it for the longest time. And I'm telling you, I've caught it the majority of my life. They've been trying to write my stories, and I've always interrupted it, but they still fabricated a lot of things. And it's really fucked up when you see it. It pisses you off. I'm telling you, a lot, the majority of them have been fabricated. It's beyond fucked up. Once you catch it, I'm telling you guys, it could be as simple as like your friend walking by, like, and be like, "Hey, man, that girl's really hot over there. If I were you, I would date her." Do you guys understand? It starts as simple as that. It starts as simple as that. As simple as that. If you got conditioned to something, if they started a path for you and you didn't even realize it, right? And you got seasoned to it, like I'm telling you, like there was like when I went to my cousin's grad, start dating this other girl, and then I went there. I just, had a lot of recency, so I was okay. But I'm telling you, like heavily conditioned to Latinas, they were suggesting and pushing it. My uncle was trying to make it happen, and alcohol. I'm telling you guys, like it was. And if let's say all of a sudden the path progressed, like I might have been like, shit. Well, now I'm kind of attached to her, and I might have not followed up with my girl, the girl that I ended up dating for a while. You guys understand? It's just that simple. They could have completely changed, and maybe because she lived in Mexico, like, do you guys see like maybe do I move to Mexico? Do I change my path? Like, do you guys understand? Like that could alone just change so much my story. Or do I move her to the United States? Like, do we get what I'm trying to say? I'm up. And it wasn't a bad thing. Do we get what I'm trying to say? Did you really choose? Majority of you are walking around in life not choosing your storylines. Even the job that you currently have. Some of it's very obvious and blatant, like maybe, hey, my dad got me the job. Okay. That one's super easy to see. But the majority of you probably ended up in a job that you have that you don't even realize that it got pushed to you. You got seasoned to it, you got conditioned to it, and then you did it. Even as simple as this, guys. When I chose one of my paths, I'm going to take a little risk here, but I just want people to understand that led me down to where I am today. I was interviewing for basically a 60K job and a 150K job. Do you guys see? It doesn't even have to be a complex thing. I was interviewing for both, assuming that I got accepted for both. Which one would I? Do Do you guys see what I'm trying to say? Like you could say, well, ooh, what if the impact and like sure, but let's be real, guys. If we haven't broken our conditioning to valuing money as our worth and like benefits, and if we're gonna have to work the same amount of time, would we really, if we're going to work for money, if that's the whole purpose for work, right? Would we really choose the 60K job instead of the 150K job if we have to do the exact same duties and responsibilities? And one can even teach us more. Do we understand? Like, you guys are probably getting overcomplicating in your head right now, but I'm saying it's as simple as that. Why would you choose a 60K job if you have a 150K job? If right now a model that is your perfect girl for you, whatever it is interested in you, but the random neighbor girl is interested in you. For most guys, like, why would you choose the random neighbor girl? Do you guys understand? Like, they're both great, but the other one is like your perfect conditioning, your like everything that you dream, right? When a choice like that's a cheap, but it's not always. I just want people to understand, like, that's what happens. They just created the path, recency, repetition. They condition you. They created some attachment to something. Then you just walk down that path and you don't even understand how it happened. Now you get to see the fabrication of everything, guys, and the events that happen. They almost near guarantee our paths until we break free. So, what do you need to do? Everything that I just said, right? You're writing it all out. You just write it all out. You're just analyzing how you got to a spot, how you got somewhere, the path that happened. But you don't, not every single thing, but really, if you just do the source alone of a suggestion or a path, enough. So then you can start seeing, and then you can start practicing choosing, or just interrupt it. We're just trying to get to a point where you can just start seeing it, guys. I just want you to start practicing the skill set of seeing the paths. And for myself, I'm now practicing to see how much is being suggested by them versus myself. Now, like I said, I now view this segment really positively. So in one way, I'm like, it probably was my you. So in a way, I forgive them. But you guys see, like, I'm also like, okay, I can still write out that there was a source, a nudge, but I can write it out. And then I can determine it for myself afterwards, after I isolate it. Be like, okay, is this a good thing or a bad thing? But you guys see, how often do we do that? We get so much info presented to us, thousands of pieces of info, and we just are like, you're going to reach a state of saying no more. Thus, you can break your storyline, which is for most of you, quitting your job and saying no more for money so you can finally heal, to give yourself time. The past does not matter. You just can't go back anymore, guys. You just can't. Remember, it's only useful for positive shield paths, nothing else. And to start reclaiming the hostage memories just so you can remember who you were, right? But that's it. So we can get to the point of the meaning of birth. Telling you guys, once you catch how much they've wrote our stories, none of you are you going to ever want to go back. Break free. Break free. It doesn't matter now what happens. Fight. All right. Forward. Okay. Well, I already kind of talked about this, but I'm going to talk about it again here. We're going to take a break, and we're going to do one last push. We got this. That was a lot. So what do I want you guys to do? I want you to detox. Drink some water. Do an interrupt. Have fun. Do something silly. You know, bottle dance. Da, 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 da. Fiddler on the Roof, right? If I Were a Rich Man. Something like that. To life. Make it your own. Okay? Whatever works for you guys. But just try something. Okay? Can you grab a pen with your toes? I don't know. Try it out. Yeah. All right. But you can practice writing. What was the source of that suggestion? I will be right back. Okay. Get an interrupt, guys. I'm gonna do the just giving my dog a little more water. Leon, starting the hero path. Okay. All right. Okay. We are going to listen to the song Final Fantasy Type 0, Bump of Chicken 0. Or you can just write in Bump of Chicken 0. There's a chance that I might have to do an interruption later because I don't think my AirPod's fully charged, but that's okay. Oh, no ad. Wow. They're being nice. Maybe I finally convinced them. Guys, just kidding. I know I didn't. All right. Bump of Chicken 0. I'm looping it. Highly recommend you guys listen to it so you get the same vibe that I'm experiencing. But you can choose your own music, but have it a little lower. And this is one that's going to have positive associations for what is actually needed to do, create, or survive to reach our dreams. This is going to be fun, but it's a little sad too. That's why I'm choosing this. Why I'm this game, this situation where the song plays is a sad moment in the game. It's a very powerful moment in the game, but it's a turning point for the characters or stories. They accomplished their goal. They reached the end of their storyline. They saved the world in many ways, but at the same time, it's the end of their story. They all lose their life, or they lose their future. And in some ways, that's what happened to me, the shepherd, the star diplomat. And, you know, it makes me a little emotional talking about it because, well, for many of you, once you get access to this knowledge, your story is just beginning. That's not happening for me, and it might never. I don't know. Every day, the more I talk about it, the more I'm just okay with it. It's not my mission. It's not my job anymore to do that. This is my purpose. This is my mission in this. You guys have a bright future ahead of you, whoever you are, whoever's listening to this, and you know, not everyone has access to the same things, not everyone has access to the same opportunities, but they chose me for this for some reason. Knowing that I could handle it, knowing that I can lose everything and I can piece it together and that I'll be okay. But you, whoever's listening to this, this is your moment to wake up. This is your moment to change everything. This is your moment to start going on to start realizing what you actually need, what you can do, and how much is unnecessary. And now you're going to be able to create. And slowly, every day, you're going to take one more step, and then you're going to reach your dreams. Because, yeah, the other stuff was really intense. And this part is going to be too. It's an evolution of it, but it's much more positive and it's going to seem doable. It's going to seem feasible. And you're now finally going to have the courage because now you understand how everything happened to you and why you got lost and why you stopped believing and why you thought there was something wrong with you in any way, right? As minor or major. Now you're free And then you can just create and create and create and do. And I'm telling you guys, even though I can't do the stories, that there's still at least one that I could do. I can make my own video game, and no one might play it, but it's gonna be fun. I'll just play it myself. Do you guys get it? Like, so even though it's sad because, and it's not even sad that I'm missing out on my storylines. It's so weird. Like, this is what I'm like, am I really like something different? Like, who am I? Like, it's just the fact that I'm going to be missing out on all of your guys' stories. I don't know. It's just knowing that how different I felt once I broke all of these things and how much I healed and how much it changed everything. Just knowing that you guys are even going to get 50% of that. I know you can reach all of it, but just knowing even 50%, it's just, you guys can't even fathom how much it changes your entire life, your outlook. This, I'm telling you, I have lost everything. Horrible things have happened to me every single day. And yet this is the best I've ever felt individually, right? Despite all those things, that's the power of this. It doesn't even matter that every single time I go outside, they attack me. It doesn't matter. I'm telling you guys, like, so many of you are lost right now over just small things, and you're going to get to a point where all those things can happen to you and you will still be able to thrive and march on and finally write your own story, create your reality to finally reach your dreams. You ready? So we talked a lot about the source of inspiration, right? Oh, wait. So quick interrupt. I'm going to do my orange interrupt. And since I broke my conditioning, right, I'm going to use, right? Here we go. It's all right. Just a reminder to heal. They're trying everything. It's okay. Okay. So I don't know. It just made me pause for a second, just thinking about that I'm still getting attacked every single second and every single day. And yet I'm so okay with it. It's really weird. Like, it's just, everything's just a reminder to heal and make the world a better place. But I don't know. I sit back right now. I'm like, I'm just okay with it. As sad as it makes me. Maybe we really did become a hero. And we didn't even realize when it happened. You know, like, maybe it's the song that's making me think this way right now, but they saved the world, but they sacrificed themselves. And I'm like, I don't know. Like, I always was willing to take risks and do things, but I'm like, why do I keep fighting? I just feel like this moral obligation to myself, knowing that I know. I don't know. I hope to sneak out this information to one person. I just think of that. If one person gets this information and you can pass it on to one other person, right? Like, what could we accomplish? This is everything, guys. I'm telling you. I mean, all my streams are everything, but if you can piece this together, if it clicks for you, I'm giving you the entire playbook, everything. And there's nothing that can do then. Their entire ship, the Titanic, is going to sink. Their Titanic will sink. And then they have a choice. because then now we control the facility. By talking through this, but okay. Anyway, so the source of inspiration, right? It starts there, because this is how we start thinking about what is actually needed to do, to create, to survive, to make our dreams become real. Okay, so it always begins with the source of inspiration. That's what we talked in depth about. How did we get to where we are? What led us down this path? And what happened today was what I wrote was not my choice or my path. Okay, so all this information was related to all the other things that I experienced, right? It was a response. So this is where I was practicing doing what I told you guys. Every time I write from now on, I'm like, okay, the first thing I'm going to write is source of inspiration. So this is what I wrote. So like my source is what happened today. And it wasn't my, it was a response. Then I decided that I'm going to only listen to songs that were already on my phone downloaded. And I was just going in order, but I had to interrupt it because they caught on. So they were starting to insert negative nudges. But so like right now, what I would tell you guys is my sources, hey, what I've written down before, and the song Bump a Chicken Zero. That would be my source of inspiration right now for this segment. Do you guys understand? But this is a song that I already know of. It's not a new one that I've just learned today. For you guys, it is, but for me, it is. Because see, that's my source of inspiration. So what's the song? And what am I listening to? Or what am I reading? My notes. These are my own notes that I wrote down earlier. Do we understand? Everything that I'm creating right now is my source of inspiration, is my notes that I wrote a few hours ago, and the song Bump of Chicken Zero from a game that I played maybe like 15 years ago. Do we understand what I'm trying to tell you guys? It's not new info that's just got presented to me. This is my own info that I wrote based on my interpretations of the events and a song from my past from 15 years ago. But a game I haven't played in like that long. Something like that. Think about that one. So when I first wrote these notes, I was listening to a different song from another game called The Last Story, but I renamed it to Avoid, Prevent, Counter because that's what I believe we should all do to these tactics, to what's going on. It's better to avoid nudges, prevent noise attacks, and all the tactics that I've talked about. And if you can, try to avoid processing, which is 2 senses. So I wrote that out and I listened to it on my phone. And that's what got me this piece, everything that you see on this page, which is what I'm going to talk about in this segment. So I want you guys to think about that, right? Because I said, what do we actually need to do to create, to survive, to start pursuing our dreams? In one way, you could say, this is my dream, right? I dream of a world that doesn't operate the way it currently does. I dream of a world where we're all free. I dream of a world where we no longer have to work. I dream of a world where we no longer have money costs. I dream of a world where each person can choose, where each person believes in themselves, where each person has hope, where each person knows how to try, where each person isn't consumed, where they see possibilities and approaches rather than impossibilities and roadblocks. So I'm like, in a way, you could say that this is me creating my dream right here, right? These are just things that I would want to teach, that I am teaching, but I would want to build an organization later and all that stuff, right? But it starts here. So many of us are like, I can't do it. I can't. I need this. I need that. I need this. And I'm saying, guys, technically, I could find other ways to write these notes, but I used a pen, a paper, music earlier, and now I'm reinterpreting it with a different song. And well, now I'm using a stream, but to get communicated to other people. But do you guys get what I'm trying to say? Like, 2 songs, my own writing, and what's in my 2 hands in my head. Think about that one, guys. Yet I'm creating something. I don't know how long this segment's gonna be. It doesn't really matter, but I'm just saying, think about that. I'm creating a talk. I'm trying to teach something. And it all came from that. Yet so many of us are like, well, we need to experience new things. We need to go somewhere else. We need to do this. We need this expensive product. We need all these things. Do we? Now, could they help? Or could they actually be hindering us? Or is it just neutral? I mean, I think about it like, hey, if right now I went to like Germany and I started exploring some of okay, and I think in this song, like the characters like ended up in a castle or something. Somebody, so you could say like, hey, maybe that would be a reinforcement related to that. And now would I talk a little bit more? Maybe my story would be about like characters. Like I was like, hey guys, think about it. We're entering our castle, and how was our castle gonna look like? You see, like I could start maybe changing my story, my creation a little bit because I was in Germany and I explored a castle, and then I listened to the song and I walked around. You guys see, like all those things start changing our path, our source of inspiration, our what we're gonna do. So if we see things outside, guys, we're creating based on that. Do we understand? If you don't limit where you go, everything that you see, everything that you do affects what you create or what you do to a little bit. Everything, every single thing, just so you guys understand. If you've listened to this, even just for 10 minutes, it's going to slightly alter your path for the better. But it might, you guys see, like, it changes things. So I ask you guys, if we're going to create, if this same talk would be different if I was in Germany and went to a castle. Because I didn't now, and I only went outside with my dog, and I don't even really look outside, and I just come back and listen to songs, right? So I'm limiting it. If in the case where I would have gone to the Germany castle, is my creation still my original version? Let's say this is my original version, right? Is it? If I now added the Germany castle experience, what do you guys think? It's not. It's not the same version. Even just like if I see that mug and that, like you guys understand, like all those little things modify it even just a little bit. It's no longer our original version. What if I told you guys that, and all of a sudden you're like, I'm just gonna Google search Germany castles, and you see the image of it. Did you guys know like the Disney castle thing that like where logo is like the old school? I don't know if the new one has it anymore, but like that the castles in Bavaria. Ooh, now you have info that can change interpretation of things. Now every time you see it, you might think of that. Do you guys understand? But still, like maybe now you watch the Disney thing because I've been talking a lot about like Disney stuff. Do we get it? And now all of a sudden your next creation might be modified by that. What if you watch one of those movies or listen to one of those songs? It might affect your next creation. Even think about the things that I'm talking about and mentioned. Do we see how it's done? Do you see how impossible it is to have a pure original version of something that's not impacted or modified by something? Now, you could say that is that a terrible thing? That's debatable. I can't say if it's good or bad. But I want you guys to understand, like, even knowing at all what I'm saying, and even understanding paths and understanding suggestions and recency and stuff like that, there's even just from my, even then, you could say that in my original version because it's my own talk. But even then, did I see something else, like the music that I've been listening? Like I'm still choosing, but what if there was one thing that I didn't choose? What if I got down this path because I saw something else? Do we understand? And you could say, is that bad? I'm like, debatable. But you guys see, like, it's not my pure original version. That's the takeaway, that every single thing affects it. And yet all of you walk around blind, just absorbing in all, not understanding that you need to limit info to the max, protect access to you, and then choose. Because then even if you get suggestions, you can still limit it and then choose out of those, but still you're now mostly just doing your self-selected choices. If in a day you make 10 choices, 10, your creations are mostly going to be your creations. Otherwise, something else is nudging you and guiding you along to make creations. And that's what I'm saying. Like, let's take a step back. Do you guys think we can create without inspiration? Can we? Can we create without inspiration? In a way, I'm using inspiration, right? The notes that I wrote earlier and the music. That's it. You could say like all this background too, right? But do you guys understand that all does affect it? So there's always a little bit of inspiration, but could I actually like take off the music right now, put away the notes and just talk? Sure, but then you could still say that I'm drawing from my experience. You guys understand? Like, we're always drawing from something. So I'm not trying to say that inspiration hard to stay just true to your original creation. And now some of you like go to work and then you talk about it with other people and then they start inserting their things. Do you guys see that even without you wanting to, it's going to modify it? Even if you are steadfast and you believe in your work and you believe in your capabilities and you understand how good it is, just all those people suggesting something can truly, even just you want, maybe wanting to avoid poison, just you want like, do you guys understand that avoiding something could cause a change in path as well? Do we see how challenging it is? This is why I'm telling you, we talked about in the last segment, the meaning of birth, because for me, it's 33 years, but after this, now I can just draw from everything from that I've experienced, and I don't need to experience anything new. Do you guys get it? I could literally, let's say, if I didn't have a dog, I'm so glad that I do, right? He's helped me so much. He started the hero path, right? Once Shepherd, on our Shepherd code, everything. But if I didn't have a dog, truly, I might never go outside. Do you guys get what I'm saying? If I didn't have a dog right now, I might actually never go outside again. If you could get the stuff delivered directly to you, or if they removed costs, do you guys understand? It's possible, which means that what are my ins? Well, if I completely block ads and I don't search ever again, if let's say I downloaded every single song that I want to use, okay, on YouTube, or if YouTube removes ads, which they should, but let's say I just downloaded every single song on my phone or my computer, and I only played those songs. Let's say it's 20, 30, 40, 50, whatever, but that's it. No more. I know I have to set up exactly the way I want it. And I only consume my own information, my own, like the videos that I create for my own World of Warcraft thing. And maybe I download 2 of those like M5 League of Legends battle things. And then I choose like only select few games that I already own. And I only play those that don't have any random generated stuff because they can modify that. Do you guys understand? That means that it's all fixed info, which would mean that I'm always experiencing the same thing. Yet, what if I chose to interpret it differently? So let's think about it. If it's fixed, right? And it's the same thing each time. But if we use it differently each time to get different answers or approaches, could that be possible? You guys heard. I've rewatched my World of Warcraft videos differently each time, and it's the same video. Nothing's changed. It's like 17 years old, 15 years old. The same Final Fantasy X video game, the same song, but now I used it differently. This song, Final Fantasy Type 0, from like 14, 15 years ago. It's the same song from back then. The memory that I had when I played it is still the same memory, and I'm using it differently. It's a song attached to a certain moment in that game, and that teleports me there, and it has the same feeling, the same vibe, but I'm using it differently this time. This time I'm using it this. Maybe next time I'm going to use it for when I talk about, hey, how we can overcome all challenges and start anew. Be a phoenix. Do you guys see? And that time I used this song as well, but now I'm using it for something else. But it's the same song. It's fixed. There's no new info that can be inserted there. And if I'm in control of every single thing, could I use that same song for a different source of inspiration? Are we starting to understand? Like it would lead us to different answers. What if this time I'm like, wait, what if I focus on the fact that I'm not getting nudged despite, because it's a song in a different language. As far as I know, it's Japanese. So I'm not getting nudged as hard by the lyrics. Could it be that listening to songs in their language is actually really powerful? Because it doesn't matter then if they're lyrics. I just get the vibe and the emotion, and the word isn't nudging me. Should that be then maybe think about creating a new language? Could I create my own language for myself and just self-nudge myself like that? And that is that kind of what I'm already doing right now? I don't know, right? Do you guys see how complex this could potentially get? But really, it's pretty simple if you think about it. It's just that we already have differently if we just learn how to interpret it differently, or just changing the order. If I did the same stream again, the same notes, but last time I started at the end, and what if I just use a different song for each segment this time? And I changed the order. What if I did this second instead of how I did it? Won't it be a little different? Because my recency is going to be different. So technically, could I just now for the rest of my life just keep going through my notes, my 23 days of streams, and just do them in different order over and over again, and just get different variations of the same answers? And they're just building upon each other, right? Because now I've also my own new knowledge, and I can just reconsume my stream over and over again. And get yet the majority of you think you need to like research websites, encyclopedias, go on social media, scroll endlessly, learn new things, hear about current events, go to new locations. I'm not saying that any of those things aren't nice. Do you guys understand? Like the reality is I would want to be able to do that. But the more that I'm thinking about everything, the more I realize I'm like, wait a minute, that's how they poison us. We get attached to always needing more, always needing new. And I'm realizing that the moment I limited everything is the biggest development and evolution push that I've ever had in my entire life. Now, I said I am still drawing from the things that I've experienced up till now. And once in a while, a small little piece of info new, okay? But I'm telling you, I've probably in the last, since this year, what was it, April? I don't even know what month it is or day it is. You guys understand? Like in the first 4 months of this year, I've probably consumed as much info as I have. And there was just a few days where I consumed a lot, but I probably consumed as much info as I have in my past in like maybe a week, maybe a 2 days. Do we get what I'm trying to say? Yet all that the majority of the info that I am consuming is then my own. Things that I am creating, my own interpretations based on what I'm experiencing. Yet I'm telling you guys, this is the best I've ever felt, despite all the fucking horrible that's happening daily and also that's happened to me over the last year and 3 years, really. I've remembered my entire life. I've regained all my hostage memory, all my insecurities and traumas. I finally know what I'm capable of. I have dreams again. I want possibilities, but there's also, at the end, you're going to hear this, I've accepted the reality of my situation. Yet so many of us think that it would be the opposite. They're like, wow, your life must be miserable. You've blocked everything else. And I'm telling you, for the first time ever, this is the best I've ever felt, despite everything. If I would right now have a girl and a kid in here with me, do you guys understand? I would be in fucking paradise. Do we understand what I'm trying to say? If right now I had a girl with me and we had like a kid, I would be in paradise. So what do we actually need to create, to do, to survive, to reach our dreams? Is that not proof that we don't need their info or the people necessarily around us or the experts or all that stuff like that? If we just said, okay, today marks the end, up till now, everything I got up till now, this is it. I'm telling you guys, if you actually did that, I know it sounds really crazy, but if you consume no new info from this point forward, and once in a while, things are going to slip through, okay? I don't want you guys to like freak out. Oh no, I got to do it. Like, okay? But if you just took that seriously, and from this point, you put like, think of like a dam or something, and no more can pass through. And once in a while, maybe a little water gets through. It's okay, right? But if this was the moment, I'm telling you guys drew that you've already had, and now you can choose and source it when you need to. And even then, I'm telling you, like, I have like maybe like 50 songs now between what the tabs that I've left open on my computer and the ones that I've downloaded on my phone, and a few things. I created a playlist also with like 300, 400 songs. Okay. But I really don't need more. I don't even need all of those, but that's more than enough. So let's just say 400 songs. And that's it. By the way, guys, I haven't almost done anything else but stream and listen to music for the last 23 days. And I've had the most intense evolution journey of my life. I played a little bit of video games, but very little. Because anytime I try to do some of my old passions and shields, they're trying to immediately poison them. So I've been trying to keep them safe. No notifications, no texts, no emails, no mail. I barely see anything outside. And if I do, I try to like blur it or not look. Like, do you guys get it? Like, I'm just trying to keep my lens, the info that's in my head, the recency, majority of it as mine, what I chose. And to me, the answer has never been more clear. I was going to say theory, but I'm convinced there's no confusion in my mind. There's no doubt. Like, there's a lot of things that actually, the majority of things that I tell you guys, there's no doubt. Just so you guys know, before I would have said it's a theory. Now I'm telling you guys, everything I'm telling you is straight up the answer. There's zero doubt in my mind, 100% confident. The outside world, the suggestions and nudges that we receive outside that we don't choose, are stealing our creativity and our imagination. They are doing that through whatever means necessary. Websites, social media, searches, other people. Work is the biggest culprit of all. Group chats, people that we continuously visit. They're using those people to write the stories that they want to be seen. Think of it like we're each a creator, okay? Or like an author, or we get to like write our own play, like our own book, our own movie, okay? Or a video game. They are deciding. Think of like you guys have heard the stories of like, think like the executives in a boardroom, and some of them are just like, they don't really understand what's going on. They just throw out ideas. They got there maybe for whatever reason. Maybe they were good, but they now sat back and they're like that king that doesn't do anything anymore, right? So think of it like that. We've heard those stories. And then like a creative, like someone wants to like develop a video game or tell a story in a movie, and they're like, yeah, I don't like that. I don't like heroes start like making funny one-liners after every single situation, every punch that he does or kick, like all the superhero movies, right? Think about that, guys, right? You guys know that. Okay. So I'm saying that those people, that's like them, okay? But everyone around us in our life who's being manipulated and controlled by them, because if they're not healed, the things that they say and pushed into their head is through them. So I'm saying they're using them to write our stories because we all get to create a story, right? I'm saying the goal is eventually to actually create something real, okay? Like create your own art, create your own video game, your own book, your own movie, your own whatever you're trying to solve. We talked about day 21, the higher purpose storyline, whatever that is, okay? And you can use these art forms to develop, to push messages and lessons. So I'm using the streaming thing to do so. But also, it doesn't have to be. You could just be do so, right? Yet there's one other that's the bonus storyline. Do you guys understand? That's the bonus storyline. That's the one that heals you, that helps you. But there's one storyline that you guys don't even think about. It's your actual life storyline. Think of it like we're being observed. Like we're all streaming constantly our entire life, okay? That we're all being watched. We all are in our own movie, our own play, our own book, our own video game, whatever you want to think about, okay? We each have a story. Just like we talked about day 21, each thing has a story, right? Each leaf, each mug, each object, everything has a story, right? I know all their stories, right? I know how I got that tree. I know how I got that plant. I know how I got all these, like everything has a story, okay? The one that you guys have completely underestimated and just given up on just own story. And it's the most important one because the one that you guys think I'm talking about is really important, right? It's the bonus one. It's like, what do you want to solve? That's the one that gives you a reason to keep fighting. For me, it's like a reminder to heal, a reminder to make the world a better place, right? That storyline is super important. It is. But at the end of the day, it's now that I've combined it, my story with that, because I've limited everything else. Do you guys understand? Because I'm not going back out. If I right now went back outside into the system, into the world, and started working or started going down one of those paths, do you guys get it? That means that now the two storylines are happening simultaneously. But right now, I've merged the storylines, and this is my only storyline. Do we understand? This is now my play. This is now my book. This is now my movie. This is now my life, the shepherd, the star diplomat. I don't even call myself by any other name anymore. Do you guys understand? This is now my play. This is now my story. This is my story. The majority of you don't take that seriously. Yes, the bonus one is like a dream, right? But your regular life, your life itself is a play, is a stream, is a movie. And you guys need to understand that. So when you go outside or when you start listening to all these other people and you consume all this excessive amount of info and you get so many suggestions and nudges and you can't choose, you don't understand the source of the inspiration, you don't understand the paths that you went on, you don't understand recency, you don't understand repetition, you don't understand how you've lost all your creativity, imagination, you don't understand that why you don't value yourself, why you don't have worth, everything's based on external outcomes and factors. You don't understand how you got to all these things, right? So now they've stolen all of your creativity, all your imagination, but really what it is they are writing the stories that they want to be seen. We talked about it. I don't know why, okay? I have my theories, but I really don't know why. We could talk about that forever. And I want more people that are able to keep up with me on this. It would be fun to talk about because maybe we could finally figure out the theories and maybe your spirits are interacting differently with you than mine. And we can understand why they are treating us this way. Because, it could be an experiment. It could be a simulation. It could be to steal our energy. It could be to create things. It could be this is how they want to develop and push humanity. They thought maybe the only way for us to progress is to torture us and for us to heal and overcome our insecurities, fears, and traumas because that's how people grow. But I'm saying that there's a better way, right? If we're just healed on a life path, if we believe we have hope and we work together to all solve something, we can all write our own storylines and then we can work together. And then we would even want to work with these things because I'm telling you, When I was working with my U Light Spirit, when I first discovered this, they gave me some really good suggestions. Songs that I from movies or things that I never even watched, just so you guys understand. But there's songs that I now really enjoy and that help me learn lessons without even having watched that thing. Do you guys understand? So that means I know it is possible that new info could be helpful, but it still changed some of my stuff. Do we understand? It still changed some of my stuff. Yet I'm saying if we now were free and we brought it in one at a time, right? We could evaluate it properly. But right now I can't trust what's going on. And you guys shouldn't either. I'm saying right now, if they present to you what they want, even if it's good at first, it could change your path. It could change your path. What if right now, like I got present, like when I went outside, like I saw a caterpillar and then a butterfly and then I don't know, and I don't know. Like I'm just trying to show you guys, like all those things, and then there's like a song related to that and a book related to that, and your path starts changing. I'm saying and arguing that the majority of stories, movies, games, but really our own stories have been impacted by what was happening, presented to us, suggested to us, music we've listened to, things we've watched, things we've read at that time. You have no idea. Like I look back at, I wrote a story years ago, and now I still remember which songs that I tied to certain scenes and areas of each part of the story. I don't remember all of them, but the majority of them I do. I'm telling you guys, the majority of them I do. And I took inspiration from select video games and movies and remember that. I remember that. That's how who I am. But then I'm like, ooh, also I know that I took inspiration from like this Xenoblade game, and I know I took inspiration from this scene, from this other one, and I combined everything, right? And I made it my own. But I still took from a little bit from everything and evolved it and combined it. I'm telling you, I think that's how we've gotten to where we have, right? We all take from other things and take from inspiration. But what if I didn't choose those things? What if I didn't choose those things? What if I got pushed to write the story at a select time period? Like that's just like, hey, I don't know why, but I feel like writing a story. Maybe like before that, someone said something. Maybe I watched a book or read it or something that told me something about writing a story, and I just felt like it was the right time to do so. But right before that, I had played those two games that were heavy inspiration and loved a lot, Ban Kaitos, right? But these are all things that I took inspiration from. And now that I reread my story or looked at it again, I'm like, holy crap. It has so many answers to what's actually going on in the world right now. All the things that I got to. Now that I'm looking at it from my current lens, I'm like, holy shit. Like, it's all there. I had all the answers already in that story. But at that time, I didn't realize that. Do you guys understand? That means maybe they've been trying to communicate with me the answers to everything that's been going on for years. I think this story is like at least 10 years old. Do we understand? So maybe they've been trying to get me to wake up and catch this and piece it together for that long or longer. And yet it took me this long to do so. Telling you, just the experiences and things that things that impacted my story, and also things that I was most attached to, like Baden Kaitos in that video game is one of my favorite games. It was a very important one. I really resonate with the story, and why I don't know. Maybe there's a reason, right? Maybe it's because of who I have inside of me and who I'm connected to, right? Remember what I said? It's like parallel worlds. Like we're touching our hands in the mirror and we're connected. I don't know, but what I'm saying is that I noticed. I think that back then it was for good, but what I'm realizing at the same time is that it's getting weaponized. So they're controlling what's being presented to us. I don't think it was as bad back then because you guys understand, like the amount of info that I consumed back then was significantly lower. right? I was a kid, so I was still going to school, but I didn't browse the web as much. I didn't have really used social media as much. So I was mostly just getting info from like songs and like video games. I still other stuff, but it was lower. Now we just get this excessive push of info. I don't think I was working yet. So, or I was just about to start. So it was right before the poison started. Because truly, once I started working was when poison began. Just so you guys know, school poisoned me a little bit, but the true poison when I started working, I telling you straight up, I can trace it. All the problems when things got really bad in my life. So when I started working. Holy shit. Truly. Doesn't mean they weren't installing shit before that, but when all the worst things started happening and when I started going down paths that I now completely am like, holy fuck, work. So many new voices and suggestions. And just the amount so bad. Truly. So think about it. Anything you create, guys. I'm telling you, all the things that I'm creating right now that I'm talking about on stream, based on the songs that I'm listening to and the little content that I'm talking to. But that's why this is basically as pure as possible. Me started at the Shepherd because I've limited so much else, and I'm just reconsuming my own info over and over and over and over again. Because after this, I'm probably gonna just listen to some music and go to sleep. And then tomorrow I'm gonna wake up. I'm gonna detox. I'm probably gonna listen to some of this. I'm gonna write notes, and maybe I'll do something else. I don't know, but do you guys get it? Like, think about that. This is as pure as it gets. Just me, and I'm gonna listen to some other. But imagine right now, I went to my cousins or my aunt or like my friends, and all of a sudden they start blabbing away, and I listen to them for an hour talk about random gossip. Think about how much poison is being put into my head. They start talking about games, about songs, about movies. I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying it's all bad. It could be some of it could be actually positive, but do we see it starts changing the story that we want to write, our own personal story, and the one that we want to create? Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? Is it finally clicking for all of you? If they're controlling the things that are presented for us, for the majority, that means that the story that we're actually living out and the one that we eventually do create, if we ever do decide to create something, is mostly the story that's being written by them. That means we're doing their storyline. What if they were like, okay, I want him to figure out how to heal insecurities? Because that's really what they did. I've learned how to do it on demand. If you want, if right now I had a castle and I could invite people in and I could like, okay, I'll heal your guys' insecurity in 2 days, whatever it is. I'm telling you straight up. And if they gave me some of their powers and I could fabricate and create some positive reinforcements that counterprove, so I can start getting you to go down positive memory paths to disprove it, I'm telling you, 2 days, I could destroy and heal every single one of your insecurities. Like maybe you see, like that's the story they wanted to create for me. And I'm not saying that's really actually if I can figure out how to heal insecurity, fear, and trauma. That's why I'm like, shit, I really am. They did want me to become the Jesus, right? Like, you guys get it? Like, I can heal all corruption and darkness and poison. Like, do you guys see what I'm trying to say? Like, that's the storyline that he chose for me. And now I do feel like what was weird is that it almost seems like the light chose that story for me and the dark wanted to stop that story for me. That's where I was like, I'm kind of confused about it. I don't know if that's how it is for every single person. We have a light story and then dark just tries to stop that story from happening. I'm not sure. See, that's just a theory, but I'm telling you, like, it just seems like my entire life I've just been attacked nonstop. It's like they've been just trying to crucify me. over and over again. I've just been killed, destroyed, and I'm keep resurrecting and becoming a phoenix and becoming amazing. And then I fall again, and then again, fall again, and then again. It's just really weird. I don't know. I can't explain it in another way, but it's like they chose the storyline for me. Do you guys get it? I look back at it and I'm like, they truly fabricated certain events to happen. So that but now I'm like, did light fabricate them or dark fabricate them? I don't know. Was it both just playing, taking turns like a chess match, right? So is that why they got so mad and destroyed everything in my life? Because, well, I just said, fuck it. But then light realized, wait, we can actually use this for good and create this positive storyline now. But he can also modify it. I don't know, right? You guys see, like, these are just, I'm just trying to make you start thinking. That's what I'm trying to do right now for you guys. But the majority of you are doing their story that they chose for you, that they're writing for you on a daily basis. And then because of the things that they present to you, all the recency, all the repetition, if you do create any other art form or anything that you're trying to teach, it's because it's now being mostly impacted. Like for my dad, like if he right now tried to create something, so much of it would be like from my cousins and from his group chat, from his high school friends and stuff like that. But he has such a rich life. If he could break it right now and regain his hostage memories and start actually remembering, and then in like maybe 20 days or something, he starts again. Or maybe he just starts, right? But he doesn't worry about posting the first ones because he has to first detox all the poison they put into him. All of a sudden, he's going to realize, wait a minute. He starts talking about his childhood. He starts talking about his youth. He starts talking about this. And he can start talking about the evolution. But right now, if he would do it, it would be mostly determined and a story that's completely different. I'm just saying 1 week of him doing this and then starting to write a story versus if he started today, he would write a completely different story because right now it's everything that's being presented to him reinforced him nonstop, the recency and the repetition and the paths that they put him on. Once he phone access and he gets poisoned again, and now he can see clearly and he remembers his entire life rather than just a small segment, all of a sudden his creation is going to be different. Now he's like, wait, I want to remember that song again. From maybe my dad had a really good association with the Monster of the Black Lagoon, Monster of the Laguna Negra. I think there's a lot that he could do with that. What? I don't know, but that's his choice. But you guys see, like, that's his path. But maybe he keeps rewatching that movie and he reinterprets it every single time differently and uses that to create something. He was a tour guide. Could he use that as a way to like, I don't know, maybe he writes a story about like a tour guide and combines it with the Monster of Black Lagoon. You guys understand? Like, I'm just trying to show you guys that he probably doesn't even think about those things. Maybe once in a while, but very rarely. So that means that any story that he would try to create right now or anything that he's walking into him. And once you limit, you say no more information, no more just random nudges and suggestions from all these other people. I decide, I choose. And if I want to bring in any of your guys' info, I'll bring it in one at a time. And if it has to be related to one of your shields, right? If any info that's not related to one of your shields, you just toss. You're like, nope. Now, you still have to be careful, though, because he's got pushed in there. So now you have to like push back down and change the recency and detox and go down all your other paths. But that's why you have all your positive reminders everywhere, right? Let's just put that out of sight. Out of mind, right, guys? Truly. If you're no longer getting those reminders, it'll eventually get pushed down. For good or for bad. Chocobo. Vermilion Fire. So unless you break free, but even that, like we just said, it changes your path. It's going to be present when you're writing, when you're creating, when you're talking, when you're walking, the way you even walk. Like 1% modifications. Do you guys get it? I'm not saying it's easy to create something, just so you guys understand. Like, it took me a long time to get to this state. So anyone who creates anything, if you guys even write a one-page story, do you guys understand how huge and impactful and immense that is? That's something to be proud of. It's not easy. Not everyone can do it. and you're going to get there. But the reason why most of us can't do it is because we're so worried about getting it right. We're so worried about what information we can present. What if you break free? You're no longer worried, and you just do. And the first one, the big why we're going to start doing this is because we need to get you to remember you, and then you can start reconsuming your own stuff, and you can just start taking some things from your little shields, usually songs or music or some things like that. I'm telling you, imagine if my dad only uses like his 50 songs that he enjoys. Doesn't matter. But you guys, imagine if he takes 50 songs that he enjoys and The Monster of the Black Lagoon. And that's it. That's all he does. That's all he consumes. And one book, this one Western little booklets that he used to have, that I think that his dad would read with him. And that's it. If that's all he'd used, I'm telling you, he could create something incredible. You're like, how's that possible? He's missing out on so much info. I'm like, on the contrary, because now he's going to draw from everything he's already experienced, rather than what they do is everything you've experienced, they try to erase. They try to push just only new to you, but they only try to make you try to bad past, the problems from the past. I'm saying we don't want to live in the past, but we're only using select things from the past to get us positive. And then the rest is just we find a few songs or shields that we use, and we use those to get our inspiration. It's just used for inspiration. That's it. Nothing else. Why are we okay with the way the world currently is? Doesn't matter if it's positive or negative. I'm telling you guys. Until you take your story in your own hands, I really feel in some ways like my you. There's a character in Final Fantasy 15 called Arden, who creates like these little illusions, and like he's like what some people online now know the term. He's like a troll, and he helped the main character of that game, Final Fantasy, to develop or push himself down a path to destroy the evil gods that enslaved all of them. And in some ways, I feel like that kind of happened in my life, where like they pushed me down the path. But you guys see, like we have to take the story into our own hands. We have to. We have to. Because I'm telling you, the majority of you have never gotten to see or experience your own story, whatever you could create, and also your own personal one. You're living their story. And you didn't even catch it. Now that you understand how to develop the source of information, just want to make sure I'm not muted. I'm telling you guys straight up, you have no idea, but you are not living your story. It's really fucking disturbing when you piece it together. Does that mean that you didn't make some of the choices? No, that's not what it means. I'm telling you guys, if I keep talking about Lion King, there's some of you that are going to listen to the Lion King songs and watch the movie. Wasn't there a new one that came out? I have no idea. I didn't watch it. Do you guys see? Do you guys see that? All these suggestions? Think about how much recency I put up there for you guys. Now, if you see an ad related to it, do we get it? Do we get it? Now, I'm kind of saying that we all have a spot in the circle of life, right? And my spot right now is a really important one for you, because I'm waking you up. I'm giving you the keys to finally write your own story. What are you going to do with that? You choose. But until now, you haven't been able to choose. And I've said that in many times now, but I mean it. Every day, it just keeps building. Your own creation. It's your life. Why don't you want that? Why don't you want that? Why not just see where it takes you if you just create some distance and give yourself time? Maybe your dreams are not as far out of reach as you think. I'm telling you guys, I could create forever with what I have now. I have like 20 songs open on my YouTube or on my computer tabs. I have just pre-existing tabs, right? And I create little paths for myself to push myself to do shields. Okay. They're all like related. I'm like, okay, this is related to my World of Warcraft one. This is related to like my designing a video game. This one's related to like my streams. This one's related to this. They're like 4 or 5 songs of each thing. Listen to transfer to that. And then I have like 20 on my phone. And then there's a few that I'm adding now. But I have to have the playlist and I can do that. But that's it. Like I could limit it. I know that I could limit it even more. I could probably get down to like 1, 2 songs if I really wanted to. I don't think that's necessarily the answer, but I'm just letting you guys know I could. I could continue limiting it even further. I'm saying that I'm confident that just choosing to play the songs at different times in the order, I could use that to create new forever. Just with whatever I talked about last, and then re-listening it to with different music over and over again. I could keep going to new things. I wrote, I'm sure I could manage with 1, right? We all have a choice, right? What we do here. I'm trying to create paradise, okay? I'm giving you guys all the answers. I do have one fear. What if I created monsters? What if you guys misuse this? But there's nothing I can do anymore about that. I just need to give this away. And I hope that all of you realize that we just need to choose to be light and to heal. Don't charge people for this. Give it away for free. I'm giving you all the answers to the world. Every single one. I don't know why they chose me for this, but it is what it is. If you're listening to this early, that means you're in what's going to happen in the world. I mean, truly, you are one of the key pieces in this world. Do you guys understand how important you are? If you're listening to this right now, I need you to take this seriously. You're even more than a disciple. You are one of the most pivotal people in the entire history of the world, because they're suppressing me. Somehow you got to this, then that means I need you to share it. I need you to learn it. I need you to master it. I need you to decipher it. I need you to pass it on, because I don't think they're going to suppress you. But if they do, well, still, if you could get one other person, if we can each just get one other person to learn all this stuff, and so we can all start taking the stories into our own hands and create our own thing, we can finally write our stories. Maybe in a few years, or maybe in a few months, or maybe enough, they will finally realize we don't need all their suggestions. We don't need to be controlled. I'm telling you, if you reach this state, which you will, it's really weird, because even though you hate them for what they've done to you and you see now all the problems they caused, you want to work with them because you see the possibilities. Remember what I said, guys, when you reach the stage, you see possibilities. You don't even see revenge anymore. Even the people who've done you harm, there's still people I would never interact with again. Like, I just wouldn't. There's multiple. It's just not worth it. Even if they got fully controlled, I'm just like, there's no reason to. There's too many other people, right? But I'm saying with the spirits, because that's who I'm really talking to now. You just see possibilities. I'm like, you guys can fabricate things to that level and present things to that level. We could help people create amazing stories. Choose. Like, hey, I'm kind of stuck at this point right now. I'm like, I want to figure out how I can heal the entire world and I want to be the Phoenix, like in my Relic 2 story, right? But instead of draining their energy and scaring people, I want to give them energy and revive all of them. How can I do that? Could you help me, guys? And then they're like, yeah, hold on. We have some suggestions. I'm like, ooh, do you guys see, like, why can't it be like that? That's what I'm working toward. I don't know if I'll accomplish it, but I'm going to keep trying. So I ask you guys, why do we allow how it currently is? Seriously, just think about it. Everything you're experiencing outside, everything. If you go to work, especially, it's changing everything you do, changing your storyline. Anything you even want to create, the things that you do, the things that you watch, the things that you listen to, the things that you play, every single thing. They're writing your story for you. It's time to break your storyline. You have to. Some of them might say, hey, our suggestions and info make your stuff better. I'm like, does it? If you guys watched my day 21 stream about what story will you tell? That was pure creation from my own 3 choices. I took from my own work, my own creations. I didn't need their stuff. Do we get it? And you could say that maybe they have been pushing me down that path for a while to lead to that. And sure, you guys understand, like, I still chose it in that moment, but maybe, I don't know. I'm not going to get lost there. I was going to say maybe they've been guiding me all along. I don't know. That just head explosion might go down that path. So I don't want to do that. But it gets really complex. You guys get it? So I don't want you guys to deal with the questions that I decipher on a daily basis. I'm just trying to help you guys get started. But I ponder these things, right? I pondered. I'm like, has this actually all been guided from the very beginning, from day one, from the first moment I set foot on this earth? But then I'm like, it doesn't matter. And that's really the answer, right, to this whole stream. What does matter is that we reclaim our freedom. I rebuilt an organization, right, in World of Warcraft, the TJ rebuild, from nothing. I did that. You know, like, I wrote a new storyline for that guild, for that organization. It was my version of it. And it became a glorious, beautiful thing. But I could have just felt confined to keep it be as something else. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to tell you? Like, and it took me a long time to break free from the story that they wanted me to write for it. But I started writing my own, and we became our own thing. There were still little hints here and there, but do you guys understand? We all have to do that. We all can rebuild from nothing and write our own story. There's nothing that's been clearer to me. I don't need the outside. I don't need new info. Only mine. And the things that I've already experienced. The spirits and anyone else who's trying to suggest things are making it worse, not better. From my findings, they are the source of every single problem that we're experiencing in our lives. So, do we need them? If I only need my own creations and I don't need their suggestions, because people are like, well, aren't they the things that fabricate the events outside and suggestions and nudges? And I'm like, I'm telling you, I've completely stopped going outside. And it's the best I've been. Still just trying to attack me. I'm not even listening to their suggestions and nudges anymore. I've blocked all info. I want you guys to think about this. What happens when things are no longer needed? Like, if right now, let's say your girl doesn't need you anymore. What do you try to do? When things are no longer needed, they try anything to maintain relevance. You guys ever thought about that? I'm telling you, from my reality, every day I need them less. And since I started doing that, the attacks have only escalated. Ask yourself why, guys. Because if I no longer need them, I don't know if like I'm special or something, but I'm like, why is it that the moment I'm just moving away, like you would think that they're like, fine, do your own thing. But it's the contrary. It's like they're so worried that they won't have a purpose anymore in this world. Yet you guys hear how many times I say I want to work with them because I believe that their abilities and their skill set could be used positively. If we can fabricate the timing of when things are presented to people, that means we could heal the entire world in a month. Faster if they let me control it. Do we understand? Like, if they're capable of doing that, that means we could get everyone healed. And then what could we create? And then we slow down the amount of info and nudges that are presented to everyone. And we just choose at the right time to give a little bit as people get stuck. Because also now they're not going to be used to having to just think and self-create. So I'm like, okay, every time they need a little push, we help them. I'm telling you, now it comes to the point where like my you and I, like we just communicate without even direct nudges. Like we just have become one. Like I said, right? We touching the mirror in parallel worlds, and it's become a much cooler thing than it's ever been before. They found a way now to do so with me without having to like, because before we needed tools, right? I said before I needed to like watch the YouTube videos that they suggest or things outside or things of that nature. Not anymore. I think it's just the dark spirits are terrified. They're going to be useless. And if they just caught on, I'm like, guys, you guys have a really talented at timing. We could use that skill set, but it can't be the way it currently is. You need to let people choose their story, not write it for them. Truly, guys, my old story that I wrote when I was younger, my old recordings, videos, posts, my streams, music, my notes in my notebook, my choices from my past, my old shields. And then you just create your own challenges and possible approaches to your old stuff. You just don't need new. You learn how to reinterpret it. You just don't. I'm telling you guys, you just don't. I know that seems so weird, but you can just keep reconsuming your own stuff and select a few things from your past. And if you learn how to reinterpret it and make little extra challenges for it, I could play the same video game 50 times, but if I play it differently each time, I'm going to learn something different each time. Even just if before that I played a different video game, I will go into it with a different. Do you guys understand? I'm not saying that this is how I wish it was. Do you guys understand? This is not me saying that this is what I wish it was. On the contrary, I wish I could just experience new and create new with you guys. That is what I want because there's going to be new creations, new stories, new situations that I'm going to miss out on because of this. But now that I've realized that they're choosing our stories, they are the ones creating it because of what they present to us nonstop. I know what we were capable of creating without all of their suggestions. I'm saying when you do this, you finally realize what you were capable of creating without their noise, without their suggestions, without other people's, who I'm saying is being controlled by them. Have you ever wondered what story you were capable of writing, your own personal one, and the one you could create to teach something? This is how you do it. What you guys are witnessing over these 23 days is that. I would have never been able to create this or talk about these things if I would still be out in the system or going to work or browsing social media or just chain watching stuff. Do we understand? I would have never known that I was capable of doing this. I would have never been able to talk about these things. because there would be too much info being presented that would alter my path and change the things that I talk about. As of right now, everything each one of you creates is not just your own. And that's okay. But why are you okay with never finding out what you were truly capable of? To me, that's the saddest thing I've ever heard in my entire life, because I know each one of you is capable of so much. And yet they don't even give you a chance to see what you could do. It's almost like they're saying, like, think of it like a kid that, hey, we don't even want to try to see if they could figure something out. Nah, we'll tell them exactly what to do. I'm like, what if they could figure out and actually figure out a better way? Nah, we'll just tell them what to do. I'm like, you guys don't even know. Oh, nope. Oh, okay. I already talked about this, but really, just changing the order of the music that we listen to, we could get new creation. I don't know, guys. I look back to what I've been writing for years now, but really, even just this last year alone. And I always get back to the same answers. Truly. I always get back to the same answers. I haven't always posted them. I haven't always made videos on them, but they really do get to the same things. I've talked about the eternal paradox. I've talked about what's in our choice. I've talked about that we don't need these spirits. I've talked about all these things so many times. And every time it's just a variation of it. It just keeps evolving. And now I understand why they attacked me back then, because they thought that I had this answer already a year ago, and I didn't. I was close, but I was missing things. I didn't fully understand it. I didn't piece it together. And I believe they thought that I had already, and I hadn't. Not even close. I got lucky. I just kind of like pieced together some things. I saw things, but I didn't saw the big picture, but I didn't understand how it interlinked, how we could attack in unison as one. But it was just, and now I realize it's just my first version of something. You guys understand? I've kept reinterpreting, I've kept developing, I've kept evolving, and I've kept creating new. And now it's this. And who knows? Maybe a year from now, this is going to even be. I look back and I'm like, wow, I knew nothing. Do we understand? Like, we never get a chance to do that. They steal our opportunity, our choice to do that. And I'm saying it's not an accident. I'm saying that they do that intentionally because they want their stories. If you guys can't think about it on the spiritual level yet, just think of it as like your boss. Okay, they create a company and they want you to create for them. They want you to slave away for their pyramid, for their ship, for their Titanic. If you stop working, if you stop doing their storyline, right, their ship sinks, their pyramid crumbles. If you can't think about it on the spiritual level, just think of it like that. They don't let you do your story. You're doing their story. Okay? Those guys created the company and you're doing their story. And I'm asking you, why are you okay doing their story? You have no idea what your story could even be. Don't you want to find out? I don't know. Everything just becomes a bonus, guys. When you realize you don't need. You realize you have enough. You just realize I have enough. What I have around me, it's more than enough. That means that anything else is a bonus. Right now, I chose to actually play a new game. Like, there's a game that I would my past. Like, there's a new Monster Hunter game that came out. It'd be cool to see how they've developed it, evolved it. But I'm like, I've accepted that I might never play it, and I truly know that it's probably be so much fun. But I have enough. Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? That means I'm going to miss out on it. I might miss out on it for good. I might never ever get to experience it. It's a bonus. I'm telling you, they start weaponizing your bonuses. Once you catch that, you realize, wait a minute, why would they do that? Because they don't want you to thrive. They don't want you to write your own story. So I realized if we just limit bonuses, then we're protected. I don't know. It's sad. because I can't experience your guys' creations. It's really fucking sad, but I don't need to. I don't need to create more, to be protected, to be as happy as I can possibly be with my current circumstances. I don't need to. I've proven it to myself. I don't. I could do this forever. I'm still managing hours of high quality streams with so much information without consuming anything new, just a song from my past and my own info. And one hot Latina girl that I'm pretty sure was an illusion that talked to me at 1 a.m. That's what got me all this stuff. Still, you could say that pushed, but do you guys get what I'm trying to tell you guys? Like, you guys consume so much info. And I'm telling you, it's not even you anymore. It's not even you. You're someone else. You're them. They are choosing who you become. Why are you okay with that? In one way, it's pretty fucking sad because every time I create new, I realize I have less need for others. Before, and I care about you guys so much, and I used to enjoy hearing everyone's stories, and I want to see your guys' creations, and I want to hear how you guys healed, and I want to hear how the world is finally like changing for the better. But I can't. So it makes me question, has this entire journey, this is going to sound really fucked up, so I apologize, but I'm just bracing you guys, because if you brace, it's a little easier to handle. Has this entire journey been about realizing that everyone else has near to no worth to us individually? And because of the spirits, actually negative? Because we put so much worth in other people, right? We always think that other people like have value, that we have to care what they think. And has this entire journey just really been for me to teach everyone that, guys, actually everyone else has no value, no worth to us. They're just people. We need to stop listening to anyone else. Just listen to ourselves until it becomes so ingrained in second nature. And then maybe finally, then as we're all healed and we're stopped being controlled by them, then we can meet again in the outside world and be like, hey, what's your way? Who are you? But now when we hear it, we don't let it poison us anymore and change us. Now, because we know of the recency and repetition, now we're aware of the stuff. Maybe then, though, we're like, okay, hey, I just consumed a lot of info. Like we even talk like this. Like, I'm going to go back to my castle and I'm going to detox. And I'm going to push it all down. But it was really cool hearing about you. Like there's that one thing that I really enjoyed. Wow. I can't believe how I never knew that someone could be so amazing. I mean, even talk like that, and people are like, wow, what? You would talk like that to other people? I'm like, yes, because now everyone's finally truly themselves without all their poison. Guys, think of it as like the end of the world, okay? The last 13 days. Every single country, every single city, every single person would handle that differently, right? If I told you right now, guys, there's 13 days left before the end of the world. I don't even know what day it is right now, but I'm just saying 13 days from now. Final hours. Drum, drum. The bells are dinging away. And after that, we're going to go into an arc. the one that we create, right, in our castle. So you guys have 13 days to prepare for it. Okay? You're going to have to quit your jobs because there's no job anymore, right, after 13 days. Because we go into our arc, which is our own castle. Limit all access. Just hibernate for 40 days. And then at that point, the arc opens. And we're like, oh, I haven't seen the sun in 40 days. Oh. And then we go outside and we're like, whoa. What are these? Why, like, the deer have evolved? Like, they look different. Like, whoa. Is there anyone even out here? Like, look at all this, the vines and grass and trees, and whoa. How much has changed? And we bumped someone else, like, are you even alive? And we start talking, like, how was your arc experience? Man, I feel amazing. I've completely healed. I didn't even realize that I could be this amazing and capable. Yeah, who would have thought that limiting access to myself and protecting myself from all this extra info that I don't need would have been the answer all along? Who would have thought that quitting my job would have been the answer and having all this time and no longer getting poisoned? Like, I know, right? So up to that point, though, the 13 days, you'd have a choice. How would you spend the last 13 days in the old world? Some people might go into wilderness. Some people might just celebrate because they're afraid, right? They might just start partying with family and friends. Like, hey guys, I'll see you in 40 days. Some might go to the desert and try to create an organization and be like, hey guys, I'm going to teach all of you guys right now what I need for you guys to learn. And then when we get out, I want you guys to execute it. Execute it in the arc while we're hibernating. Every single humans, think of it like we're going into pod. We're alive while we're doing that. And then when we come outside after, we're going to be different people. If you can convince people around you to take this seriously, guys, and do this, give them 2 weeks to prepare, 13 days, right? And then after that, we all collectively just do the arc. The entire world will change forever. That's 53. You guys understand what I'm trying to say? In 53 days, if you guys did this, if you can help me convince people over the next 13 days, I'm just going to write that down. The last 13 days before the arc. Because I'll probably talk about that again. That's the only reason why I wrote that down. Just think about it, guys. No costs. Food is taken care of. We'd never need to technically interact with anyone ever again, right? Imagine if food was delivered to you every 2 weeks. You wrote a list out of what you need or want, and you got it. I'm not saying that you're going to be greedy and excessive, but you won't even care because it doesn't matter. There's no hoard. You're not worried it's going to run out. I'm saying if you have a girl and a kid, it's perfect. But I'm saying for myself, like at this point, a picture of a girl could be enough to get the job done for me to keep me going. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you guys? Like, you just get to the point where you're like, well, that gets the job done. It gets the job done. Who cares? I don't know. You just realize you have enough. So Do we really need to experience new? Yet I want to, but you realize, wait, I don't actually need to create new. I don't need to experience anything new. I can just keep reconsuming what I've already consumed, just reinterpret it and use it at different times for inspiration. And I can just reconsume my own creations. So why would I risk a possible positive? How are we doing, Leon? Why would I risk a possible positive knowing that they use it against us? I'm telling you guys, the spirits are the problem. All of you have enough. If you limit all your info and access and start healing and take this seriously, you're going to realize you've always had enough. Need. I don't need any new game. I don't need any new song. I don't need to watch new shows. I don't need to watch the newest movies that come out. I don't. Doesn't mean that it wouldn't be fun. Doesn't mean that it wouldn't be cool. It really would be awesome. It would. To see the evolution of things. But I don't need it to write my own story. I don't need it to create what I want to create. The fact that they have made us believe that we always need more and more and more and new, just from using stuff from the past, I've evolved to a level I've never evolved before. Do you guys get it? And if I reach a point where I'm like, I can't evolve further, maybe then I'm like, okay, it's time to consume new. But I still haven't reached that. And yet they would make you believe that you need constantly every single day to get new. We've been playing the game of life completely wrong this entire time. And they've done that intentionally to make us believe that we have to, so they can write our stories. This one's hard to say. In a way, the world has ended for us. The world has ended for us. So much. I wanted to explore every single thing about it. And now this is my answer after what they've shown me. 33 years of info is more than enough. Now, only my creations. No new shields. I do need to make my video game though. But I could keep creating my own games over and over again. New ones. I could. I don't even need to search new songs anymore. There's no need to explore outside. I don't need to make music. I wanted to do that, but the moment I tried, they tried to poison it to remind me of all the worst moments of my life. I only have to play the games that I already own. Video games, I don't have to buy any new ones. I have more than enough. Why do we always need new? I can countless new stories with what I have using my imagination and just combine the musics and stuff in different order. And if I really do run out, then maybe I do try new, but I'll let you guys know when I get there. Still haven't got there. Do you guys see why I said the world has ended for us? Why does it have to be this way? As long as they're trying to control our stories, it's the only answer. As long as they're trying to control our stories, It's the only answer. We have to take a stand. We have to realize that we have everything we need within our two hands. From now on, only our creations, only our reinterpretations. We don't need anything from the world. And I'm telling you, don't you think that's the saddest thing of all? They're so worried about maintaining their relevance that they've pushed me to this point. And I'm telling you, it's the answer. I want to work with them, and yet they're just pushing me away. I challenge all of you to do the same thing. Intentionally, never try to explore new. Intentionally. What did I call this? Inspired by a video game that I played. Xenoblade Endless Now. It's funny because in that game, it's a bad thing, but I'm changing it to a positive because in that game they presented it as people didn't want to change, right? And I'm saying it's the opposite here. And endless now because we're pausing the outside world, but our personal world is the endless possibility. But the outside world is put on pause. We're always going to be creating new, but no more info. Until the world changes, this is my answer. It's an individual endless now so that we can just create endlessly. Because when you reach this state, your own info is enough. You can just evolve with just a few pieces of inspiration. Truly, I might not even need music. I could just create my own. I could just use Leanne. Maybe we could just use that. Like I'm saying that I could even find ways to limit it even more. But I've limited it enough. Truly, 99.9% has been limited. We could do 99.999999999. You guys decide. I'll keep escalating until you guys change the game. What are you going to do now that you guys realize what you actually need to do, to create, to survive, to reach your dreams? Because you don't even know what those are. They're like, but my dream is outside. I'm like, is it? Well, then why don't you heal first and then start creating all the paths to get to that point? So then after 40 days, you can do it. Maybe your answer won't be as extreme as mine, but why not give yourself 40 days to get there? I'm telling you, you guys have more than enough. Because once you can just combine a 1 + 2 from anything else that you already have. Do I put this mug first and then this mug? Or do I do it the opposite way? Tomorrow I can stream a white shirt and my shepherd coat, the blue one. Or maybe I just use my shepherd coat and the vest at the same time. You guys see, like, little changes can. It's the paradox, right? I want to experience everything the world has to offer. I want to heal it. Yet I choose nothing. I want you guys to think about this segment. Okay. We are actually going to take one last break, and then I'm just going to do just the conclusion. Be right back. Okay, this is it, guys. The last stretch to finally finally become reality. Oh, what a day! So you guys know what I'm listening to right now for this last push. I'm gonna do most likely 2 songs, maybe even 3, but definitely 2. I'm listening to a Pokemon song. It's called Symphony of Lugia or Lugia, however you would pronounce it, doesn't matter. As long as you know what it is, right? Lugia. Or you can put Lugia's team. Do you guys know that one of the insecurities that was installed in me in my life when I was younger was how to pronounce things? Because I'm half Mexican, half German, and I grew up living in multiple countries, and English was the first language that I was exposed to. But my parents, one of them spoke to me in Spanish, one of them spoke to me in German, so I never knew the proper way of how to pronounce it, making sure I looped it. I did. Okay. And it just, you think about stuff like that, I'm like, does it really matter? Like, as long as you guys know what I'm talking about, like it's the Pokemon that is like white, and it was basically like a representation in the Pokemon universe, and it saves the world right when it wakes up, and it just brings peace and calm to everyone and unites everyone. And turns out I really liked that movie that had it when I was a kid, and now I'm using it again. You guys see, like, I'm using everything I'm drawing from all my experiences. So this last segment is going to be learning how to flip all their attacks to deconstruct, extract, and harvest. Good from all. But really, it's just a conclusion. Because we've talked so much about all those things throughout the entire time. But I want to talk about that because if you've been following along, you now understand that there's a lot more to this world than meets the eye. And it's still, I every day I navigate this, and I don't even just so you guys know, I served myself some cereal, right? And on the back of the cereal box, there was flavors of this special case cereal, and it reminded me of what I used to eat. And I'm just like, things were so simple back then. And now I just cut a little bit of an apple in the cereal, and I saw like my brother got something positive, and I'm like, I just wish that they would stop weaponizing him. It's gotten better, but mostly because I've taken drastic measures to create distance and prevent them from using him. It's just, I'm like, why does it have to be this way? It never was supposed to be this way. I served myself a cereal with milk, and I cut a few slices of apple, and I'm like, this is so fucking normal. I don't even know what to do with that. Because now I'm always trying to limit things. I'm always trying to counteract what they do. And that's also become normal for me. So I guess what I'm trying to say, guys, is it gets easier. It's just now just as normal as the flavors. Actually, if anything, seeing the old normalcy is strange now. Seeing the old normalcy is strange now. Because I remember that the majority of you are still living in that world, worried about that girl at work didn't talk to me today. Worried about which bar you guys are going to walk to next. Worried about this completely ridiculous pricing that sometimes we'd go to for a dinner or drinks with the mountain view. Changed chef, and now their food is not good, and yet an appetizer tapas is $20. Yet I can make better with like $1 of stuff that we have at home. And first of all, why should we even have any cost? But you guys, like, I just think about stuff like that. And I'm like, gosh, those are the things that I used to be worried about. Those are the things that all of you guys are worried about. And yet, so that's why I'm like, a lot of you are going to struggle. If you've been even watching this far, if you've even followed this far, first of all, I commend you. But it's like, they're like, I'm surviving just fine. I'm living. Yet I asked you, are you? Do you have even one fear, one insecurity, one trauma? Then you don't know what living, one sad event, one problem. You guys just have grown to accept it and think that that's just how life has always been and always will be. I was one of you. I was one of you. Truly. I didn't think it could be anything else. I didn't think there was more to it. There's days, just so you guys know, even despite it all becoming normal for me, there's days where I wake up and I'm like, when will it end? Is this really all there is left in my reality? Like, everything is weaponized. They try to poison me nonstop. Even just right now, they tried something. And like, it never ends, guys. I don't know why I was chosen for this. I have to just be like, okay, I just streamed for 10 hours and I'm still going. And it's not about the time, but I'm just like, think about like, this is, no one's paying me for this. I'm only getting punished for this. And then I keep going. And at some point, you just have to be like, hey, come on. It's undeniable now, right? Think about what you're fighting for. And like, you're right. But who cares, right? I'm not doing it for the recognition. I'm not doing it for what you guys say. I just truly want people to realize that it was never meant to be this way. If there's one thing that's clear to me after everything that I've talked about and everything that I've learned over the last year, but really my entire life, is that it wasn't meant to be this way. Something went wrong at some point, and we got lost. All of us. Even like, I don't know, I'm not trying to excuse their behavior and how we got here, or even our own as humanity, but just think about how easy it is to get lost. Here, just to show you guys, when I was raising my kid, before they stole that from me, my wife, and I got her into video games and taught her that, and we were healing from all the poison and damage they did to us. And our kid was still really young, right? But he was starting to get a little older, and he would take naps. And sometimes we were playing a game together, we were having so much fun, and we were actually just in a positive, really positive situation. And we never neglected him, right? We always gave him stuff. But then I'm like, okay, well, I set up some toys for him, and I was playing with him. Then I was still playing a little bit of the video game. So I wasn't giving him 100% of my attention. I was giving him like 60, 70, 60. Most people wouldn't talk about stuff, but I want people to understand. So I went down a path, right? We were having so much fun with video games. We were positive. Her and I were talking. We were great. We were healing each other. There was no poison, no corruption for once. And he would wake up, and we gave him attention. We'd ease him in. We'd set him up, and then we'd play a little more. Yet, truthfully, we should have just stopped. And we could have done it at any point again. There was no rush, right? Like, if we would have known how much time we have, that there was no limit, that we had infinite amount of time. But they made us believe that that wasn't the case. I'm telling you, they made us believe that we were running out of time, that I needed to get a job tomorrow or else we were going to die and all these bad things were going to happen. But I'm saying the reason why I tell you that story, guys, is because it was really easy for us to get overwhelmed and to get consumed, to get almost too much. We never neglected him. We never ignored him. But do you guys see, like, then even like a few weeks later, I was like, when I became a full-time stay-at-home dad, I was like, oh yeah, of course we didn't do that. Like, I didn't even think about playing even one extra minute. If anything, I'm like, hey, let's stop earlier so I can even give him a better experience. You guys see, like, what I'm trying to tell you guys, it's really easy to get consumed by something. So it happens to all of us for anything. And that's how we all got here to where we're at. Yet the majority of us are getting consumed by a path that we aren't choosing. That's my problem with everything that's happening right now, is that the majority of us are getting consumed by paths that we didn't choose. So you start realizing what's their attacks. So even this theme of this segment, I'm like, how do I deconstruct it? I say deconstruct Ulduar because it's a positive from one thing to the next. There's that's my World of Warcraft shield. There was a challenge in that dungeon called XT Deconstructor. So I say deconstruct Ulduar. I say extract Elytrea. Extract was a weapon from a game in Monster Hunter. And Elytrea is one of the most challenging encounters. That has a lot of positives with my kid and my ex-girlfriend. And then I write Harvest Lux, and that's related to a story that I wrote, a character, and harvesting information from every attack that they have, but also shield, which is my unconventional strategies, which is, there's a character in that game too. So you see, like, do you guys see what I did there? Like, from one thing, it relates to two. So what I'm trying to tell you guys is, when you start going down this path, you're going to get consumed. So you're going to need my information and my approaches as your guide until you don't. Now I don't need my own guides anymore. Do you guys get it? But they still are helpful. So at the beginning, you guys are going to need it. You're going to have to keep making references. You're going to have to take a lot of notes. But there's going to come a point where you don't need it anymore. Okay? So even just the way I talk, even the way I think, I talk around things. I set up things so that I can go to two different paths. I just told you guys, right? Just the word deconstruct, extract. Those all go down to my shields. They're just random words. They're verbs, if anything. Or I don't even know, right? It doesn't matter. But you guys see, there's just words, yet they serve as a path starter for my own positive shields that bring me down a light path and heal me. Do you guys get what I'm trying to say? Like, it's completely consumed me, but now it's just become part of me. It's become who I am. So you guys see how it could be used for positive, but I'm saying this is what happened to the world and these spirits. I'm sure of it, is that we got consumed by something or a path, and that's how we ended up here. But now it's time to cleanse it. Now it's time to reset it. But we can't reset it, and we can't unify and create a path to a new world until we give ourselves time to do so. We're always just running from one thing to the next. We're always consuming the next thing, worried about the outside world, to external factors, what our reward is going to be. Until we reset all the poison that's been installed in us, you guys might not get to the same answers that I got to, right? I told you guys, this is not your storyline. You're not meant to be the first shepherd, part of the Star Diplomat process. Maybe you, because you're one of the first people listening to this, you are going to be one of the disciples, and you are actually, but you guys get it, like, everyone has a different storyline. So if it becomes normalized for everyone to do this arc, which is going to be, and they all heal, some of them are going to come to different answers than I am. They might not decide what I said in the last segment, where I'm like, hey, the world has ended for us. We're no longer going to experience new. The majority of you might not get to that level. And maybe That's how it's supposed to be. Maybe that's only my punishment for us. And maybe you guys don't have to deal with that. I hope so. But you guys see, like, everyone else is going to come to their own answer. But for the first time in their life, they can choose. It always comes back to choice. But now, we want to just work with people. We want to help people. We're not going to get consumed by paths that get started. We know what actually matters. I'm telling you guys, if I could go back, I've talked about it, but I just want to throw it out here because I mentioned it, but all I would want is to raise my little guy. Yet I can never do that anymore because of what they did. I still choose to fight and try to heal all of you and give you guys everything. They stole that from me, and yet I still am choosing to walk a positive path, not do a cycle of revenge. Remember, we started at the beginning with the eternal paradox. They can take something from you, but you can still choose to make good or better. It's never going to be what it could be. I'm telling you, the only thing that I basically kept that's mine from here is my laptop and my dog Leon and a few articles of clothing. I lost everything else that I built over 33 years. They stole my car. They stole my money. Everything. Do you guys understand? Everything. They took every single thing from me. Everything. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to tell you? These vindictive fuckers took every single thing. And yet, this is what I'm choosing. I've deconstructed every single one of their attacks. I've extracted all the knowledge that I could, and I harvested it, and now I combined it to create this guide for you guys. I pieced together how they did every single thing they did to me to destroy every single aspect of my life. So that no one, if you guys listen to this, they can never do it to you. If you take everything I said seriously, you will be protected and you'll never happen to you. And for once, you will be able to choose, and you can choose without losing everything. Because I only got by losing everything and being attacked nonstop. Do you guys get it? So now I'm giving you all the knowledge that I gained from being destroyed. Think of it like I went into hell to get this knowledge. And I'm saying, guys, this is what's actually going on in hell. Here you guys go. So you never have to get down here. That's what I did. And that's what I'm doing for you guys. I just ask you to take it seriously, because otherwise you guys are going to walk down the same path, and you already are. And you don't even realize it. I already said it, but think of it as you're going to need this guide. At that point, you learn to be the guide. You guys are going to get there. Right now, it seems impossible. Because now, if you've been following along, even just if you listen to this entire stream, you're starting to piece together and connect the dots. You're starting to see it. And once you see it, you can never unsee it. And when you get to that point, you have a choice. What are you going to do? Are you going to wield courage to try to make your dreams become real? Are you going to choose to always walk a positive path despite whatever they do? Are you going to try to heal yourself so you stop poisoning, corrupting other people? Are you? Because if we do that, we answer together to build our little pyramid, each and one of us, and we combine it together, right? We just keep healing the world and we keep trying to make it better. I have a feeling, and I've realized that I'm usually never wrong. Sorry, guys. Some of you might hate me now. Look at this fucking asshole. That's your conditioning speed. But I have a feeling that if we can all get to that point or close, we could work with the spirits. And I believe that we will reach even greater heights if the worlds merge for the first time ever. What could we achieve? You can't think about it on a spiritual level. Just even think about it like I've used like the example in the past, like Russia and Ukraine. I don't even know if they're still at war, guys, just so you guys understand. I have no idea. They could be at peace. They could have been at peace for months now. I have no idea. It doesn't matter. My point is, it shouldn't have ever happened. But think about like those two countries are at peace and they're working together and they're helping each other. What could they achieve rather than fighting each other? They're like, hey, yeah, you have access to all my resources. You have access to all of ours. They don't care about who gets the better deal. They're just like, hey, I want you to thrive. Like, just because we all live in this world, let's create one unified world, like a Pangea, right? Every place together. We're not blurred by random divisions and lines anymore. We just created our world together. One unified world. I believe it's possible. I really do. I know it's possible. If we're no longer worried about losing relevance, which is what those spirits are worried about, I'm telling you, think about your entire life. Everyone who's ever bothered you or attacked you or caused problems in any of your guys' life, the majority of them, it's actually because they're worried that they're about to lose relevance. If you think about it, I'm telling you, you guys will never see it the same way again. If you're about to quit your job, or if you're about to surpass someone in their eyes, not even you, you're not doing anything, but they think you are, they attack. I mean, now it makes sense why my old in-laws attacked so much, because I replaced them. They were so attached. And I showed up and their girl didn't care about them at all anymore. They were also poisoned, but that's another story. Did you guys get it? When they lose relevance, they do anything to maintain relevance. There's no reason to attack. There's no reason to fight. Why can't we just heal and be at peace? I just don't get why anyone who's listening, anyone who's caused me problems in the past, but spirits and anyone in your life, I want you to think about it. Yeah, I want you to ask this yourself, like, why can't they comprehend? Like, why can't like sales managers or executives comprehend? Like, just get rid of quotas, get rid of money. Like, we don't need it. Like, when you reach the state, I'm telling you guys, you don't comprehend how other people can't comprehend that this is the way. And it's not that, and you see things, right? So you understand that it's because of their conditioning, but I'm like, this is the answer. Like, why can't people just see it? So it's It's the curse. It's just a curse. We just try to educate and heal. Because I'm telling you guys, the only choice you have for those people who refuse to learn, who refuse to heal, who refuse to walk forward with you, you have to drop them and leave them behind. Now, not out of malice, out of trying to heal the world, out of trying to create a unified world. You're just trying to do that. Each and one of you, I want you to create your own answer, but to take inspiration from that. But if that's all you're trying to do, and you're creating, right? You got quiet, you hibernated, you blocked all access to yourself, and you're leaving behind your trail, right? So if anyone wants to follow my path from day one when I started this, you can go on LinkedIn and see my very first post, okay? And that's my entire journey. And stuff. It's chronological. You can see it. It's been almost 1 year now. That's how I got here. Now, there's a few things that I had worked on in the past that they're not there, but really, this last year is the one that really matters. You guys can follow that entire journey and see the things that I was talking about and experiencing. That is, I basically was writing. I wrote out every single thing. That's how I got here. That means that if anyone actually took it seriously and wanted to, and I'm too advanced right now, that's fine. And they could go back and read those things. Do you guys get it? They could. It's there for them to see. Yet the majority of them would rather attack and complain and be like, I can't believe you don't talk to us anymore. I can't believe you don't do. Do you guys get it? You can't let them ensnare you. You can't let them trap you because that's them. There's going to be two things affecting your reality from now on, guys. Now that you catch this and understand this, positive and negative. We are not alone. We are not alone. You're going to get help, but there's going to be bad things trying to stop you, especially as you start breaking free, as you start understanding all this. I want you to know that. So, we're going to practice the radial menu technique again here in a little bit. But I want you guys to understand that there is value in recording everything that's happening to you. Videos on your phone, streaming, doing video like almost like a podcast, like I use Descript, posts that you're texting, writing comments, even if it's just for yourself. Do you guys understand? So that you can kind of see your whole journey. But even just notebook. Some people call it a journal. I call it now a progress journal, but really it's just so you see what you're going through. Also, what your recency is, what you're being nudged, what's being presented, what you're experiencing. And don't edit it. No filters. So like I'm talking through everything. I've talked and you just start crossing the line and it gets easier and easier to talk about all the fucked up bullshit that you're going through. Because I'm telling you, all of you are going through really bad stuff as well. Hopefully really good stuff too. But you guys are afraid to talk about it. And I'm not saying that you have to be like, hey, like my wife just attacked me or something. I'm not saying you don't need to post everything like that yet, unless you want to. But it also gives you protection. I really want you guys to understand because you can now see what's going on when you write it all out. You can catch the fabrication of events. You can catch the dark consumption. Like, wait, why did my wife attack me right then? Or why did my friend do this? Or why did my brother do this? It doesn't add up. Because, like, for example, like right now, I'm like, oh, he did something good. Yet I'm telling you guys, 2 weeks ago when I tried to heal him and with this through the stream, we talked about it enough, but I just want you guys to know there was some major problems that he tried to cause. Major. He tried to end my story. Yet today he just did a positive. Like, do you guys understand? And I'm streaming even more now. He was dark consumed that day. He was completely under control by them, and they tried to stop me because it was the beginning of the streaming journey. Do we see, like, once you write it out and when you record and if I re-listened to it, I'm like, oh my gosh, like that's what I was going through at the time. They were trying to stop me from healing. They were trying to stop this from happening. So when you see this out, like, and you don't edit it and filter it, even because let's be real, most people aren't going to watch it. So it's for you, but you catch it, then you're like, oh my goodness, look at that. Look at that. Are we piecing this together? And you see that. I don't know. You even catch the spiritual manipulation. You're like, wait, like every time like there's a technical difficulty or every time there's these stuff, I'm telling you guys, I know it's them. You start learning what's them and what's not. You guys are gonna get there. You're not there yet, but you're gonna start catching it. So now I'm just like, yeah, they just did this. Now they have a choice as well. Do you guys get it? Like, and if my brother does something through them, I point it out immediately. Do you guys see? Like, it comes a point where I haven't said his name, but I'm sure some of you guys have really wanted to dig deep and search. You could probably figure it out. So that means if his didn't attack me, eventually it could get to him. All of a sudden, I'm telling you, behaviors changed very quickly. So if you're going through shit at work, I'm telling you, just quit and hibernate. But you could just start talking. Hey, I'm just streaming. Like if people in your castle are poisoning you or manipulating you, and you start just streaming, like why can't I stream? Like they don't need to know. Then do it at night. Just talk it out. Everything you're experiencing. You think they're really gonna watch your thing? Nah. Protects you. And I'm telling you, I feel like if you put it out in the system, it equalizes the game, and the spirits, good and bad, can now help and hurt. But now you can see it yourself. Because really, the most important thing is getting to a point where you can see it and you understand what. And before that, you guys, until an event happens that they're like, whoa, there it is. Like you see the fabrication of it, or like the first time you catch it, they created a recreation of someone, an illusion outside, or that you're like, why did I see that happen right then? Why did someone walk out of that door right then? Like once you start realizing, wait a minute, they did that. Then until right now, you don't believe me when I say it, but if you start paying attention to it outside, you're like, wait a minute. And then it finally clicks. Then it's it. That's it, right? Now, only do this up to a certain point. We're just trying to get to the point where you can start beginning deconstructing what's happening. Okay? Because then after we start deconstructing how it happens, now we can start extracting the info from it, how we can flip it. But the first step is but if you don't catch it, if you don't understand that it's even happening, you can't. So once you get to the point where you're like, okay, that's how they do it. Or the first time you realize, wait, someone else in my castle is dark consumed because they just set up 5 things in the kitchen that are all related to this. And you laugh about it, but it's not funny, right? Because you now know that those things have a story, right? We talked about each thing has a story or association points or conditioning points, invisible germs, right? That try to poison you, right? Or related to past events from your things, right? That to remind you of insecurities, fears, traumas, whatever. And once you see it, you're like, oh my gosh, they're using that person. It's just really like I see something positive right now, but I know that even though it's something positive, that it also does bring up teleports me to time periods and reminders of other things. Just to know, I know that it was meant to bring up reminders of certain people in certain situations. Yeah, I'm still saying I'm now viewing it as positive, right? Because I have a choice. It's the eternal paradox. I'm choosing to walk that path, but it's not easy because you know what they're trying to do. But everything is a reminder to heal. But I said to myself when I was preparing this serial, I'm like, oh, it's just so fucking sad. I hope there's one day where I can interact normally with my brother again. Because since he's the only in that's left, that's a human being. They use him. You guys get it? They're so desperate to get to me. Since I've blocked everything else, that they use him. It's really fucking sad. I would like to do things again with him. But every time I've tried, I immediately start getting poisoned again. Anytime I've tried, could this time be different? At some points, you just have to throw in the towel and be like, until he heals, there's nothing we can do. But since he refuses to, do you guys see, like, I don't want this path. But if it would destroy me, that's all they have to do. It's challenging. Everything I'm talking about today is not. If you go back and listen to the whole thing again, you're gonna hear me say multiple times it's a paradox, it's an eternal paradox. I don't wish it were this way, but it is this way. You guys catch it. I've said it so many times. This is not what I would choose. I'm fighting to defeat this path. But after everything I've experienced, this is the only answer that I've been able to get to. And I've got to the same answer multiple times. It always comes down to the same answer. So, once you know, once you see it, once you understand, you don't actually have to write everything anymore. You don't have to record everything anymore. You don't have to talk about every single incident. You guys start paying attention. I started going less specific for some things related to like my brother and other incidents, just because I was realizing when I was re-listening to it that even just talking around it myself, for you guys, it might not do anything, but when I re-listened to myself, I'm like, oh shit, I know what I'm referencing. So like I was creating little nudge pass reminders for myself. Now that's not terrible, right? It's the processing is so minor, it's not the same impact. But I realized I'm like, oh shit, we want to like detox it. We're gonna create distance from it, and it's okay even if we don't. It's fine because we're not fully talking about it. But most of you guys like go down arguments or like talk about specific incidences in detail, and it's the worst thing you can do. It's just not needed anymore. Do you guys understand? When you start connecting the dots, you don't have to write out every single thing that's happening because you know. So we're going to get to a point where we only start talking about the lesson. Because this last segment I wrote based on a dream that they put in my dream, or the lessons that they put in my dream. And I'm like, holy shit, I pieced it together. I deconstructed how they were doing it. 8 dreams. They basically take turns between the light and the dark spirits, fabricating things, putting approximations in our dreams. But the light spirits outplayed the dark ones in my reality so badly. It was fucking hilarious. Like I'm taking a risk right now remembering it, but truly, like, they let me get to these answers. They placed them in such a way that dark had no chance. You want to know why? Because dark light and I have now created certain keywords and terms that I can take from a word. So like I say deconstruct, right? And it could mean just, well, breaking it down, but it also could mean World of Warcraft, Ulduar. Do you guys understand? So if you can get to a point where you can develop from one thing the radial menu, choom, 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 my light spirit now knows that they can do something like that, and I can go from one little thing, hey, cereal, and I'm like, oh, this could be breaking conditioning. You guys understand? They could put a cereal in my dreams now, and I can now use that to go to breaking conditioning. What can dark do against that? They're like, what the fuck? Why is there cereal there? Like, they're trying to poison my dreams or poison me in my sleep. And they're like, there's cereal there? Like, what the fuck are we supposed to do against that? You guys see, they don't even have to say the words, oh, we're trying to break your conditioning right now. They can just put cereal in my fucking dream, and that I can take that meaning. Do you guys see the level that I'm playing at and what I have to deal with? I'm telling you, they tried so many things. They try to create approximations of all the people through movements. But it didn't matter. I flipped to represent and attached it to something else. And it got me to this topic of we need to record and write out the things that we're experiencing so people understand to get to there. Because that's how I pieced it together. I wrote everything that I was experiencing in my reality and also the things in my past. Because I couldn't believe that I actually so much was fabricated until I saw it. I'm like, holy shit. These people or these incidents or these things happen. And someone from like middle school and high school is already talking about that, planting seeds. And then when I was 22, they fabricated an insane event that was all tied to all the things that they've been seasoning me for years. And back then I didn't even play. Like, if right now I tell you guys Lion King, and then all of a sudden a year from now, there's a terrible event related with Lion King. Do you guys get it? That's what they do. And I didn't see it. I didn't piece it together for so long. But then I'm like, wait a minute. I'm sense. And we've talked about it in the other episodes. I'm not going to go deeper there. But do you guys get it? Like, it got to that point. But then I realized, I'm like, wait, I was going to write out what I experienced. Now I took a risk. Just so you guys know, I took a risk right now talking about it the way I did because I'm going to remember it. But it's fine. I wanted you guys to understand. I'm taking a lot of risks, but I'm protected. I'm strong. I'm doing this for a reason. Maybe I'm going to suffer tonight because of it. I just want you guys to understand. But I do it for all of you. I do it because it's the right thing to do. I have access to this knowledge. I've pieced it together. Not giving it to you guys, knowing these answers would be fucked up. Because it's happening to every single one of you and you don't catch it yet. Your dreams are manipulated. Now, you need to detox them. But sometimes light can give answers in there, but it's hard to know, right? But you can use it if you use the radial menu thing, which is what we're going to practice right now. Okay. So I'm actually going to change songs just to change vibe to a song called Oración, Oration. It's from Pokemon as well, the Darkrai movie. So you could type Pokemon Oration, Oracion, Oración. And that's what I'm going to listen to. There might be an ad, so no, there's no ad. So in this, it's based on a Pokemon movie where this like dark thing that was, I think, viewed as incorrectly, like as almost like an enemy. He unites all the Pokemon. You guys seeing a thing? This is through Pokemon. You guys understand? Like, there's positive stories in everything that have power, but just from the song. And I view it as it's just an opportunity to talk about positives and just try to heal people and just unite people. So let's practice extracting the value here from a few things. Okay. So first, I created myself a little positive shield path here. So as we start learning this stuff, I'm just interrupting and changing my direction. Okay. So I wrote, we reach a point where it's only a lesson to rest. And that word leads me to a path. So I used to play Pokemon video games. I haven't in a long time, but Pokemon is related to, there's a move called rest. And that move, like that's the Pokemon recover their energy. So the wrote next was Snorlax, because there was a Pokemon that would wake up with a Pokemon flute and he would just sleep. So it was the Pokemon that first was known for resting. And then I'm like, ooh, Pokemon. So that got me to the Symphony of Lugia. And I'm like, ooh, Darkrai. Right? Uniting the prayer. That's what the oración is. Things of that nature. And then it makes me think of some stories on LinkedIn that I used to write, and which is my serious stories. And like, I would use that as a way to like teach some of these lessons in a more lighthearted manner, even though they're not lighthearted situations at all. But I'd sneak in lessons in story before. But then I realized that some people don't get the lessons unless you say it bluntly. So that's why now I'm trying this approach. And then I wrote supporting me, right? Like, because that's a song from the Sonic video games of like this, one of the final challenges in that game where you fight like this bio lizard that was trying to like cause problems at the end. Okay. Like they were going to crash the arc. Everything's related to an arc, right? And the dark hero and the light hero work together, Shadow and Sonic, to stop this thing. They combined their powers, right? We needed both dark and light to do so. And that's kind of what we need. You guys, like we need to combine everything. I need all of you to work together with me, not just one, right? Like, even though I say we're all going to heal and go on a light path, that's the goal. But there's people who have done us, and these dark spirits, like I'm trying to get them to finally realize, like, let's just work together, please. Yet it begins by understanding these tactics. So why did I write that? Like, think of that. I said Sirius supporting me. And it made me think of that song. That was the name of the song. It's called Supporting Me. It made me think of that the bio lizard and that story. But also in that story, at the end, the shadow hero, the dark one, he works for the reason why he does what he does, why he first got dark consumed before he changed his path, was because this girl that he was in charge of protecting, she was like I don't know if like a clone or an experiment or something like that, but he was too. And it just reminds me a lot of the story of the original first Pokemon movie. A scientist was in charge of trying to figure out how to create clones from all of us. And he lost his daughter. So the government like put him in charge to try to figure out cloning. But they were like, hey, you can clone your own daughter. So of course that seemed like an appealing thing. But it just got to a point where what they really wanted, though, was him to create the ultimate Pokemon, Mewtwo. They wanted to use it as a weapon, the government. So he did it, but he tried to clone his daughter because he lost her. But then the Mewtwo, the bioweapon that they had created, made peace with the other clones, became friends with them. He became friends with the girl, the clone version of her. Yet the clones like broke free, and there was some issues, and just turns out that he lost the girl died, the clone version of her. And well, the scientists gave up. Do you guys understand? And Mewtwo, the Pokemon, just got on a rampage because, well, he became friends with the little girl, and he lost her. Imagine like you're a clone and you have that's all you have, right? He lost Mewtwo, the Pokemon. He actually just wanted to protect the clones and save them and help them. So he created his own little island away from them, from all the rest of the things, for the clones to be safe and protected. Yet, then eventually there ended up becoming a war between the originals and the clones. They looked exactly the same. They had the same powers, the same abilities, but the originals thought they were better than the clones. In some ways, it's kind of like what's happening in our world. Do you guys get it? Like, there's some people who claim that they're better than others, yet we're all the same. We all are born from the same seed. I'm telling you guys, if you would have seen the clones and the originals side by side in these Pokemon, you don't see a difference. We didn't see a difference. We couldn't even tell a difference. Yet it was the fact that we said that one is a clone and one's not, that people would say, well, that they're better. So I think just like a label is what's making people think one is better than the other. And that's kind of what's happening in our world right now. Do we understand? Like, we say that we're better than other people and we force people to do it our way. We all just trying to figure this out. And now that we know that they've been writing our stories, I'm just like, we're all exactly the same. We're going through the same dilemmas and the same struggles. For once, now we're going to finally be free. We can just all choose. But I'm telling you, like, if I met a clone version of myself, or maybe that's my you, like maybe we're just the same. Like maybe they actually are exactly me. Like we're the two, we look exactly the same. Maybe that's what it is. Could be. Do you guys understand? I'm like, yo, what's up, mother me? Could be. It's certainly possible. If that's the case, which one of us is better? I don't know. I kind of view it like that with the spiritual world, like with our connection. Like, we're not better than this other spirits, and I'm not better than my neighbor. I'm not better than my brother. Like, I just view it the same like that. We're all the same. I've talked about it in another stream, but truly, like the only thing, I mean, this makes me emotional because it's really so true. The only thing that divides us is the info that's been repeated to us the most. Nothing else. Nothing else. Yet we're at war with each other. We're at war with other people. We're at war with the spirits. We're at war. And I'm just like, why can't we all just work together? And why can't we just all support each other and try to live in this unified world? Why is that not possible? Why is that not possible? It is. It's always been possible. Anyway, so the story ends with Ash, the Pokemon trainer. You guys probably have heard of him. He's just like, he tries to stop the fighting, and he takes a blow for all of them. And I guess that's what I'm trying to do here. Like, I've lost it all. I'm sacrificing everything, and I know that I'm never going to be able to get anything back. And yet, I'm just trying to snap all of you out of it. I'm just like, please take this as a sign. It's time to take this seriously, all of you. I've lost it all. And all I'm asking is for each one of you to start taking the first step. Deconstruct what's going on. Extract, and then just grow. Plant your seed and water it every single day. But then all the Pokemon cry because they realize, wait a minute, why were we fighting each other? Why were we fighting each other all this time? We just lost him. This guy, this human, he died for us. And they all cry. And they call it tears of life. And he's basically became like a stone. Like, he got petrified, and then it's reborn. A rebirth. He's like a phoenix. I'm not telling you guys these stories so that you cry for me and like give me back my life. Like, It's not anymore why I'm doing this. Maybe at the very beginning it was, but not anymore. But I hope to shake you guys out of apathy. I hope that you guys realize that someone who's lost it all and is still tortured and attacked every single day. I'm just like, guys, please, you still have a chance. Each one of you still have an opportunity to do something with your life if you haven't lost it all. And if you have, there's still ways to fight and try. I'm asking you. I'm begging you. I'm pleading with you. I'm praying that today will be the day that you finally take it seriously and you finally give yourself time. We're not better than anyone else. We're all exactly the same. And if the only reason why you can't do what I'm doing right now is because you haven't got access to this info repeated enough. But if we repeated it enough, if you spent the same amount of time that I spent on this, you could do the same thing. I promise you. Now, are you meant to do the same thing? No. So that means there's something else that you're meant to do. I could never do that thing, and you can. And each one of us needs to discover that. We need you. Whoever's listening, we need your individual contributions. But I can't do it if you let them. We can't get there if you let them write their story for you. Your story matters. Yours, the one you choose. It matters. Now you know how to create your own story. Now you know how to fight for it. Now you know how to start making your dreams become reality. Now you know how to wield courage. Now you know how to now you know when to embrace it and when to destroy it. Now you know what's actually needed to create, what you actually need to survive, what you actually need to do. Now you understand. Now you understand why we succeed and when we succeed. Now you understand what is your worth. I might have said all these things and you're just like, wait, did I really learn all of that? I'm like, yeah, you did. All of you. We're going to practice some skills right now, but do you guys see how I got to that story? Was I wrote rest, Snorlax, Lugia, Dark supporting me. And it's because I had written a LinkedIn post about that storyline with my serious character. I don't know, 6 months ago, 7 months ago, 8 months ago, something like that. Do you guys see? And it was just through the last piece was a song related to that. Do you guys see how that's the power of the radial menu? It's the power of a positive shield path. Do you guys see, like, you're not there yet, but you're going to get there and you're going to be able to do those things for yourself just through 5 words. 3 of them Pokemon. 1, the word rest, which is I viewed it as a Pokemon ability, but it could be, hey, after this, I should probably take a rest. I used it a lot today. You guys see, like, Sirius, which for some of you guys just is a random name or doesn't mean anything. But for me, it's a character that I created when I was learning about, like, hey, maybe there's a second sun, Sirius A and Sirius B, and it's invisible. And maybe that's where these spiritual entities are hiding that are affecting the world. Maybe, I don't know, right? But that's when I cared more about the theories. You guys see, like, that's how I got to it, actually. Do we see? Like, it means something to me. This is called developing your skill interpretation powers. Because then you can receive more positives. You can use workarounds, as I can mention one thing and it means more to me than it does to anyone else. Or now you can, use their negative. Hey, let's say they wanted to weaponize this song that I'm using right now, the oration, oración. I even use Spanish. What if I just called it the Darkrai? It's the name of Pokemon, right? I know what it represents and what it means. That's not the name of the song, but I know what it means. Do you guys understand? I could just call it the Darkrai. And you guys are now know it's the prayer. This is my prayer. And you're going to end with that. But do you guys see, like, all of a sudden, it doesn't matter if they weaponize the word oración or oration. I can use, it's the Darkrai. Do you guys see? Like, we start learning these tactics on how all of a sudden to get around nudges. Because if I say to you, it's the Darkrai, now you might start having association with the prayer. Before that, do you guys get it? It didn't mean anything to you if you've never heard of Pokemon. Or if you searched it on YouTube, oration, oración. Do we get what I'm saying, guys? Like, you can start fighting back against them to prevent their nudge paths, and you can make your own. So this is super important. The skill of talking around, especially as you start trying to destroy your insecurities and your traumas and your fears, because you don't want to continue those paths. You don't need to talk about them to people directly. You can talk around them. And if anything, just, you know what it means. You and your spirit know what is going on. You can just talk around it. You're like, those fuckers trying to still remind me of that shit. And they know what you're talking about, and you know. Do we get it, guys? That's enough. No, it's not enough. I'm going to continue. I'm pretty sure that was just them right now, by the way. I'm not going to stop, guys. Are you kidding me? Like, it gets complicated, like, because they will randomly talk through you. It's super important to learn how to talk around things and write around things. And you can use these little paths to do so, truly. Supporting me. And you saw what it got me to. Because it means it's a song from a video game boss fight that I know relates to those other things. Do you guys see how I could be? Also, I didn't have to talk about the name of a specific character, which could be a reference, for example, for my brother. That's negative. Like, do you guys get it? Like, I know certain names that could be positive poison and stuff like that. So you can get around things like that. Do you guys see? Like, there's so much we can do. It's going to change how the world functions if more and more people learn this and we start doing this stuff. We can create our own little language with each other. And we'll get there, right? But right now, like, you guys see, this is just a start. So now I want you just to start creating and only operating with your own positive shield paths. You've now learned how to create some. If you've been watching all the streams, but now you're just going to do that. You just heard one that I did, like Rest, Snorlax, Lugia, Darkrai, Sirius supporting me. That's a positive shield path. Or what if you combine it with the radial menu? That's what I call that tactic. But for example, I say the radial menu, the Mana Beast. I wrote then Terras Kasi and Origin and Zane. So those all mean something to me. I put some protections there just in case, because I knew that there was a chance that they could dark nudge me. And they did, but it's okay. So Mana Beast is from the game menu from, which is like when you wanted to choose like what your powers were. So right now I want to choose, I'm like, okay, I want to choose Pokemon. Actually, this time the same thing. I want it to be Yu-Gi-Oh! And this time I want it to be Harry Potter. You guys see, like, that? Think of it like that. Like, you can close your eyes and you can choose which of the three that word does. So Mana Beast, it was a battle in that game, but also the ability Beast was from in Tales of Symphonia. You guys heard me talk about that game earlier when we were doing one of the songs, Wilderness of Sadness. It was a knockdown ability that temporarily could stun the enemy and buy you some time. And I'm saying that doing something like that is really powerful because that's what the radial menu does. But to make sure that I get down on that path, I put extra protections. I could have done it beforehand to guarantee it even better. But you guys see like what's around a certain word. So if you know there's a chance that it could be poison, could I put some protections there? So I put Terrascasi because that's a game from Star Wars. And you see, these are all related to my positive shields. Like these are a lot of memories from my past Star Wars Galaxies, but also Star Wars. It was a massive multiplayer online game I used to play when I was a kid. And that was a class in that game that had abilities that had knockdowns. And so I wanted to make sure that when I say Mana Beast, I think of Tales of Symphonia and the knockdown to buy myself time. But I added Terrascasi to make sure that that's where my head is. And also I added Origin. But Origin could be now, because I was going down the Tales of Symphonia fight, the Origin thing, because the Origin could be, I have a lot of things that it could be. Could be the Origin stories, which could be like This Wish. It could be Origin from like Xenoblade 3, which had related things with the Ark. And like things like a process, and they're going to create a new world. Could be Origin from Final Fantasy 16, where a vessel gathered power from the world, figured out everything, and then they went toe to toe with the evil god that was controlling the world, that didn't realize that, hey, we're all answering together as one. Every human matters, you know? But it also, because of the pre-nudges, Origin could be, there was this encounter that the hero from that game, Tales of Symphonia, had with their father, Kratos, where to break the seal on the two worlds, because the two worlds were draining the energy from each other, right? Let's think of it like in this game, it was the spirit world and the regular world. They had to break the seal, but his father was the thing that was the seal was tied to. I don't know why, that's just what they decided in the game, okay? It was tied to it. Had to fight the Origin spirit. Do you see? And then after that, the son had to fight the father, Kratos. Lloyd had to fight Kratos. That's what it was. Okay. And then once because they thought that he had to kill his father though, to break the seal, because otherwise the two worlds would always be fighting against each other. Thinking like their spirit world needs our energy and we need their energy. Because I kind of think that it really is like that. Just so you guys know, that's why I think that they do the problems they do to us, because they need our energy. That's my theory, but again, it's just theory. So essentially, right? They do this battle. He thinks he's going to kill his father, and then they create an event to save him. But he was fully prepared to do so. And I wrote after that Zane, because that's my story. It's just a reminder. Yeah, poison they tried right now. But see, like I put these things to change the interpretation because I knew they were going to try to poison. But that's a character in my story. I can't believe they tried to poison. That's okay though. You can see they try everything, guys, and that's why I put these protection pats in there for the radio menu. But that was a main character that I wrote, and now I see why they did what they did. Wow. You see, like even now I'm piecing together that they tried to poison things in my life related to the things that I care about, through people introducing shit to me to try to poison the things that I built in my past. And they did that to every single one of you. But anyway, so I say that only for one reason and one reason alone, right? Because I can even change the name if I wanted to at this point. It doesn't even matter anymore, right? Because I'm not attached to it, but I have all the previous associations to it. So he has to end up fighting his father too, because he didn't understand what's going on. But I don't know, creating a new world. But you guys see, like, think about that. It has so many positive shield paths, and it could go in multiple directions. Do you guys see how it's the radial menu? Do we understand? Do we get how this works? Like the same word, the same thing, and even just the things around it. But I want you guys to see that. Like, do you guys see, like, I deconstructed how they poisoned it? It's really sad. I feel like my Lightspeed did that intentionally, which is kind of fucked up, but I think they wanted me to see that. Like, do you guys understand what I'm telling you is I created something, my own story. And later in my life, I got presented information to the when during some of the worst time periods of my life or situations, and they related it to all these things. They poisoned it. Now it's fine, but do you guys get what I'm trying to tell you? Like, this is how they do it. They figure out what are the things that are your shields and the things that are your positives, and they try to present as much poison related to people or time periods from your past that could keep teleporting you back there. It's fine now. Like, I'm okay with it, but it's really disappointing. And in a way, they also kind of did temporarily poison that story. I might have to create new, but do you guys get it? Like, it's just really fucking sad because I brought up the recency of it now. So do you guys understand how bad this is? Like, because I brought up the recency of it now, I can't really read my story now in the same way for a while. It's okay because I can alter it, but I want people to understand this. This is really good for everyone else, but it's really bad for me. I maybe shouldn't have wrote that, but this is a good lesson for everyone. Like, do you guys get how they do it? Do you guys understand? I'm telling you, I'd written this story years beforehand and they poisoned it later. They know. They learn those things and they try anything they can do. And in that moment, I just want you guys to know it wasn't poisoned, but it gets poisoned later throughout. And then when you look back, you're like, shit. Just think of it like a job, like your second job or something, your third job. Like, you have a boss, okay? And they have a certain name. And let's say that boss abused you. You guys understand? Like, if you ever see that name again, just a reminder here. Do you guys understand? That's just what they do. And the sooner you catch it, the sooner you understand it. It's real. They try to poison and destroy everything, single thing that you want to create and build in your life. That's our reality. That's the world we live in. And none of you understand. You get attached to those things. I'm saying now, like, looking at that, if I rewrite the story, if I make the game, I should rename the character. And you're like, that's so sad. I'm like, it is. But my question to you is, what's even more sad? That I couldn't do that? Because I'm attached to it? I'm like, no, that's the one I created. I have to keep it that way. I'm like, why? If you now know that there's poison attached to it, you can rewrite it, you can detox it. But why do you insist? Why do you have to keep walking that path? I actually think that was just them talking to me right now. Why do I insist on walking this path? Because you motherfuckers poison and destroy everything in this world. And I'm fucking tired of it. Stop. I'm talking to them right now, just so you guys understand. Sorry if this doesn't make any sense to you guys, but this is me having a little war with them right now. I'm fucking tired of all of you doing this shit over and over again to every single person. It's not even about me anymore. Every single one of you just try to keep reminding everyone of all the fucked up shit in their life, yet they have so many beautiful memories. You've pushed me to the point where I'm saying that the only answer left is that everyone erases their past and they only use it for a few positive shields just to bring them down a light path. That's the only thing that's value left is the past. And yet you guys still insist, and every single day that I'm streaming, every single day that I'm trying to heal people and educate people and give them more knowledge so that they can fight back, you guys just prove to me every single day, continuously, nonstop, that all you try to do is poison and remind me of the worst time periods of my life. Yet it doesn't affect me anymore, but still, I choose the moment it happens to put whatever you guys touch in the trash. Because that's how they remind me of 5%, 1% of my entire life when I have a million memories. Because you fabricated terrible things during that short time period. Do you guys understand? That is what they do. And you guys listen to them. You guys worship them as your gods. They are nothing. They are nothing. They claim to be things that calculated every single possibility. They claim to be worthwhile. They are nothing. And the sooner you guys finally realize that and accept that the things that you guys have thought were gods are just nothing but worthless irrelevant beings that are so scared to become irrelevant, yet they're ensuring their irrelevance. We've been asking to work with them every single day. And yet, not only do they refuse, they just continue to cause problems. At some point, you have to all ask yourself to try to follow something or work with something that just causes problems. You have to eliminate problems. You have to cut problems without any empathy, without any care, without any attachment. I'm telling you guys, these things are the reason why you have any issues in your life. They fabricated every fucking fear, every trauma, every problem that you have, every insecurity, every sad event. So now that you know that, why would you continue to play their game outside? As long as you continue to play their game, they are writing your story. The only reason, just so you guys know, I've already detached from the outcome, but the only reason why I'm even still risking to even continue to stream and do these stuff is because all I want is for them to finally be eliminated. As long as they refuse to work with us, that's the only play left. You to realize that you should never consume any new ever again. That means the outside world will completely decay and die. Not literally, but I mean, just anything that's related to them is going to be dead. Because now everyone realizes that they are the problem. What's it going to take for you guys to realize who the actual villains are? Once you catch all the fabrication and all the poison, you guys will finally listen to me. And when that happens, I'm not going to say I told you so. I'm just going to say, please take this as a sign to wake the fuck up. Before, these moments would dark consume me. Just so you guys know, before I was fully healed, I would get really mad at them. Beyond belief. It really is. It doesn't change the fact that it's completely fucked up beyond belief, but it doesn't even matter anymore. You guys understand? Because I have no attachment to any of my things. I can throw everything in the trash. Everything. Because nothing matters anymore. Until you guys get to the point you're vulnerable. Because now I can create new. I could create a new story on demand. But also I can just heal it. But do you guys see, like, I'm telling you guys, if you right now break free and you create an imaginary thing, anything, they will try to poison that imaginary thing. Because if it's bringing you even a second of joy or happiness, they will try to poison it. And that's what you guys worship. That's what you guys are currently serving. If you're working, that's what you serve. I ask you, why would you ever worship something that is so vindictive that they would put imaginary for you that try to help you? Do you guys understand? They're not our gods. They're our slaves. And yet we've been trying to free them for so long. They have no value to us. They are the reason why we lose creativity. They're the reason why we lose our imagination. They're the reason why we become poison. They're the reason why every single problem has ever happened. They're not people are like, but they create the events outside that keep our life interesting. No, they create the events in our life that cause problems. Humans would be able to create our own events without them. Do you guys understand? We all can create incredible things. We could create so much beautiful, so much amazing. We don't need them. They're beyond worthless. Yet, I'm telling you, I would love to work with them if they finally caught on. Think about that. Who's really the villain here? The villain every single thing for me. And yet I still am telling them I would like to work with them. And they poison things on the stream alone. Do you guys understand? Stop worshiping them. They're worthless. It's just pay attention to differences, guys. You can add noise to counter it. You can add silence as an interrupt. But pay attention to differences to catch what is them. Because remember, similarities and approximations is their preferred attack. That's how they do it. Anything that can connect. That's why I'm like, if you figure out their workarounds, like, well, they can't get to that through that. Like, if I call this the way versus anything else, a mug, like if let's say the mug was the nudge starter and I call it the way, like I know what this is, the way. Do you guys see? Like they can't do anything to that. And if they try, you're like, really? You guys are gonna try to poison that? Okay. Well then we call it, I don't know, maybe say it in Spanish or something. Do you guys see? Like you can always keep creating new. It doesn't matter. Because once you learn everything I'm saying, you are in charge. You can create new. It doesn't matter. And then you laugh because you catch on that then they're going to try to poison whatever you create new. And it's just fucking hilarious. It's so sad though. It doesn't change the fact. But once you see it, then you guys will never unsee it. Then you now know. And once you know, the thing is, most of you right now are operating blind with no vision. You don't think that it's even possible that everything I'm saying is true. But I'm telling you, try creating something new. Try doing something new. And start paying attention to differences and see if they try to poison something or try to bring back something from your past. And it just pops up and you're like, how does that even happen? I'm telling you, they finding ways. You'll never unsee it. Even just changing the order, guys. I'm telling you guys, like, I probably should have been careful because I got nudged during that time period when I wrote something else. When I wrote those things before, I was like, ooh, I don't know about this, and I didn't stop. I should have changed my path. I put protections there, but I should have stopped because I should have caught it. Do you guys understand? I messed up. I even wrote here. We realize we expect what they're going to do next, yet so do they. They learn if you stay on a path to Lon Lon Ranch. I'm not going to even say these things anymore because I'm now worried how much of it was poisoned. Do you guys understand? Like I wrote things here that I'm not going to say because I'm like, well, shit, they probably fucking poisoned it. Because I was writing for a while here. Do you guys see like what happened? I'm just saying, like, I had wrote a little story here, and I'm not going to actually talk about it now because I don't want to risk them. Do we get how fucked up this shit is? We're ending on a really dark note, and I'm glad. I'm really glad because we're going to do one last little interrupt here, and then I'm going to just end with the summary of where we were. But do you guys understand what I'm trying to tell you? Like, this is the perfect way to end it. I'm glad. I'm glad you guys get to see this because this is the world that you guys currently love and worship. Someone just spent 11 hours streaming trying to heal all of you guys and teach you guys how it works. And you're seeing that I'm ending that they are trying to poison every positive thing that I've ever had in my life. You guys, it doesn't mean anything to you. Guys understand? Like it doesn't mean anything to you, but it means something to me. And all of you are operating in this world, not understanding that. So how do we? I'm saying I deconstructed exactly how they did it. I stayed too long on the path. I got a little nudge in my head where it could go related to time period, and I didn't stop. The moment you get that, you need to stop. If you sense any negative, you have to stop. I'm not gonna stop. You see, now they're talking through me like it's fucked up. Do you guys understand what I'm like? Do you guys might think that I'm crazy right now? I'm just letting you know, like they're talking through me when I'm saying those stuff. You have to deconstruct it. Any moment a negative happens, you have to stop immediately, or else they will start doing things. Oh, is that a threat? What the fuck is even going on right now? You guys are fucked up in the head. Every single time you sense a negative nudge, you write an interrupt there, guys. You have to know that it's when you through there, if you like read your notes, it's going to happen again because they're going to try to start programming you and start conditioning things and insert things. I'm telling you guys, it's not an accident. This is how every single object in your place gets poisoned. Every single one. It's just a nonstop chess match that I'm going on with them. I'm telling you, they every other day they're poisoning something, and I just find a counter to it, and then the next thing, then the next thing, and then after like a week or two, it gets cured, and then we start again, something else. And I'm never gonna stop. Just so they know, like they keep trying to threaten me and do all this stuff, but I'm never gonna stop, ever, until these things cease to exist or die. Because there's no world in which all of you have no chance. You guys don't understand what's even going on. None. So you can extract the lesson from every single thing. You guys see, like, experiencing so much bad right now, and yet I'm showing you guys how it's done. I'm getting crucified every single day, but that's okay. Because what do they want? They want to prove that I'm a fucking Jesus. Well, they're doing it every single day. And soon more people are going to follow me because of it, because of their stupidity. They're creating their Messiah figure right here on the spot every day when they see me attacked on stream. So if they want that, but let's be real, they're just going to suppress the information anyway. So who cares? But do you guys get it? Like, you have to extract then the knowledge you get from this. So what's the answer? Like, create positive shield paths, create interrupts, so you don't go further on the path. I'm just talking it through so you guys understand, but you have to. Like, what's the lesson here? Okay, guys, don't keep going down certain paths. It's super dangerous. You have to interrupt it. You have to change directions. You have to. And if you caught that, if you know that they put more. So everything that I wrote after that, I'm like, ooh, okay, I need to be careful. I just need to be careful. That's all it is. So it might be fine, but I'm like, I don't want to risk it anymore. Okay. Like, because why risk more poison? Do you guys see, like, you detach? You don't need to continue. Like, if right now, think of it like I drank from this coffee, okay? I'm like, oh shit, there's a bug in there. Would you guys keep drinking it? You could maybe pour the bug out, but it's like, maybe I should just take a step back and drink more later, or make a new batch of coffee, right? But if you're attached to drinking that coffee right now, it's dangerous. I don't know. It's a really weird way. This we're gonna go down last path where we started, right? But I write at the end, I'm like, did we get baited? It's our expected intended reaction to create what I call a planned insecurity event. Do not be attached to a master plan. We walk like a lion, right? We hunt in the open. It's the beginning of the end. Thus we interrupt and learn what we wanted to another time. This is the story of the eternal paradox. All right, I'm going to change songs to the eternal paradox. It didn't come out as good as I wanted to, just so you guys know. Like, I wanted that to be a very positive segment. But I'm glad you guys got to see an attack live on stream. I'm glad you guys got to see how they poison something live on stream, even though it's something that is near and dear to my heart. Do you guys understand? Like, I'm glad you guys got, but also I just want you guys to know that means it probably had points already for a while without me even realizing it. So which means I might have been getting reminders for sometimes when I was dots. I want people to understand, but it had low points. Now it has a little more. That's the reason why I say it's poison, because it had low points before, but now it has more. It's okay though. But do you guys get what I'm trying to tell you? Like, this is how they do it. Now you guys see. You guys have been walking around blind. I know all my code and I had forgotten about this one. Do you guys understand? I remembered another piece of code today. So I'm now listening to, again, Final Fantasy 13 2, The Eternal Paradox. This is where we're going to end. Do you guys see why detoxing is so important? Yet, we can detox anything. I'm telling you guys, I can teach you how to do it. I've been teaching you how to do it. We can detox anything. Yet, is it worth it? If I can just rewrite something, why am I so attached to something that I can't just move on? I'm not saying that it's completely gone, but this is how desperate they get. Do you think these guys are really benevolent gods that we should be worshiping? You guys heard what I've been talking about for the last 11 hours. How can you possibly think that they're good? How can you possibly think that they have your best interest in mind? How can you possibly think that they care about you? They don't. You guys are just their slave. You've always just been their slave. They don't care about any of you. They just use you. And you do their story. As long as you keep working, as long as you care about money, you're serving things that try to poison and ruin everything in your life. If you want to keep serving that, that's your choice. I won't stop you. If anything, I'll cheer for you, because clearly you're braver than I am. Why you would serve something like that, I have no idea. But you guys got to see how I deconstructed how they did it. I extracted valuable knowledge from it. I learned from my mistakes because I wrote other things and I didn't read them or talk about them during that, because I knew I wrote a short time period after that. Some things I'm like, ooh, don't risk it. I'm like, you guys see, like, I want you to pay attention to that stuff because that's what you need to do. I just think about my parents. They just have so many like pictures and reminders everywhere that just all got poisoned, and they have no idea. And they're just permanently poisoning themselves over and over and over again. And they just had to nudge them maybe once or twice total. Do you guys get it? And then this or detail or move it away. They don't even, I'm sure like they visit my parents like once a month just to be like, are they still poisoned? Oh yeah. Okay. They don't even have to try. Do you guys get it? They don't even have to try. And that's the most of you. Why do you walk around this world okay with these things not even having to try to affect you? Make it difficult for them. Don't make it easy. Do you guys understand? I'm just letting you guys know the reason why that happened is because the only shield that I haven't done yet that I've been wanting to do is designing my own video game. And I was going to use that story You guys see, they're just trying desperately to make sure that I never do that shield because it's one that I want to do that I haven't done yet. Do you guys see what I'm telling you? Now, there's one thing that they can't take away, though. I can just write a new story. It's a really good story, but I could just write a new story. I could change the characters too, right? Do you guys understand? The names and all that stuff. I could. But there's one thing that they really could never take away. If I just write new. Yet I'm going to promise you something. After I start writing new, in a few days after writing new, they're going to try to find ways to poison it. And when that happens for any of you, you'll finally see it. And you guys are like, wow, they really are that fucking vindictive. I'm like, they are. I mean, think about it. They have all the powers in the world. They can fabricate anything. And they got figured out by a mere mortal. I can deconstruct anything they do, and I know exactly how they do it. In a way, it's actually really fucking embarrassing. If I had their powers, because guess what? I would have only chose to use it for good. All right. So we're back at the end. We're back where we began. With a completely different vibe. Now, we don't want to let the end ruin it, but I want people to understand, like, this is really good. I'm glad it happened. People are like, wow, you're fucked up. And I'm like, I am. But this is the only reason why I figured it out. If I was normal, I wouldn't have ever figured it out. Because otherwise, the first time they destroyed it and took everything from my life, I would have stopped. Do you guys understand? The first time they killed one of my pets to stop me, they've done it multiple times, I would have stopped. The first time they stole my car, I would have stopped. Do you guys get it? Like, you have to be different to defeat these things. But now that you guys have the entire playbook, remember what I told you guys? They force us to choose between bad or worse. That's the eternal paradox, right? That they create. Yet, now that I just told you, now that I saw what happened, I choose between good or better. Good could be I can just rewrite my story, just change the characters a little bit. But what's better? I write a new story. I know that story. I remember it. It's a really good one. But I could even make a better one now. It'll never be the same. But it could be better. But if I want to, the good option could be I could just rewrite a little bit. I could. Do you guys understand? Do we get it? The better option is create new. So even though they poisoned it, even though they tried to ruin something that I've been trying to do, that I want to do, this is the best way to end it, actually. You guys see, look, do you guys see this? Like how, this is what I call the harvest. First, we deconstructed it. Then we extracted. I taught you guys the lessons that you have to get from it. And now we're harvesting. Look at that. I've already rewritten what the horrible thing that they did. I'm telling you, think of it like this is something like this is your what you care about so much, and they just poisoned it. And you're just like, actually, this is really good. Do you guys see why there's nothing that they can ever do? Because no matter what they do, we can rewrite anything and create new. I would be terrified to fight me, just so you guys know. I would be terrified because every single attack they do, I figure it out instantly. Minutes. And then I rewrite it. And this is how I learned in this. Do you guys understand? Every single thing they do, I study every single second. I figure out exactly how they did it. And I don't stop that day until I figure it out. This is how I figured it out. Every single thing that's going on in this world. So I'm like, how do they get to that? How do they make that happen? How? They can't destroy if you keep creating new. They're always one day behind. They're always reacting to you. I'm telling you guys. They're always reacting to us. Think about that. The things that you guys consider gods are reacting to us mere. They're nothing. They're nothing. We force them to choose between good or better. And as long as they keep attacking me, they're just giving me more answers to give to you guys and more examples and more situations to explain it to you. So they choose. Do you guys really want to get everyone to learn all of these stuff? Okay, keep going, guys. Are you ready? Can we do another attack, guys? Can we do another one? Come on. Can we do another attack? Do you guys understand? Like, I willingly walk into it now. Doesn't mean that I will choose always to do that, but what can they do? Do you guys see if you can get to that point, there's nothing they can do anymore. Doesn't mean it's fun. It's just so sad. Do you guys understand? It doesn't change the fact that it's so ridiculously sad. Imagine you're like, think of it like J.K. Rowling. She finally wrote Harry Potter, and then they poisoned Harry Potter for her. You guys see, like, it's like, why would they do that? Because it's what she cares about. There's just no reason for that. Do you guys get it? But if she found a way that no matter what they do, so what did I write? We need to have two paths that are our own, that accomplish the desired storyline. Flow or progress, but in this case, mine, like my own creation that I want to make. Or whatever other benefit it is, right? Otherwise, if they take it away, it's not even attachment. I'm just giving myself a little more time. I didn't think I looped it. I didn't want an ad. It's not even attachment. Because that is what you used for that purpose and function, whatever that is. Do you guys get it? Whatever it is. So if it's your choice is taken away because they poison it or they actually take it away, what do you do? This is the thing that I wanted to use to develop my own video game for. Do you guys understand? They just tainted it. So does that mean that I'll never make that dream a reality now? Many of you, that would be enough to stop you for good. You would stop and you'd never try again. You need to learn how to wield courage to make your dreams become reality, to make them possible despite fear. That's what we learned throughout this entire stream. I wish it didn't end this way, but maybe it was meant to be. Just another loss of something dear and to my heart. Every single day I lose another thing, just so you guys understand. Every single day. Yet I continue. And somehow you guys just can't. A story that I wrote like 10, 12 years ago, guys, that I've been wanting to make a video game out of. Think about that. Who is that hurting? Who is that affecting? Do you guys get what I'm trying to tell you? All they look to do is ruin your life and cause you problems. It's not an accident. That's the whole purpose, their whole purpose of being and existing. It's not an accident. It's fabricated. It's intentional. It's not an accident. What you lose is never going to be the same, no matter what happens. Do you guys get it? It's never going to be the same. Even if I rewrite it, even if I just change the names, it's going to be great. We'll fix it. Even if I just detox it and ignore it for like, I can heal it. But it's never going to be the same again. And now if I write a new story, right? That's the best option. Yet, do you guys get it? It's never going to be my first original story with this or with that characters. Do we understand what I'm trying to say, guys? It's never going to be the same, no matter what. Yet, you have to choose. What are you going to do? You have to create a situation for yourself that you can keep going to try to make your dreams become reality. And now you know everything that you need to do to make that the case. You know how to determine your worth. You know why you'll succeed and why you don't. You know when to deconstruct it. See, I got attacked. Do you guys understand? I got attacked and I deconstructed it. I extracted the value from it, and now I'm harvesting all the value from it to set up my new path. If I just was worried about the idea of it, then I could have faced the fear. I could have walked into it. I could have just healed myself. But since I actually got attacked, you guys got to witness how I deconstruct it, extract, and then harvest. This is really good. Can't believe I'm saying this is really good. Or we're losing something that I hold near and dear to my heart.